Jill Nishin, a hard-working corporate laborer, tragically died from a heart attack due to excessive overtime. However, his life did not end with his death. Instead, he was reborn into a new and better life. In his past life, he had struggled to make ends meet, but now he found himself as the prince of a prestigious noble family, ruling over an expansive territory covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Despite his newfound status, challenges loomed over his territory. Starvation was widespread, armies constantly waged war over land, and, most dangerously, traitors lurked within his domain, ready to betray him at any moment. The question now was how he would navigate this world of magic, leverage his past life knowledge, and harness the power of technology to secure his rule. The story begins in an ICU, where doctors were frantically working to save a patient. The patient, later revealed to be Jill Nishin, a mechanical engineer, acknowledged his impending death. He reflected on his life, stating that due to relentless overtime, he had suffered a heart attack. He admitted that his life had never been good. After losing his parents in a car accident, he had grown up as an orphan with no one to care for him. Jill Nishin recounted that after graduation, he had worked continuously for 20 years, struggling with long hours and meager pay. His financial struggles were so severe that he couldn't even afford a taxi to his home. He lamented that his life had been filled with hardships, leaving no time or money for personal happiness. He noted that while the doctors were desperately trying to save him, he was utterly exhausted and longed for a deep, uninterrupted sleep. As he succumbed to his fate, he expected his suffering to end. However, upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an extravagant room. Confused, he initially assumed that the hospital had mistakenly placed him in an expensive suite, and he worried about the financial burden. But before he could process the situation further, a mysterious system message greeted him, welcoming him to the magical continent of Aldera. Overwhelmed by pain and confusion, he noticed his reflection in a nearby mirror and was shocked by his transformed appearance. He had never looked so refined and handsome. A week later, he had acclimated to his new reality. He had learned that he had been reincarnated as Rain Edgar, the third son of Grand Duke Alferia. Unlike his past life, where he had struggled constantly, this life was one of privilege. His elder brother and sister adored him, and he had never faced hardships. As the youngest in a noble family, he was treated with great respect and care both inside and outside the household. Rain came to the conclusion that fate had granted him a second chance. His previous life had been miserable, devoid of enjoyment, but this new existence was filled with luxury. He learned that this world, known as the Old Continent, revolved around magic, which played a role in everything from military power to daily activities. The continent was home to the Caradorial Empire, the largest human kingdom, along with various non-human species such as elves and dwarves. The Edgar family, to which Rain now belonged, was a powerful noble house governing a vast territory of 300,000 square kilometers with a population of 1 million. Being part of this noble lineage granted him fine clothing, exquisite food, and even a personal maid to attend to him at all times. Rain found it hard to believe that such an extravagant life was now his reality. One day, his maid, Leah, informed him that his father had summoned him. Rain entered his father's office, where the butler announced his arrival. Grand Duke Alferia permitted him to enter. As he stepped inside, Rain curiously asked his father about the reason for the meeting. Alferia questioned Rain, asking if he understood why he had been summoned. Rain admitted that he did not. His father then revealed that Rain had now come of age and it was time for him to manage his own territory. He instructed Rain to decide where he would like his land to be located. Excited by the prospect, Rain eagerly asked if he was truly being given his own territory. Alferia smirked, remarking that he had expected Rain to be unaware of such matters. He explained that all members of their family eventually took control of their own domains. The land assigned to Rain was in the northwest region. While relatively safe compared to other territories, it faced significant challenges such as a scarcity of magicians and ongoing food shortages. Alferia emphasized the importance of Rain's responsibilities. He warned that while the Caradorial Empire was currently stable, the future held uncertainties. It was now Rain's duty to prepare himself for what lay ahead. The empire was on the brink of facing numerous challenges, and it was all due to the royal family's decline. Rain reflected on his father's words, agreeing internally that he was absolutely right. The Caradorial Empire's royal family was weakening day by day. In fact, many noble families had surpassed the royals in power. This deterioration, Rain thought, stemmed from rampant corruption within the country. Some nobles had even allied with foreign nations, plotting daily to undermine their own homeland. Ever since his reincarnation, Rain had been experiencing the life he once saw in his dreams. However, he realized that true happiness did not stem from luxurious possessions but from the people who genuinely cared for him. He was determined to protect those who looked after him and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, Alferia observed the situation with concern. He felt that Rain was still too young to grasp the harsh realities of the world. Even if he understood some aspects, his knowledge was limited. Alferia decided not to burden him unnecessarily and reassured him, saying that as long as their elder siblings were around, he had nothing to worry about. Rain then turned to his father and asked if solving the food crisis in the northwest would lead to improved security in the region. Alferia responded, explaining that the food problem was far too vast to be resolved in one attempt. It would take significant time and effort to make a difference. As Alferia spoke, he thought to himself that Rain was still a child, unable to fully comprehend the magnitude of the challenges they faced. Feeding a few people was one thing, but providing for hundreds of thousands was an entirely different matter. He found it naive that Rain believed such a massive problem could be solved quickly. However, Rain had his own thoughts. He knew his father likely saw him as an ignorant child, but what his father didn't realize was that he was not an ordinary person. He possessed knowledge far beyond his time, thousands of years ahead. He understood how civilizations had evolved and was determined to use those advanced methods to bring about change. Rain confidently declared that his father need not worry about the food crisis, as he would soon find a solution. The narrative then shifted focus to a city in the northwest territory of Grand Duke Alferia. This city faced significant challenges, primarily due to its vulnerable borders. To the north, it bordered the lands of Grand Duke Soren. To the west, the Elves' path began, and to the south, a vast ocean stretched out. Surrounded by adversaries, the city was frequently attacked. The constant conflicts had ravaged its lands, leading to widespread poverty and famine. The population had dwindled as many were lost to war, and now, even the enemies saw no benefit in attacking such a weakened region. Meanwhile, Rain approached this territory, contemplating the immense work needed to revive the city. If he wished to spark an industrial revolution, he would require a vast labor force. However, the city's population was alarmingly low, and those who remained were weak and malnourished. He realized that increasing the population would be essential to his plans. Fortunately, Rain had an advantage. His system, recently, he had gained a scanning ability that allowed him to assess a person's attributes. He had already tested it on his family members to understand its capabilities. With this ability, he would be able to surround himself with competent individuals and weed out those who might cause trouble. Leah, one of Rain's attendants, noticed that he seemed preoccupied. Remembering Alferia's instructions, she reminded herself that she had to keep a close watch on him to ensure he didn't cause any trouble in the territory. She silently hoped that he would refrain from any reckless actions, as that would be beneficial for both of them. The scene then shifted to Essling City, where the city lord, Lord Eldrick, convened with his subordinates. He announced that Grand Duke's son was set to arrive in the city. This development would make it difficult for them to continue their usual dealings. Concerned, he asked for guidance on their next course of action. One of his advisors reassured him, suggesting that the young noble was unlikely to be overly strict, since he was the youngest in his family. He had likely never faced any hardships in his life. A masked figure in the group then cautioned that they could not act against Rain without direct orders from their master. Until further instructions arrived, they would have to remain patient. Despite this, the city lord was visibly anxious. He reminded them of the numerous fraudulent activities they had committed, hinting at the potential consequences if their wrongdoings were exposed. The masked man expressed his confidence that even if the young master discovered their tax fraud, they would have nothing to worry about. He scoffed at the idea that the young master would be intelligent enough to read financial reports or understand their contents. Turning to his accomplice, he instructed him to provide the young master with any records of his choice, assuring him that the boy would be none the wiser. He reminded his colleague that they had used this trick on many young masters before, all with great success. However, he cautioned that relying solely on this method was unwise. Just then, the city lord acknowledged the instruction and agreed to proceed as planned. The masked man then remarked that the time for the young master's arrival had come. He urged his companion to greet the boy and ensnare him in their scheme, emphasizing that if they could bring him under their control, their plans would proceed smoothly. The city lord nodded and affirmed his understanding. Meanwhile, another figure reflected on Alferia's past misdeeds. He thought to himself that Alferia had committed numerous wrongs, and now it was her children who would suffer the consequences of her actions. At the same time, Rain had halted his journey just outside the city. Observing the land before him, he noted that it was fertile but largely barren due to the scarcity of people. He reasoned that without cultivators, the land had become completely useless. Turning to Leah, he requested a map of the area. As he studied it, he quickly deduced the cause of the problem. If he could construct a canal and connect it to sea, the situation would improve significantly. As he contemplated this solution, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a distressed voice nearby. A girl was pleading with her father to stop gambling, explaining that the money was meant for her mother's treatment. She warned that if he lost the money, they would have no means to help her mother. Despite her desperate pleas, her father remained unmoved, demanding that she hand over the money immediately. He insisted that he would win big this time and change their fate forever. Through tears, the girl reminded him that he had made the same promise countless times before, only to bring them further into poverty. She accused him of using gambling as an excuse to avoid work and take responsibility, lamenting how he was ruining their family. Her father, enraged by her words, raised his hand and threatened her, warning that if she refused to comply, she would regret it. Before the father could strike, Rain swiftly intervened, delivering a powerful punch. However, the force of the blow numbed his own hand. Rain winced in pain. Leah, alarmed, scolded him for acting recklessly. She reminded him that if he needed someone beaten, she could have done it for him, or they could have summoned an armorer. Fighting in such a manner, she insisted, was not suitable for him. Rain, acknowledging his impulsiveness, assured her that he would consult her before acting next time. Turning his attention to the girl, Rain asked if she was hurt. While he considered how to deal with her father, he sternly addressed the man, questioning how he could contemplate gambling away money that could save a family member's life. He accused the father of stooping so low that he was willing to harm his own daughter for financial gain. The father, now nervous, asked who Rain was and why he was interfering in their business. Rain dismissed the question, stating that his identity was irrelevant. What mattered was what the man chose to do next. He issued a grave warning. If he ever found out that the man had returned to gambling, he would not hesitate to end him. He described in chilling detail the torment he would inflict before finishing him off, ensuring that his fate would be a lesson to others. He then dared the man to gamble again, promising dire consequences if he did. Terrified, the man broke into tears and fled, repeatedly apologizing and swearing never to gamble again. Rain watched him go, amused by how easy it was to intimidate people. He decided to use his system to check whether the girl had sustained any injuries. As he did so, the girl approached him with gratitude. She tearfully thanked him, explaining that if he had not intervened, her father would have taken the money and lost it all, leaving them with nothing for her mother's treatment. She expressed how deeply indebted she was to him, emphasizing that he had no idea how much he had helped her. System introduced the girl as Lillian Aldry, a 17-year-old with average physical stats. However, Rain quickly noted that she has special farming skills. He said that the girl has holy body of agriculture. If she were to engage in any work related to farming in the future, the results would be significantly better, revealing the full potential of agriculture. Rain mentioned that he had been planning to go to town to find a doctor for his mother. Coincidentally, they were heading there as well. He invited Lillian to join them. However, Lillian hesitated, expressing her concerns. "No, I cannot come with you. You are a noble, and I am just a commoner. My dirty clothes might spoil your carriage," she said. Rain dismissed her worries with a reassuring smile. "This is just a carriage, a means of transport. If it gets dirty, what difference does it make? Look, I am here, so there is no need to worry. You can come with us. Besides, I have some questions I would like to ask you." He then shifted the topic, voicing his curiosity. Everyone knows how poor this city is, and with so many problems going on, it makes no sense to have a casino here. That's why I want to know everything about it. Lillian explained, "Last time, Grand Duke Soren attacked us, causing immense damage to the city. Many soldiers lost their lives. As soon as the war ended, a devastating flood followed, ruining our crops and washing away our fertile soil. Life here was never easy. But after these disasters, it has become even more difficult. Many people struggle to afford even a single meal." Rain observed the city and agreed with Lillian's assessment. The conditions were indeed dire. However, he recalled that his father had sent a substantial amount of money to aid such people. He frowned, wondering where all those development funds had gone. The city lord should have used that money to help the people. If it had been properly utilized, the situation would be much better, he thought. Turning to Lillian, Rain asked, "Do you know where the mansion of the city lord is located?" Lillian nodded. "Yes, I do." Just as she was about to provide directions, a man on horseback suddenly galloped forward at high speed, shouting, "Move aside, you wretched insects. If my horse crushes you, it will be your own fault." Leah quickly reacted, pulling Rain to the side just in time. As she caught her breath, she thought, whoever that person was, young master could have been seriously hurt. Rain, struggling to breathe, gasped, "Leah, let go of me. I can't breathe." Releasing him immediately, Leah looked at him with concern. "Master Rain, are you hurt? If you are in pain, let's go to the doctor first. Everything else can wait. I can't risk your health." Rain smiled reassuringly. "Thanks to you, I am absolutely fine. If you hadn't been here, I might have been seriously injured." He then turned to Lillian. "Do you know who that man was?" Lillian nodded. Yes, that was the young master of the Edwin family. Earlier, you asked me about the casino. Well, all the casinos in our city belong to his family. Rain's eyes narrowed. So, all the casinos are theirs. That means they must have a lot of money. Lillian sighed. Yes, they are incredibly wealthy, but you saw how they behaved towards others. Ron pondered for a moment. For a while now, I have been wondering where all the development funds went. I remember very well that my father sent a large sum of money to this city. It seems I don't have to search any longer. I know exactly where all the money has gone. He turned to Lillian with determination. Take me to the casino. Where is it? Lillian looked alarmed. Master, please don't go there. Everyone who has gone to the casino has been ruined. They are ruthless and deceitful. If you fall into their trap, they will destroy you. Rain reassured her. Don't worry at all. They won't be able to harm me. Lillian, observing his confidence, couldn't help but wonder, how powerful is this young master? He seems so sure of himself, but I have no idea just how strong he truly is. Soon, they arrived at the casino. Rain took in the sight before him. This is excessive, he muttered. The building was enormous, and 2 guards stood at the entrance, watching every passerby with keen eyes. Rain knew that if he had to lead the people towards the palace, the casino had to be destroyed. Easy ways always stopped people from working hard, and this place was no exception. It no longer served its true purpose and had instead become a den of corruption. As he stepped into the casino, he was met with the sight of countless gamblers. Some had lost all their money and were desperately begging for more chips, while others celebrated their victories with reckless abandon. Observing the scene, Rain reaffirmed his belief. So long as the casino remained, the people here would never work properly. Even those who did would likely return each evening only to lose all their earnings. Leah approached him and informed him, Master, as per your orders, our soldiers have surrounded the entire casino. We await your next signal to attack. Rain instructed her to wait. If we want to catch a big fish, we need to be patient. As he moved further inside, the casino manager approached him with a courteous smile. Sir, what game would you like to play? He inquired. Rain responded nonchalantly. I'm not particularly fond of gambling, and this is my first time here. Show me something simple. Of course, follow me, the manager said. Before playing, you will need to purchase chips. As Rain stepped forward to buy the chips, a man handed him 2 for free. This is our policy, the man explained. We offer the first 2 chips for free so our guests can experience something different. Rain saw this as his chance. He tossed the dice and declared, I'll bet on a low number. Around him, the casino patrons smirked, convinced that another unsuspecting gambler had fallen into their trap. They planned to strip him of everything he had before sending him away empty-handed. But when the dice landed, the result shocked them. 4 sixes. That means a high number, someone announced. A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd as those who had bet on lower numbers realized they had lost. The casino manager put on a sympathetic expression. How unfortunate, he said. You lost in the first round. But young master, you were so close to winning. Try a little harder, and I'm sure you'll succeed next time. Rain, however, was unimpressed. This game requires no real effort. It's boring. I won't continue playing. Then, as if to dismiss the matter entirely, he added, Besides, I'm hungry. Just as he was about to leave, the manager stepped in front of him. Wait a moment, sir. You cannot leave without paying. Rain raised an eyebrow. I haven't taken anything from you. Why should I pay? The manager's smile turned sly. I gave you 2 chips, and you used them. Since you lost, you now owe us for them. But you said they were free, Rain countered. The manager scoffed. A nobleman like you making such a cheap joke. Since when has anything inside a casino been free? Nothing comes without a price. He continued, each chip here costs 100 gold coins. You took 2, and since I personally served you, you owe us 250 gold coins. I know it's a hefty amount, but I'm giving you a chance. Either pay up or leave something valuable behind. Otherwise, you won't be walking out of here. Before Rain could respond, Lillian stepped forward, furious. You're lying, master. Don't believe him. The chips here are worth a single silver coin, not 100 gold coins. If that were the case, there wouldn't even be a game. My father plays here every day. I know exactly how much everything costs. The manager's expression darkened. Who let this brat in? I had everything planned, and she's ruining it. Guards, get rid of her. These lowlifes have no place in my casino. Before the guards could act, Rain kicked the manager, sending him crashing onto a nearby table. The impact caused a pile of chips to scatter across the floor. As soon as the chips spilled, chaos erupted. Greedy gamblers lunged for them, shoving and even fighting one another to grab whatever they could. Watching the scene unfold, Rain shook his head in disappointment. These people are truly hopeless. Guiding them onto the right path will be a challenge. At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out. Who dares to cause trouble in my casino? A man from the Edwin family had arrived. Flanked by his men, he sneered at the commotion. It looks like you all are tired of your miserable lives and have chosen to die in my casino. Rain smirked inwardly. Finally, a big fish has taken the bait. The time has come to end this charade. The sight of Edwin's man terrified the gamblers who had been scrambling for chips. The young master of the Edwin family issued a cold command. Beat them, teach these worms a lesson. His men wasted no time. They descended on the gamblers, mercilessly striking them down. These fools never learn, one of them spat. How dare they think they could take what isn't theirs? As the beatings continued, the rest of the patrons shrank back in fear. The young master addressed them with a smirk. Let this be a lesson. Behave, or you'll meet the same fate. Lillian clenched her fists. She knew it was her fault. Master had helped her save her mother, and yet she had knowingly led them into danger. She had been a coward for too long. It was time to stand up. Stepping forward, she declared, "You're wrong. You can't scam people while my big brother is here." Gasps filled the room. The gamblers stared at her as if she had lost her mind. No one who challenged the young master of the Edwin family lived to tell the tale. The young master sneered. "Oh, and what exactly are you going to do about it? Speak up, I can barely hear you." Lillian raised her voice. "Listen carefully, your casino scams everyone, ruining families. My family was already destroyed, but with Big Brother here, I won't let the same thing happen again. You can't bully him, he's a better person than all of you combined." Varslow, one of Edwin's enforcers, laughed mockingly. "You think you can stop me? Let's see how long you last." He lunged at Lillian, intending to strike her down. She braced herself, ready to accept her fate, but as time passed, she realized the blow never came. Opening her eyes, she saw Rain standing in front of her, gripping Varslow's wrist tightly. Rain pondered over the information before him. Varslow Edwin, a 23-year-old man, had average basic stats. However, two aspects of his profile stood out as particularly concerning. His loyalty was a mere 5, indicating his selfish and untrustworthy nature. Additionally, his specialty was brutality, a trait that made it evident the Edwin family was firmly opposed to them. Rain concluded that the Edwin family could not be trusted and might have to be eliminated soon. Meanwhile, Varslow confronted Rain, stating that he had moved ahead while Rain had remained behind. Rain considered the implications of this statement. Varslow trying to obstruct him, he reflected on the natural order of power, recognizing that the strong would always stand in the way of others. He admitted that he might not be a significant threat to Varslow at the moment, but emphasized that, like his people, he too had his own strengths. Varslow, smiling, observed that it had been a long time since he had encountered such an interesting person. He demanded to know Rain's name, questioning who he was to stand against him in his own city. However, Varslow quickly dismissed the need to know Rain's identity, stating that it wouldn't matter because no one could do anything to him. At that moment, Rain clapped his hands, and his soldiers entered the scene. He reiterated his belief that power determined control, and since he was the most powerful in that situation, victory was his. The scene then shifted to a grand banquet hall, where a celebration was being held in honor of Rain's arrival in the city. The hall was filled with the city's elite, powerful businessmen and nobles, all present to welcome him. Many had brought lavish gifts, and one noble even went so far as to offer his daughter to Rain. Lucas observed the gathering with skepticism. He found it absurd that everyone was acting as though some great ruler had arrived when, in reality, Rain was just another noble like them. The practice of offering daughters and expensive gifts seemed foolish to him. However, he had already discussed his concerns with Sickle and had devised a plan. His goal was to keep Rain under control by ensnaring him in a web of alliances and ensuring he remained preoccupied with their affairs, rather than interfering with the city's politics. Lucas also wondered about the whereabouts of his son, Varslow. If Varslow happened to encounter Rain, it would be interesting to see what kind of news he would bring. Lucas knew that their city lord was a cunning individual, and no matter how well crafted his plans were, there was no guarantee that Rain would comply with them. As the gathering continued, an announcement was made. Grand Duke's son Lord Rain had arrived. The head of the Raven family stepped forward, presenting a gift and expressing his hope that Rain would appreciate it. Meanwhile, the head of the Rooster family offered his daughter, suggesting that Rain could take her as his mate if she pleased him. Rain, addressing the assembly, acknowledged the gifts in the presence of the city's influential figures. He then signaled for a discussion, prompting the servants to bring in a large blackboard. As the blackboard was set up, the attendees murmured in confusion, unable to decipher its significance. Rain stepped forward, explaining that the diagram on the board was the blueprint for a dam, a project he had devised earlier that afternoon. He detailed the construction plans and encouraged the nobles to examine them closely. The head of the Raven family admitted his unfamiliarity with the concept of a dam, while the head of the Rooster family speculated that it had something to do with water, though he was uncertain of its purpose. Rain reassured them, stating that he would explain everything. he requested a map to illustrate his point. As the map was brought forth, he elaborated on his study of the city's geography. He pointed out that their city frequently suffered from floods, which inevitably led to crop destruction. However, by constructing a dam, they could control the water flow, storing it during the rainy season and utilizing it during droughts to sustain agriculture. Lucas found Rain's proposal fascinating. If implemented correctly, it would allow them to grow crops year-round, leading to substantial financial gains. He realized that they had underestimated Rain. He was far more strategic than they had assumed. The head of the Raven family inquired why Rain was presenting this idea to them. Did he require their assistance? Rain confirmed that he needed financial support, explaining that construction projects were costly. The nobles, however, protested. They lamented their financial struggles, claiming that the city was poor and that even they, as nobles, had little wealth to spare. Lucas, watching the exchange, noted that while Rain was not particularly shrewd, he was undeniably naive. The nobles of Essling City had long drained its resources like parasites, and expecting them to provide funding was foolish. Rain, unfazed, declared that if the nobles lacked funds, it was not an issue. He had other ways to secure money. He revealed that during his arrival, he had noticed a grand building and discovered it was a casino. After just one evening of gambling, he had amassed 50,000 gold coins. Furthermore, he had learned that numerous casinos operated within the city. By increasing the taxation on these establishments, they could generate significant revenue, enough to fund the dam's construction. Lucas observed Rain carefully, realizing that while he might not have the same cunning as some of the city's schemers, he possessed an unyielding determination and a willingness to take decisive action. Perhaps Rain would be a more formidable player in the city's power struggles than he had initially thought. Nobles were wondering whether the casino had been raided. If that were the case, it would mean no earnings from the casino that month. They considered the situation. There were only a few casinos in the city, and the one in which they had invested had not yet been targeted. It seemed that with the arrival of the master, he's setting his sights on new endeavors, unaware that in doing so, he had provoked Edvin family. Now, Edvin was certain to find himself in serious trouble. Lucas reflected on the situation. Initially, he had no intention of taking action, but now that this man had chosen to interfere with him, he would have no choice but to destroy him. Addressing Master Rain, Lucas pointed out that operating a casino was not illegal in their empire and expressed his confusion over Rain's reasoning. He accused Rain of unjustly raiding their casino despite their adherence to the Caradorial nation's regulations. According to Lucas, Rain had violated these laws by conducting the raid. The other nobles voiced their agreement, insisting that Master Rain had overstepped his authority. The room quickly filled with dissenting voices against Rain. Many of those who had earlier been offering gifts were now turning against Rain. Lucas observed the shift in sentiment and thought to himself that the young master was indeed naive. He had no understanding of how influence worked in this city. Everyone present at the gathering had ties to the casino business, and if Rain disrupted their operations, he would face resistance from all of them. Rain, however, remained unfazed. He reminded them that only a short while ago, he had requested donations for a dam project, and they had all pleaded poverty. Yet, now that he had taken money by his own means, they were suddenly outraged. He acknowledged that operating a casino was permitted but pointed out that none of them had paid their dues, neither the casino taxes nor personal profit taxes. Essentially, they had all been engaged in theft. Giving them a choice, Rain declared that they must either admit their wrongdoing and forfeit everything or abandon the casino business entirely. If they refused, he would ensure their compliance by force. Lucas, attempting to challenge Rain, questioned whether the Grand Duke was aware of these actions. He implied that if the Grand Duke found out, Rain's authority would be in jeopardy, and he might not be forgiven. The nobles echoed Lucas's sentiments, accusing Rain of abusing his power. Rain, however, dismissed their accusations, calling them hypocrites for citing laws established by his own father. He then ordered the soldiers to bring forth the individuals he had captured. As the captives were presented, Lucas was startled to recognize two familiar faces. They were his son Varslow's guards, who were rarely far from his side. If they had been caught, it could only mean that Varslow himself was in trouble. Rain turned to Edwin and asked if he recognized the two men. Edwin, maintaining his composure, denied knowing them, claiming he was seeing them for the first time. Rain, unfazed, explained that the question had been simple: either Edwin knew them or he did not. He then recounted how earlier that day, while roaming the city, these two men had attempted to assassinate him. During the attack, they had boasted about their influence, claiming that no one in the city could stop them. Intrigued, Rain had wanted to uncover the powerful figure backing them, and in this city, no one held more influence than Lucas. Turning back to the room, Rain asked if anyone else could identify the two men and reveal whom they served. The assembled nobles exchanged uneasy glances. all aware that these men were Varslow's followers. Wherever he went, these guards accompanied him. If they had attacked Master Rain, it could only have been on Varslow's orders. The realization dawned upon everyone: Lucas was trapped, with no apparent way out. Lucas desperately hoped the captured men would remain silent, as any confession from them would unravel everything he had built. He watched anxiously as events unfolded. Then, in a dramatic move, Lucas stepped forward, drawing his dagger. Without hesitation, he accused the two men of committing an unforgivable crime, attacking the son of Grand Duke. He proclaimed that if anything had happened to Rain, the entire city would have suffered the consequences. Declaring that they must pay for their actions with their lives, he swiftly executed them on the spot, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. Feigning remorse, Lucas turned to Rain, begging for forgiveness. He claimed that his anger had taken out of control when he heard about the assassination attempt, leading him to act rashly. If Rain wished to punish him, he would accept it. Rain, however, merely smirked. He commended Lucas's unwavering sense of justice, remarking that if only everyone shared his will, the city would be a better place. With heavy sarcasm, he declared Lucas the greatest noble in the city. Lucas, playing along, humbly thanked Rain for his praise, insisting that he had merely done what anyone in his position should have. Rain then turned the situation on its head. He pointed out that Lucas had eliminated his men before the true mastermind had even arrived. Without missing a beat, he ordered his soldiers to bring in the real culprit. As the guards dragged Varslow into the room, the young noble seethed with rage. "You bastards, if you have any courage, face me openly. You don't understand. My father is the greatest noble in Essling City." Once they were free and he had spoken to his father, he warned them that escaping from there would be nearly impossible. He reminded them of the immense power his family wielded in the city. Lucas wondered Varslow had been caught. It all made sense to him now. He had been unable to meet him since the morning. He recalled instructing his wife to befriend Grand Duke's son, yet here he was, at odds with him instead. Varslow turned to Rain and accused him of killing his servants. He declared that it had been a grave mistake and vowed that, just as he had killed them, he would meet the same fate. He challenged Rain to free him and see how he would torture him in return. Rain smirked. "Your dreams are quite big." That not only did he want to kill him, but he sought to torment him as well. He found their way of thinking rather intriguing and offered them a chance to speak further if they had more to say. Varslow remarked that it was generous to give him opportunity to speak. He boasted that no matter how much trouble he had gotten into, there was no noble in the city who would dare stand against them. Varslow assured Rain that if he had declared he would be killed, his fate was sealed. They warned him not to take their words lightly, or he would be making a dire mistake. Rain chuckled, clearly entertained. He commented that he had encountered many courageous individuals before, but none had ever spoken to him so boldly. He was amused that this man dared to look him in the eyes and claim that he could kill him. Turning to Mr. Lucas Edwin, he expressed his admiration for the man's audacity and inquired about Edwin's thoughts on him. At that moment, Varslow was taken aback to see his father standing there. With a laugh, he finally understood the reason behind Rain's confidence. "You are flaunting power and connection to Lucas, but do you know what's the relation between me and Lucas Edwin?" Mr. Lucas, meanwhile, ordered him to be silent and to get on his knees immediately. He declared that having a son like Varslow was an embarrassment to him. Seeing his father behave this way left Varslow utterly confused. He hesitantly asked his father what he was doing, reminding him of all the praise he had spoken of him earlier. He was baffled by the insults his father was now throwing at him. Lucas stepped forward and forced Varslow onto his knees, demanding that he apologize. He asked if he failed to understand the gravity of the situation. Addressing Master Rain, he acknowledged that his son had made a grave mistake but pleaded for leniency. He insisted that his son was young and naive, promising that such a mistake would never happen again. In desperation, he offered everything he owned, his wealth, properties, and power, in exchange for his son's forgiveness. Varslow, recalling his father's instructions to befriend Grand Duke's son, realized he had done the complete opposite. He began to question whether Rain truly was as powerful as his father had claimed. Trembling, he hesitantly asked if Rain was indeed the son of the Grand Duke. Rain scoffed and sarcastically asked if Varslow had lost his senses. He questioned whether Varslow had ever considered that a common man could never hold such authority. Varslow, realizing his mistake, banged his head and begged for forgiveness. He admitted to making a terrible mistake and insisted that if he had known Rain's true identity, he would never have acted as he did. Desperate, Lucas spoke again, pleading with Master Rain to spare their family. He swore that the entire Edvin family would serve him loyally like dogs, obeying his every command. Rain smirked and remarked that everything they had earned over the years now belonged to him. He assured them that if they handed it over, he would spare their lives. Lucas immediately expressed his gratitude, relieved that they had been given a chance. However, he secretly harbored resentment. If he was to be ruined, he saw no reason to let others escape their fate. He decided to expose the city leader, Edric. Turning to Rain, Lucas claimed that while he had stolen taxes and money, Edric had committed a far greater crime. He revealed that Edric had allied with outsiders and was plotting against his father. If there was anyone guilty of treason, Lucas argued, it was Edric, not him. The nobles murmured among themselves, shocked by the revelation. They questioned whether their city lord was truly planning a rebellion. If so, it was a crime of the highest order. Before Lucas could continue, Rain silenced him. He admitted that he had been prepared to forgive him, but Lucas had made a critical mistake. He accused him of attempting to drag others down with him. Rain expressed his distaste for such cowardice and declared that he no longer intended to spare Lucas's family. He commanded the guards to seize them all, ensuring that their entire bloodline would be wiped out. Smiling, City Lord reflected on the situation, thinking that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. He had always known that no matter how intelligent the young master became, he would remain a fool, both reckless and impulsive in equal measure. Meanwhile, City Lord stepped forward and expressed his gratitude. He told Master Rain, I am absolutely loyal to our Grand Duke, and you have not tested my loyalty. Instead, you have done me a great favor. Rain reassured him, advising him not to worry. He stated that he had complete faith in City Lord, adding that if he had any doubts, he would have kept a close watch over the city. He emphasized his certainty that City Lord would not betray them. As Rain gazed at the City Lord panel, his thoughts took a different turn. He pondered how anyone could trust a person whose defining trait was greed. He noted that this individual's loyalty rating was merely 15, a glaring warning sign. Recalling Lucas Edvin's parting words, he concluded that they had been completely insincere. The scene then shifted to the study room, where Rain was seated. He calculated that they had amassed 100,000 gold coins from the casino, an amount equivalent to 2 years' worth of taxes from Essling City. He lamented that no tax revenue had come from the city in years. Not even under the pretense of a development fund. He knew that his father had regularly sent funds, yet the local nobles had squandered it all in the casino. Just then, Leah entered with a tray. Master Run, I've brought you black tea. You've been working for so long, you should take a break, she urged. Rain, still engrossed in the records, responded, Leah, as I was reviewing these records, I discovered just how corrupt the nobles here are. They've plundered us for years, and not a single one among them is honorable. Leah hesitated before voicing a concern that had been on her mind for some time. She reminded Rain that Lucas had publicly declared the Eldrick a traitor, and she doubted that such a statement had been made lightly. She feared that if the Elder truly was a traitor and decided to rebel while Rain was in the city, it could place him in grave danger. She asked whether they should inform Grand Duke and the others. Rain, however, remained composed. He assured Leah that he understood her concern but insisted that there was no need to worry. He acknowledged that the Eldrick was indeed a treacherous individual who would inevitably betray them. However, he explained that he was deliberately biding his time because he had devised a dangerous plan to teach him a lesson. Until his plan was fully in place, he would not allow Eldrick to act against them. Leah, puzzled by his words, asked, Young Master, what exactly are you planning to do? Rain explained that he had yet to identify all those working for Eldrick. Without knowing his true enemies, he admitted that he was still vulnerable. He reasoned that if he acted impulsively, the consequences could be disastrous. He feared that his own recklessness might plunge the entire city into chaos. However, he found it advantageous that Eldrick currently perceived him as a fool. As long as they believed he was oblivious to their schemes, he could continue executing his plans unnoticed. The next day, at City Lord Mansion, Guildmaster Malcolm of the Mage Guild arrived at the hall for a meeting. Elric addressed him, explaining that there was a significant reason behind his summons. He informed Malcolm that Grand Duke's younger son had arrived in the city and, in an effort to prove himself, had begun insulting the Mage Guild. He pointed out that the newly issued budget for the dam explicitly stated that mages could not work on the project, questioning whether this was not a blatant insult to their guild. Upon hearing this, Malcolm reacted with outrage. He exclaimed that the decision was a grave injustice and made it clear that even though the young man was the Grand Duke's son, he had no right to disrespect the Mage Guild. He declared that their contributions were the backbone of the country and that excluding them from the dam's budget was utterly unacceptable. Meanwhile, Eldrick watched the unfolding conversation with amusement. He had initially assumed that persuading the mages to join his cause would require a substantial bribe, but now he realized that mere manipulation had sufficed. He noted that Malcolm had already fallen into his trap and would soon storm off to confront Rain. Smirking, Eldrick concluded that this would weaken Rain's position even further. True to Eldrick's expectations, Malcolm declared that he would not tolerate such injustice and resolved to speak with the young master directly. However, as he left, an elder mused to himself that he had managed to ignite yet another conflict. He smugly observed that Rain had unwittingly turned the Magic Guild against him. While these people had never been particularly loyal to Rain, his actions had now cemented them as his enemies. Eldrick thought to himself that Rain was now entirely isolated within the city. On the other side of the city, Rain was focused on his future projects, sketching out structural blueprints. Leah entered and informed him that Malcolm, the guild master of the Mage Guild, had arrived to meet him. Rain, caught off guard, wondered who this visitor could be. As soon as Rain entered the guest room, Malcolm confronted him. Without preamble, he accused Rain of having disrespected the Mage Guild upon his arrival in the city. He expressed his deep offense, making it clear that the guild members were outraged by the insult. Rain, taken aback, calmly asked, "Mr. Malcolm, what exactly are you referring to? As far as I recall, I have not insulted the mages in any way. The Mage Guild works for the benefit of our people, so why would I go out of my way to antagonize you?" Malcolm, brandishing a document, insisted that Rain stop pretending. He pointed out that Rain himself had issued the recruitment letter, which explicitly stated that mages were barred from working on the dam project. He demanded to know how Rain could possibly be unaware of a directive he had personally authorized. Rain admitted that he had indeed issued the document. "You must be aware that I am overseeing the dam's construction," he stated. "I have carefully selected the best individuals for the job. How does that amount to an insult to your guild?" Malcolm, growing increasingly frustrated, retorted, "Your letter explicitly states that mages and even elderly workers are not to be employed in this project. Do you see us as so useless that you would exclude us outright? Your decision has deeply provoked my people." As Malcolm ranted, Rain observed him with growing skepticism. Inwardly, he wondered if the guild master had lost his mind. Rain had clearly stated in his plans that he was building a dam and that no laborers would be allowed inside. Frustrated, he questioned the necessity of mages in this endeavor. "Does he expect me to have the mages do the physical labor?" he thought. If that's the case, then Malcolm is truly an idiot. Malcolm, however, was not amused. "Master Rain," he said sternly, "you must reconsider this decision. If you refuse to allow mages to work on the dam, our entire guild will stand against you." Rain found Malcolm's words amusing. "He's making bold claims," he thought. "Let's see just how loyal he really is." Activating his scanning ability, he examined Malcolm's stats. His loyalty rating was an impressive 82. "This level of loyalty is not something that wavers easily," Rain noted. "Someone must have incited him against me." Trying to de-escalate the situation, Rain addressed Malcolm calmly. "Mr. Malcolm, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I have no intention of insulting mages. You asked for my reasoning, so let me give you 3 clear reasons why I am not employing mages inside the dam." He continued, "First, mages have limited mana, which means they cannot work continuously throughout the day. As a result, the dam would not be completed on time. Second, hiring a mage is significantly more expensive. For the same cost of hiring 1 mage, I could employ 10 laborers who would accomplish much more through sheer physical effort. Lastly, mages already have stable employment within the guilds and do not lack financial security. Commoners, on the other hand, struggle to find work. As a landlord, it is in my best interest to provide jobs to those who need them the most. This benefits both me and the people." Malcolm was unconvinced. "Master Rain, you seem to have forgotten the way this world operates. Here, power lies with those who possess magic. Only a rare few can become mages, and by refusing to employ them, you are making a costly mistake." Rain shook his head. "Yes, it's true that only a select few can become mages, but this land belongs to me, and the work is mine to allocate as I see fit. No law dictates that nobles, wizards, or commoners must be treated differently. Now that this city is under my control, I intend to ensure that everyone understands this. Civilians and mages are equal. There is no justification for discrimination. Neither group is superior or inferior. I hope you can understand my perspective." Malcolm's expression darkened. "Master Rin, you're making a grave mistake. Becoming a mage requires immense effort. If you fail to recognize the difference in their status, you will make enemies of the mage community. And trust me, that is a conflict even you cannot afford." Rain remained unfazed. "Mr. Malcolm, I respect you, which is the only reason you're still standing here. Given the way you have spoken to me, my maid would have already dealt with you otherwise." Malcolm's eyes widened in alarm as he realized that Rain's maid had silently drawn a dagger and was now pointing it at him. "Master Rin," he stammered, "there's no need for this. I apologize if I overstepped my bounds. Please, forgive me." Observing Malcolm's unwavering loyalty, Rain's suspicions deepen. Even now, his loyalty remains unchanged. That means he's not acting out of personal gain. Someone has manipulated him into opposing me, he deduced, and I can already guess who. This must be Edric's doing. That man excels at using others as pawns. With a wave of his hand, Rain signaled his maid to lower the dagger. Let him go, he commanded. Malcolm is not the enemy here. Malcolm bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Master Ren. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Ren's mind. Host, you have completed your first mission. You have successfully used your scanning ability on 10 individuals. Your new quest is to recruit 5 high-status individuals to work under you. Additionally, a new function has been unlocked. You may check it at your convenience. A satisfied smirk crossed Rain's face. Finally, the system's missions are progressing. Time to see what rewards await. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Edric was waiting for Malcolm. As soon as he spotted him, he rushed forward. Guildmaster Malcolm, what happened? Did Master Rain understand your point? Malcolm let out a weary sigh. No, there's nothing more to discuss. Master Rain refused to listen and forced me out. I barely made it out of there alive. I have no intention of provoking him any further. Edric, however, was undeterred. A sly grin spread across his face as he leaned in conspiratorially. Guildmaster, I have a brilliant idea. If you follow my plan precisely, I guarantee Master Rain will not only change his mind but will also start treating you with the utmost respect. Malcolm hesitated, but curiosity got the better of him. What exactly do you have in mind? The city lord, however, remained undeterred. With a sly smile, he assured Malcolm that while their initial plan had failed, he had an even better idea in mind. He confidently stated that once they implemented this new scheme, Rain would change his stance and even treat Malcolm with respect. However, there was one crucial task Malcolm needed to undertake. Malcolm, skeptical, questioned the feasibility of the plan. He pointed out that Rain's initiative was immensely beneficial to the commoners. Given their lack of employment opportunities, they were bound to accept Rain's generous offers. The city lord, however, smirked knowingly and countered that it wasn't about whether the commoners would accept the work, it was about ensuring they couldn't complete it. If the workers failed, Rain would inevitably become frustrated and dismiss them. Sensing Malcolm's hesitation, the city lord reminded him of his magical abilities, suggesting that he use a spell to exhaust the commoners, rendering them incapable of fulfilling their duties. Malcolm, shocked at the suggestion, initially resisted. He acknowledged that while he was displeased with Rain's actions, he had no personal vendetta against him or the commoners. To curse innocent workers seemed extreme and unjust. The city lord, however, pressed further. He dismissed the commoners as lazy and ungrateful, arguing that their struggles were self-inflicted. If they truly wanted to survive, they could farm, hunt, or find other means of sustenance. Instead, they relied on noble generosity. He then painted a dire picture. If the commoners succeeded in proving their worth, Rain would continue hiring them, reducing opportunities for mages like Malcolm and his peers. In such a scenario, the Mage Guild's influence would wane, leading to widespread unemployment among the mages. Malcolm, torn between his morality and his loyalty to his guild, found himself deeply troubled. As the city lord's words sank in, he realized the implications. If the commoners gained favor, the nobles would have no reason to depend on mages for labor. After much deliberation, Malcolm reluctantly conceded. With a heavy heart, he asked the city lord what exactly needed to be done. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a large notice board had been set up. The townspeople gathered around, reading the announcement in disbelief. The notice stated that the new lord was hiring workers, offering 9 to 5 works with 3 meals a day and 10 copper coins in daily wages. It seemed too good to be true. Among the crowd, a man voiced his skepticism. He questioned when nobles had ever been so benevolent. No matter what they promised, in the end, they only looked out for themselves. Another man agreed, suggesting that this was likely a trap. He recounted past instances where nobles had tricked the commoners into working for free, including the recent construction of a casino. The Edwin family had convinced them to invest their earnings in gambling, leading them to lose everything they had rightfully earned. One by one, the townspeople began expressing their doubts. The consensus was clear: nobles didn't care about commoners, and this offer was likely just another deception. Just then, Lillian, who had been listening to their complaints, could no longer stay silent. Stepping forward, she reprimanded them for speaking ill of their new lord despite knowing so little about him. She asserted that if people did not have knowledge about something, they should refrain from speaking nonsense about it. She recounted an encounter she had with their lord a few days prior and expressed her admiration for him. She described him as the most noble person she had met, emphasizing that he genuinely cared for every single citizen. According to her, He had promised to transform the entire city and improve the lives of its inhabitants. However, her words were met with laughter and skepticism from those around her. The crowd murmured among themselves, wondering who she was. Some speculated that a noble had deceived her, and they dismissed her claims, believing she was too naive to understand the stark difference between what nobles said and what they actually did. Meanwhile, Lillian stepped forward and approached the person in charge of filling out forms. She firmly stated that she wanted to apply on behalf of her father for the dam project. The man filling the forms responded, saying that while they could accept her father's application, they could not accept hers. Confused, Lillian questioned why she was being denied. She insisted that she was not to be underestimated just because she was a girl. She asserted that she was strong and capable of performing the same work as her father. The man clarified that it was not a matter of personal opinion but rather a directive from Master Rain. He explained that they were not permitted to hire individuals who were underage. Judging by Lillian's appearance, he estimated that she was under 18, which made her ineligible. He added that hiring an underage worker would put them at great risk. If Master Rain found out, he would not hesitate to punish them severely. He continued explaining the work conditions, stating that she could not participate in the construction of the dam. The working hours were from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., totaling 8 hours per day. Workers would not receive 3 full meals daily, and their wages would be calculated on a daily basis. Once a day's work was completed, they would receive their payment, which amounted to 10 copper coins per day. He invited Lillian to ask any questions if she had concerns. Otherwise, she could proceed with filling out the form to officially become a part of the dam project. Turning to her father, Lillian urged him to work diligently and not be lazy, reminding him that this was the young master's project. Her father reassured her, promising that he would no longer gamble away their money as he had in the past. He vowed to work wholeheartedly to support their family. He acknowledged that young Master Rain had stood up for the common people and declared that he could not betray such a person's trust. He then advised Lillian to stay at home and take care of her mother, mentioning that their uncle also needed someone to look after him. Hearing this, the man filling the form suddenly interjected, asking for clarification on Lillian's father's words. When asked if there was an issue, the man inquired whether his wife was seriously ill. Lillian's father confirmed that she was in poor health, but insisted that he was there only to discuss work, not his family's hardships. The soldier then revealed that he had not been asking about work but had instead been offering assistance. He explained that since Lillian's father had not asked any questions earlier, he had not been able to provide this information sooner. He happily informed him that young Master Rain had arranged accommodations for the workers. Given that the dam project was located far away, commuting daily would be extremely difficult. To address this issue, young Master Rain had provided temporary quarters for workers and their families. The soldier assured Lillian's father that as long as he remained employed on the dam project, he and his family could stay in the provided housing. Once the project was completed, they could return to their homes. If his wife was sick, she could also stay in the workers' quarters, making it easier for him to care for her while working. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lillian's father dropped to his knees, thanking them profusely. He was astonished that someone was thinking so much about the common people. He confessed that he had been struggling to figure out how to care for his family while working. But now, thanks to young Master Rain's arrangements, his worries had been alleviated. The soldier quickly reassured him that there was no need to bow. He promised to send someone to help move Lillian's mother and their belongings to the workers' quarters. He added that if Lillian's father needed any further assistance, he should not hesitate to ask. He emphasized that young Master Rain had personally hired them for this purpose and that they were ready to help as much as possible. Witnessing this act of generosity, the townspeople who had previously doubted young Master Rain now began to change their opinions. They murmured among themselves, realizing that their new lord was indeed a kind and benevolent man. They acknowledged that rejecting such an opportunity would be a mistake. Determined, many among the crowd resolved that, no matter what, they would work on the project. The soldier, seeing their enthusiasm, assured them that there was work available for everyone. He reassured the crowd, telling them that there was no need to jostle and that they should form a queue comfortably, as he would fill out the forms for everyone. Meanwhile, the system informed him that the host was providing the blueprint for a lithium battery, marking his first task. Rain found himself wondering about the usefulness of a battery blueprint. He thought that without an electricity generator, having a battery would be of little benefit. The purpose of a battery was to store energy, but since he couldn't generate any energy in his current situation, he questioned whether the system was mocking him by giving such a seemingly useless reward. Frustrated, he turned his attention to the second task. As he reviewed it, he realized it was significantly more difficult. The task required him to recruit 5 people of high status. He pondered where he would find such individuals. Initially, he had planned to train Leah to achieve such a status. But upon checking her statistics, he discovered that all her attributes were already quite high, none falling below 90. This meant she had already reached her potential, rendering further training pointless. Since he himself did not count among the people he needed, he concluded that he would have to travel to the city, where there were likely many talented individuals who had simply never been given an opportunity to train and showcase their abilities. Just then, a knock on the gate interrupted his thoughts. Leah announced that Lillian had come to meet him. Rain instructed her to let Lillian in. As she entered, Lillian immediately expressed her concerns, explaining that something strange was happening at the construction site. She recounted how everyone had been excited before arriving, yet once there, no one was able to work. Rain, intrigued, asked her to clarify. In response, the narrative shifted to an earlier scene at the construction site. Lillian had confronted her father, questioning why he had taken another break so soon after the last one. She scolded the workers, reminding them that frequent breaks would delay the completion of their work. Her father, however, looked at her solemnly and insisted that he truly wanted to work. He explained that, for some reason, he had felt inexplicably weak since arriving at the site. It wasn't just him, everyone around seemed to be experiencing the same lack of energy. Despite their desire to work, their bodies simply wouldn't cooperate. He even demonstrated how little strength he had left by attempting to strike the ground, but the effort was futile. Frustrated, Lillian tried to reason with them, reminding them that they had been given a rare opportunity to work. She warned that if they continued to be idle, they could not later complain about the nobles never offering them employment. Another worker chimed in, assuring her that they were not making excuses. He admitted that none of them wished to be lazy, but something strange had happened. Ever since they arrived, their strength had completely drained. The other workers agreed, speculating that perhaps their bodies had simply grown unaccustomed to labor over time. They believed that after some rest and a meal, they would regain their strength. However, Lillian refused to accept their reasoning, accusing them of laziness and making excuses. Upon hearing all this, Rin decided to visit the construction site himself. When he arrived, Lillian immediately reported what the workers had said. She urged him not to believe their excuses, warning that if he showed leniency, they would become even lazier, and the dam project would never be completed. Curious, Rain checked the status of Lillian's father and discovered that a curse was affecting him, preventing him from exerting any effort. Realizing that none of the workers were actually sick but rather afflicted by the same curse, Rin reassured Lillian that they were telling the truth. Determined to get to the bottom of the issue, he decided to use his prospecting skill. He had originally intended to reserve this ability for later, once the dam construction had begun in earnest. However, given the circumstances, he realized he had no choice but to use it now. His skill allowed him to analyze stones, formations, minerals, and even land structures in great detail, things that would otherwise remain a mystery. Rain activated his skill and commanded the system to analyze the geological conditions within a 10-kilometer radius. As the system began scanning the area, he pondered what exactly was happening. Soon, the results confirmed that the land contained neither petroleum nor metal, leaving him even more perplexed about the nature of the problem. Rin had initially thought that the place would have a lot of water. As they examined the surroundings, someone remarked that if water was nearby, it should be visible. However, something strange was happening. There was an unusual energy emanating from beneath the ground. The astonishing thing was that the ground wasn't too deep below the surface. Rain stated that they shouldn't overlook this ground, as he believed something significant lay beneath it. Lillian's father responded confidently, saying, "Yes, Master Rain, I can handle the job in just 2 minutes. Even though we are all exhausted, digging this much will be easy for us." As they dug into the ground, a crystal emerged before them. Lillian's father stared at it in astonishment and admitted that he had never seen anything like it before. Leah, equally intrigued, wondered how young Master Rain had been able to detect it. The crystal's magic was so faint that even she hadn't sensed it, yet Rain had done so effortlessly. She started contemplating whether their young master was a magic genius, which would explain how he managed to accomplish such feats so easily. Rain instructed them to carefully extract the crystal and store it in a box, assuring them that it would unveil many secrets. He then shifted the topic and asked a crucial question: if someone is cursed, how do they cure themselves? One of the others explained that, generally, curing a curse required seeking out a priest to lift it. If visiting a priest wasn't an option, a powerful magician could also remove the curse with ease. Rain pondered for a moment and then stated, "You mentioned magicians. Typically, magicians can be found in the Mage Guild. However, since we can't go there at the moment, Lillian, bring your father and come with me to see the priest." Lillian, now deeply concerned, asked, "Young Master Rain, are you certain that my father has been cursed?" Rain confirmed it but reassured her, "Yes, he has been cursed, but don't worry, the ones responsible won't get away with it. I already have an idea of who did this and their possible motive. They made a huge mistake. Upon reaching the church, the priest himself came out to welcome them. He greeted Rain warmly, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Rain, however, remained cautious. He was determined to have Lillian's father treated, but first, he needed to assess the priest's loyalty. If the priest's loyalty was insufficient, Rain would not proceed with the treatment. He activated his system to scan the priest. The system revealed that the priest's name was Saintess Era. Although she appeared to be 24 years old, in reality, she was 257 years old and an elf. Her loyalty to Ren was exceptionally high, measuring at 95 points. Ren found this remarkable but noted that she was not human. Seeing an elf wasn't a new experience for him, but it was still intriguing. Saintess Era introduced herself formally, saying, "Master Ren, I am the saintess of this church. My name is Era. How may I assist you?" Rain pointed to Lillian's father and explained, "This man has been cursed. I brought him here so you could heal him." Rain observed her closely, thinking that while her loyalty was impressive, he needed to see if her abilities matched her dedication. Era responded without hesitation, "Understood. I will heal him." She then began scanning Lillian's father using her ice magic. After a moment, she confirmed Ren's suspicion, saying, "Master Rain, you are absolutely right. This man has indeed been cursed." Rain then asked, "Can you remove it?" With a calm demeanor, Era summoned her light energy and said, "As a priestess, it is my duty to guide those trapped in darkness back to the light." She released a glowing orb of light that moved forward and entered Lillian's father's body. Moments later, the curse visibly lifted from his form and dissipated. Lillian's father was overjoyed. He turned to Rain and exclaimed, "Master Rain, this is incredible. I feel an entirely new surge of energy within me, as if I have been reborn." He clenched his fists in excitement and continued, "Now, I will prioritize my work. I'll be able to perform my duties with far greater efficiency than before. I felt terrible that I was unable to work properly and was simply collecting my wages, but from now on, that will change. I will work harder than ever." Rain stated that there was no need to hurry. He assured everyone that they would first resolve the matter at hand before returning to work. Addressing Saintess Era, he inquired whether she was aware of the crystal they had discovered at the construction site. He also mentioned his belief in the existence of the crystal as the presence of a mysterious crystal that had seemingly cursed all the people. He then asked Era to explain the nature of the stone, its purpose, and its effects. As he spoke, he displayed the stone to Era. In response, Saintess Era explained that it was a dark crystal, commonly used as a magical artifact. According to him, someone had infused a significant amount of energy into it, amplifying the power of the curse. However, he noted that the individual behind the curse did not appear to have malicious intentions. Instead of using the crystal's energy to kill, the person had chosen to exhaust people through its effects. He emphasized that the energy stored within the crystal was potent enough to destroy everyone, but the creator had deliberately restrained its power. Rain then asked whether, as Era had mentioned, the crystal was a common magical artifact. He wanted to know if it was easy to create. Saintess replied that for a high-level mage, crafting such a crystal would indeed be simple. He speculated that a powerful mage had created the crystal and buried it at the construction site, which was why the workers had been struggling to complete their tasks. Growing suspicious, Rain questioned whether Saintess knew about their project. Saintess reassured him, stating that their church worked for the welfare of the people and closely monitored any project that could benefit society. He acknowledged that Rain's project had the potential to provide jobs and improve people's livelihoods, which was why he was well aware of it. She then expressed gratitude for the opportunities the project had created, adding that if Rain continued to support the people, the church would support him. Meanwhile, Rain reflected on a past encounter where he had attempted to threaten Malcolm. He recalled that his warnings had been ineffective. As the old man remained arrogant and dismissive, Rain concluded that it was necessary to teach him a lesson. Turning back to Saintess Era, Rain pointed out that the entire construction site was cursed. He then asked if Era could use his powers to lift the curse, as work could not resume until the issue was resolved. Era explained that removing a curse from an individual was vastly different from dispelling one that affected an entire location. She admitted that the task would be extremely difficult. Moreover, even if she succeeded, he warned that another curse could easily be placed on the site, as finding cursed crystals was uncommon. She questioned whether Run could continuously find and remove them, highlighting the impracticality of doing so. Rain conceded that Era had a point. Unless the root cause of the problem was addressed, the issues would persist. He decided that he would personally confront the owner to understand the difficulties he was facing. Era then interjected, mentioning that she knew someone capable of resolving the problem effectively. However, she cautioned that the person was quite eccentric and might refuse to help. She advised Rain not to set high expectations. Shortly after, Rain arrived at a mansion. As he approached, he recalled that Saintess Era had given him the address of Lady Selena, the former president of the Mage Guild. He had heard that she was highly skilled in magic, and he hoped her assistance would make it easier to manage the current crisis. At that moment, Leah, who was accompanying him, noticed something unusual from the mansion's rooftop. Urgently, she warned Rain to take cover, predicting an imminent explosion. Moments later, a powerful blast erupted from the mansion's second floor. Rain, witnessing the scene, found it perplexing. He could not understand why an explosion would occur at the residence of the former Mage Guild president. Inside the mansion, Selena, seemingly unfazed by the blast, muttered to herself. She lamented yet another failed experiment but vowed not to give up until she succeeded. When Rain and Leah approached her, she quickly dismissed any interest in assisting them. She clarified that she was deeply engrossed in research and had no intention of leaving until her work was complete. Curious, Rain asked whether she was working on a magical staff. Selena scoffed at his assumption, remarking that noble children often had limited understanding of magic. She clarified that she was developing a magical device, not a mere staff. Amused by his ignorance, she teased him about his simplistic thinking. At this point, Leah intervened, asserting that Selena should remember whom she was addressing. She reminded Selena that Rain was the third son of the Grand Duke and the Lord of the territory. She insisted that Selena should speak respectfully and refrain from making a mockery of him. Sensing Leah's magical energy, Selena appeared intrigued. Instead of taking offense, she proposed that Leah assist her in her research. She speculated that with Leah's help, she could complete her project more quickly, after which she would offer her assistance to Rain in return. She reasoned that this arrangement would benefit both parties. Leah, however, stood her ground, refusing the offer. She emphasized that they had come seeking aid, not engaging in negotiations. She warned Selena against disrespecting her master, stating that if she did not adjust her attitude, force would be used to make her comply. Selena, undeterred, responded with a challenge. She remarked that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to her in such a manner and expressed interest in testing their strength. As tensions escalated, Rain stepped in to de-escalate the situation. He reminded them that they were there to seek help, not to provoke conflicts. Noticing the cluttered research materials on Selena's table, Rain observed that she was deeply invested in magical studies rather than administrative duties. Selena, acknowledging his remark, admitted that everything on the table consisted of failed experiments. She explained that her goal was to create a device capable of storing magical energy, allowing mages to use their power more efficiently rather than letting it go to waste. Intrigued, Rain considered the implications of such an invention. He then proposed an offer. He claimed to have knowledge of a method that could help her achieve her goal. However, he made it clear that he did not offer assistance for free. If he helped her, she would have to return the favor by assisting him. Selena, skeptical, responded irritably. She pointed out that her repeated failures had already frustrated her, and she had no patience for empty claims. She dismissed the idea that someone could instantly grasp her concept and create such a device. Rain, however, remained firm. He reiterated his proposition. If he successfully designed a device capable of storing magical energy, would she, in return, aid him in his battle against the Mage Guild? Rain continued. The people were causing numerous problems, and that was why help was needed from someone powerful enough to bring them under control. Rain stated that no one is more capable than President. Rain continued, explaining that if a magical device, one specifically required, had been created, a promise would have been made to put Mage Guild in his place by the following day. Regardless of the Malcolm's current behavior, standing before the president would turn him into nothing more than a helpless creature. He would obey any command given without hesitation, and not only would the curse be removed, but the entire guild would be under control. However, all of this was contingent on receiving the necessary assistance. Selena warned that failure would mean an inability to guarantee safety, as self-restraint would become exceedingly difficult. 5 hours later, the scene shifted to the completed lithium batteries. Examining the blueprint, Rain pondered the situation. He had assumed that possessing the battery was sufficient, but the question of energy input remained unresolved. Constructing a generator seemed necessary, but doing so would require a dam, an endeavor that would consume an immense amount of time. However, Selena had unexpectedly provided a solution to his dilemma. It had not even crossed his mind that mages could be used as an energy source. After thoroughly inspecting the battery, Rain acknowledged that it had been crafted flawlessly, exactly as depicted in the blueprint. Every detail was precise. Selena, however, scolded him, expressing her frustration. She remarked that if this was meant as a joke, it was a poor one. She had previously experimented with numerous expensive materials to store her energy, yet each one had eventually exploded. Now, he was claiming that a few simple stones would be sufficient to contain her power. She was convinced that a larger explosion was imminent. Rain reassured her, stating that there was no need to worry about an explosion. The battery had a capacity of 185 watts per kilogram, and she could channel all of her energy into it to see for herself. To charge it, he explained, nothing extraordinary was required, simply passing electricity through the designated wire would suffice, and the batteries would automatically store the energy. Selena recalled hearing about the importance of mastering electricity and wondered whether the widespread rumors were true. As she channeled her energy into the wire, she was amazed to see that the batteries were not exploding. Instead, they absorbed her energy efficiently. Stunned, she declared that this was impossible. The fact that the batteries remained intact meant that she had succeeded. Rain, however, pointed out that her energy was insufficient. Despite her efforts, she had not even managed to charge half of the battery. He concluded that she lacked the capacity to fully charge it. Frustrated, Selena retorted that he had the audacity to challenge her abilities. Determined to prove him wrong, she vowed to demonstrate true energy and unleashed her full power. Shortly after, Selena collapsed from exhaustion. She could hardly believe that the device had managed to store all of her energy. She admitted to herself that the device had far exceeded her expectations. Meanwhile, Rain examined the battery, confirming that it was already at 87% capacity. Even after using such a vast amount of energy, the battery was capable of powering an electric car for nearly 3,000 kilometers. He acknowledged Selena's immense power. Releasing so much energy from her body was an extraordinary feat. With the battery nearly fully charged, Rain declared that it was time to show the mages what technological magic could achieve. As he brought the wires together to generate electricity, Selena watched in astonishment and asked if he possessed the ability to use electricity magic. Rain replied that it wasn't just him. If he wished, every person in the city could harness this power. Selena scoffed, dismissing his claim as nonsense. She pointed out that learning magic was an incredibly difficult task, one that only a rare few could accomplish. Suggesting that everyone could use magic was absurd. However, Rain reminded her that he never joked about such matters. If she searched within herself, she would realize that he had even greater ideas for magical devices. If those devices were to be realized, they would perform wonders. He envisioned a world where every individual could wield magic, not just lightning magic, but fire magic, wind magic, and more. He urged Selena to assist him, promising that if she did, they would soon witness a reality where magic and technology coexisted seamlessly. Selena reflected on his words. Indeed, not everyone in this world was capable of using magic. As she considered the implications, the scene shifted. Elsewhere, Malcolm sat at a table, deep in thought. He anticipated that Master Rain would soon come to him, seeking aid for his people. When that moment arrived, Master Rain would finally understand the significance of mages. He would learn not to mistreat a mages ever again. However, Malcolm's confidence faltered when he suddenly found himself face to face with Selena. Selena greeted him with a smirk, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Nervously, Malcolm stammered, addressing her formally as President Selena and inquiring about her presence there. Selena, however, questioned why she had left the guild in his care. She remarked that his actions had gone too far. She observed that his courage had grown significantly compared to before, to the point where he dared to stand before the son of Grand Duke. She accused him of forgetting the implications of defying Duke's family. A rebellion against them had only one consequence, and Malcolm knew exactly what that meant. Malcolm felt nervous and spoke less than usual. President Selena, noticing his hesitation, remarked that he should know what she was talking about. Malcolm, trying to affirm his loyalty, insisted that he had always been devoted to the Duke's family and his country, emphasizing that he could never commit any wrongdoing. Selena, unimpressed, echoed his words with a tone of skepticism, as if testing his conviction, demanded that Malcolm confess any misdeeds immediately. She accused Malcolm of using a curse at the construction site to sabotage Master Rain's workers. Knowing how much courage he has despised such actions, she found it audacious that Malcolm dared to argue his case. Trembling and tearful, Malcolm pleaded with Selena to let him explain. He revealed that young Master Rain had not given him any work nor issued any notice, which had enraged him. Fueled by resentment, he gathered his team and convinced them that the Lord looked down on them. His frustration grew, and in his anger, he crafted a powerful crystal imbued with a teleportation magic, burying it underground at the site so that no one would detect its presence. Malcolm elaborated that the commoners under his charge tired quickly, leading the young master to perceive them as lazy and unfit for work. He had believed that if Master Rain had acknowledged his grievances, apologized, and collaborated with their faction, things would have improved for everyone. He insisted that his actions stemmed from a desire to secure work for the mages rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of the commoners. Selena, exasperated, scolded him for his foolishness, reminding him of how often she had warned him not to meddle in others' affairs. She pointed out that he had been used, manipulated to appear as a rebel. She asked if he even realized how much trouble he had brought upon himself. Still in shock, Malcolm questioned who had used him, desperation lacing his voice. Selena, however, dismissed the discussion, stating that they would address it later. She instructed Malcolm to summon his mages and bring them back before they caused further issues. Malcolm promptly agreed, assuring her that he would gather everyone immediately. Selena then turned to Rain, informing him that all his troubles had been resolved. She assured him that, henceforth, the Mage Guild would not cause any more problems. She added that, as he had seen for himself, their people harbored no malicious intent, rather, they had been manipulated by City Lord Eldrick. Rain, relieved, expressed his gratitude to Selena for her assistance. She then offered to eliminate Eldrick in a way that would leave no trace, suggesting he would simply vanish. However, Rain quickly dismissed the idea, stating that Eldrick posed no real threat. Instead, he intended to use Eldrick to uncover the true masterminds behind the schemes. He believed that the minor players would inevitably lead them to more significant figures. As he prepared to leave, Rain mentioned that he had much work to do. Selena, smiling, stopped him for a moment, reminding him that they were about to embark on a new project. She noted that he had many endeavors in motion and urged him to keep her informed. She expressed her enthusiasm for helping, confident that working together would be mutually beneficial. Rain reassured her, stating that he could never forget her assistance. He suggested that she focus first on rallying everyone and ensuring they were energized before they moved on to future plans. Selena agreed, stating that she would personally handle it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elric was in distress. He lamented that their plans were being foiled, blaming a troublesome child for their setbacks. He reported that even Malcolm had fallen under the child's influence and anxiously asked what their next course of action should be. A robed figure, remaining composed, advised against hasty decisions. He pointed out that the only real threat in Essling City's Mage Guild was Selena. If she were removed, the entire guild would crumble, leaving them unchallenged. However, he redirected the conversation, wanting to know the status of the dam project. The city lord responded that the project was progressing well and that, if completed as planned, Essling City would soon prosper. He noted that this prosperity would bring wealth to all, making it nearly impossible for their plans to succeed. He stressed that only in a state of ruin could their schemes be realized. He assured the robed man that he had devised a foolproof plan to entrap the master. He explained that all the city's nobles were under his influence, and he was pressuring them to inflate grain prices drastically. His strategy was to make food so expensive that commoners would be unable to afford it, ensuring that desperation and poverty played into their hands. The robed man questioned whether nobles would truly support such a dangerous plan. The city lord confidently replied that the young master had already made it difficult for these people to earn money. Previously, they had made a small profit from the casino, but with its closure, they were now struggling. In this desperate situation, he was offering them an alternative path, one that served their own interests while furthering his own agenda. He had come to earn, so he questioned why people would reject his offer. He could accept that some might cheat him, but he believed that no one would cheat their own profits and money. The nobles of Essling City, he thought, were like greedy wolves, incapable of changing their nature unless driven by their desires. As they tossed their coins, they remarked that soon the price of grain would rise significantly, and the young master would be forced to build a dam nearby. They scoffed, saying that no money would be left, no profit would be made anywhere, and that both the dam and the young master's dreams would remain unfulfilled. Meanwhile, a merchant roughly shoved Lillian aside, sneering as he spoke. He taunted that poor people like her had no right to raise their eyebrows and step into such places. If she had no money, she had no place to complain. If you want grain from here, go and get the money, he said coldly. Lillian retorted, her voice firm, you are a merchant, yet you are being completely unfair. How can you raise the price of grain so drastically? Just yesterday, we could buy 2 bags of grain for 1 gold coin, but today, within just a day, the price has doubled. Now, we have to pay 2 gold coins for a single bag. This is outrageous. The merchant smirked, unfair, you say, and what can you do about it? This grain belongs to me. I alone decide its price. No one tells me how much to sell my goods for. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get out. Lillian clenched her fists, frustration welling inside her. She had promised Ren that she would buy grain at a reasonable price, yet now that she had come to make the purchase, the prices had skyrocketed. If things continued this way, her business would fail. You are all greedy wolves, she accused. You know that Brother Rain is doing good work, and because of his efforts, your corrupt business practices will soon crumble. So now, you resort to these petty tricks. The merchant laughed derisively. We are simply good businessmen. We have not cheated you. We are selling our product at the price we set. Here, I am the master, and Rain can't do anything to us. We are not breaking any laws. Then, with a cruel grin, He kicked Lillian aside. "Now, get out before I lose my patience." Watching the scene unfold, commoners felt deep unease. The exorbitant price of grain made survival impossible for them. They could endure many hardships, but they could not live without food. At the church, Saintess Era expressed her frustration. Humans are becoming worse by the day. How can they cross such lines? In just 3 days, they have raised the prices so much. A bag of grain that used to cost 50 silver now costs 3 gold coins. Alferia, this supply is far too little to sustain everyone through the winter. Handing over some money, she instructed, "Take this as well. We cannot let our people die, no matter what happens. And when you leave, pay the guards an amount." Alferia hesitated. "But this is too much money. Even after bribing the guards, we won't have much left." Saintess Era insisted, "Do as I say." As Alferia reached to put the money in her bag, the coins suddenly vanished from her hands. Turning quickly, they saw that Leah and Rain had arrived. Rain addressed Saintess Era directly. "Why deal with the guards when you can deal with me instead? I promise to offer you a far more interesting arrangement." Saintess Era regarded him carefully. "Master Rain, may I ask what you wish to discuss?" Rain smiled. "No need to worry. What I have to say will ease your concerns considerably." She frowned. "Young master, you do realize that this is the capital, and the people here are human? How can there be elves within a human city?" Returning the money to Alferia, Rain responded, "You don't need to act in front of me. I know very well that you are an elf, and I have no problem with you or your people. In fact, I have no issue with the entire elf community. If we work together, we can all live in harmony." Saintess Era studied him before saying, "If you truly mean that, then it is good news for us." Rain nodded. "What I wish to discuss is the food supply center." Saintess Era sighed. "Master Rin, I know this may sound harsh, but food supply is beyond your control. Even if you wish to, you cannot dominate it." Rin leaned forward. "Explain." Saintess Era elaborated. "The food control of Essling City is governed by 4 noble families. These families have been established here for over a century, and their influence is immense. They dictate the price of grain, increasing or decreasing it at will. During the last banquet, you demonstrated how dangerous you could be by destroying the Edwin family. That scared them, but it won't stop them. They will not hesitate to act against you." Rain asked, "You know everything about this city, don't you?" Saintess Era nodded. "I have lived here for 120 years. That means I have seen 3 generations of your family past. Yes, I know this city very well. If you had not eliminated the Edwin family, you might have had a chance to negotiate. But now, knowing how formidable you are, they will refuse any negotiations." The war last year, coupled with the ensuing disaster, led to severe shortages of food and water. Had the grain prices remained stable, perhaps my people could have survived the winter. But with these rising costs, many will perish from hunger. Watching my people die like this is unbearable. Rain reassured her, "You know my strength. I never abandon those who support me. You helped me before and have now provided me with vital information. Because of that, I promise you, within half a month, the grain market will stabilize. Not only that, but prices will plummet to levels never seen before." Meanwhile, at the mansion of the Klein family, Lord Augustus addressed his peers. "Thanks to the city lord's support, we have achieved incredible success. Our 4 noble families have reaped immense profits." The others praised him. "Lord Augustus, this was your doing. You deserve the most credit." Augustus raised a toast. "Let us drink to our growing business." As they celebrated, a servant entered with an urgent message. "Sir, young Master Rain has sent an invitation. He requests your presence at a banquet along with the other lords." One of the noble heads frowned. "A banquet with young Master Rain? Is he targeting us after the Edwin family?" Another added, "We all know how powerful the Edwins were, yet he crushed them. What if he turns on us next?" Augustus smirked. "You worry needlessly. I have spoken with the city lord. We can raise the prices as much as we want. There will be no repercussions. The Duke's son can only challenge us if we break the law, and we are doing everything legally. Just ensure that none of our people offend young Master Rain. As long as we do not repeat Edwin's mistake, we have nothing to fear." The merchants firmly held the authority to increase prices, and they knew that even the emperor himself could not interfere in such matters. They scoffed at the idea of the Duke's youngest son posing any threat to them. The crowd applauded, affirming their leader's wisdom, agreeing that unity among them was essential. If they stood together, they believed, no obstacle could hinder them. One of the merchants pointed out that they had a golden opportunity to amass wealth. He declared that the price of their grain was set at 3 gold coins, and if young Master Rain attempted to disrupt their plans, they would simply reduce 5 coppers on 1 bag to maintain their profit margins. He reminded them that they had no reason to fear the young noble, emphasizing that he held no real power over them. The others assured Lord Augustus that they would remain steadfast by his side. They acknowledged the benefits of unity, warning that division would only lead to losses. The scene shifted to Rain's residence. Inside, He lay comfortably as Leah massaged him. Half asleep, he was informed that young Master Rain and the other 3 lords had arrived. Without hesitation, Rain instructed that they be sent inside and that the kitchen prepare food. He had planned a banquet for their meeting. As the lords entered and greeted him, Rain observed their changed attire. He noted to himself that they had deliberately dressed in rags to appear impoverished before him. He found their act amusing, knowing full well that such deception would not work on him. Addressing them, he pointed out that, as the heads of the 4 families controlling Essling City's food supply, they had substantial wealth. He questioned why they were dressed as commoners though they were anything but nobles. Lord Augustus responded respectfully, mentioning that he had recently heard about the budget plan and the benefits it brought to the people. He expressed interest in contributing, asking if they, as nobles, could participate in the initiative. Another lord quickly chimed in, claiming that they had already begun selling their grain at significantly lower prices in order to support the city's inhabitants. Leah, witnessing their performance, seethed inwardly. She knew they were deceitful. These merchants had unjustly raised the price of grain, yet here they stood, pretending to be benevolent by falsely claiming to have lowered it. She realized that their strategy was to prevent young Master Rain from questioning them about the price hike. She scoffed at their naivety. Did they truly think their young master was a fool? Rain, maintaining his composure, sarcastically thanked them for their generous support. He then smoothly shifted the conversation, revealing that he had summoned them to discuss the price of grains. Lord Augustus, feigning concern, spoke up. He acknowledged Rain's financial difficulties but insisted that they, too, were struggling. He lamented that they were already selling grain at a loss, claiming that they were sacrificing their own meals to ensure commoners could eat. Another lord added to the dramatic act, stating that he even let his children go hungry so that the less fortunate could be fed. He sighed, insisting that they could do no more than they already had. Rain chuckled and reassured them that they had misunderstood his intentions. Rather than reducing prices, he proposed the opposite, increasing them back to double their original rates. He suggested that instead of the current price of 1 gold coin per unit of grain, they should raise it to 4 gold coins. This way, they would generate more profit and, in turn, support his cause while ensuring their own children did not go hungry. Intrigued, Augustus questioned Rain to confirm whether he was truly suggesting a price increase. Rain affirmed his statement, explaining that as a noble himself, he was naturally inclined to support other nobles. If they were earning wealth, he, too, wanted a share of the profits. He proposed a simple deal, raising the grain prices to 4 gold coins, while ensuring he received a 30% commission from the earnings. As long as they paid him his due share, they could continue making as much money as they pleased. If they found the proposal acceptable, they could move forward with negotiations. Augustus hesitated, visibly nervous. He struggled to believe his own ears and asked Rain to clarify. Had he truly suggested increasing grain prices to 4 gold coins and demanded a 30% cut of their profits? Rain confirmed without hesitation. He reiterated that, in addition to raising prices, he would personally take a portion of their business revenue. Lord Augustus, taken aback, realized that his initial impression of Rain had been entirely mistaken. He had assumed that young Master Rain was a selfless leader who prioritized the welfare of the people. However, it dawned on him that Rain was just as cunning and self-serving as the merchants themselves. Augustus smirked, acknowledging that he had misjudged the young noble's character. He now saw him as a fellow opportunist, just like them. Reflecting on past events, Augustus regretted not approaching Rain sooner. Had he known that the young noble shared their mindset, they could have struck a deal much earlier and reaped even greater profits. He now understood why the city lord had spoken ill of Rain. He had simply been provoked by jealousy. Previously, the merchants had been cautious with price increases, fearing public outrage and possible complaints to the emperor. However, now that they had the duke's son on their side, they felt emboldened. With Rain's support, they could escalate prices without fear of repercussions. Their profits would soar while the commoners suffered the consequences. Augustus expressed his gratitude to Rain, acknowledging his understanding of their struggles. He noted that not everyone took the time to empathize with others and asked when the new prices would be officially announced. He explained that a formal declaration would make it easier for them to manage their affairs. Rain responded that the document was ready but had yet to be finalized. He mentioned that he would send it to his father for approval, and once it was stamped, everything would be set in motion. He assured them that he would expedite the process as much as possible. Additionally, he reminded them that he was making great efforts on their behalf and expected them to acknowledge this in the future. He even admitted that he had considered giving the Edwin family a chance, but their disrespect had left him no choice but to destroy them. He clarified that he had no personal grudge and had merely wanted a share in the casino. The nobles nodded in agreement, and one of them remarked that Rain was a wise leader. They acknowledged that aligning with those in power was always beneficial and expressed their gratitude. noting that thanks to him, their children would have food and better clothing. Meanwhile, in another household, a nobleman questioned Augustus about whether their young master was as noble as he appeared. He suggested that they should be cautious and examine the day's events more closely. Another noble voiced his concerns, finding it strange that Rain had raised the prices instead of lowering them. He speculated that it might be a test. Augustus, frustrated, scoffed and threw his glass. He rebuked them, stating that Rain had made it clear that his primary concern was profit rather than the well-being of the commoners. He pointed out that they were the only ones aware of this knowledge, which presented them with a great opportunity to amass wealth. He continued by explaining that the city lord had deceived them and had deliberately kept them away from Rain to prevent them from joining the bank. They would never have realized that he shared their mindset, that money was the only thing that mattered. He emphasized the importance of keeping this knowledge secret, as any leaks could ruin their plans. By controlling the grain supply, they could dictate prices to their advantage, realizing the potential for immense profit. The other nobles swore their allegiance to Augustus, declaring him their leader and agreeing to follow his command. Augustus, pleased with their loyalty, explained that they had already profited from selling grain at inflated prices and would now purchase all available stock from smaller merchants. Once they controlled the supply, they would have the power to set the prices as they saw fit. He advised them not to deplete their grain reserves, assuring them that their wealth would soon multiply beyond imagination. Meanwhile, at Rain's residence, furious Saintess Era confronted Rain, accusing him of deceit. She reminded Rain of his promise to lower grain prices and expressed her disappointment, stating that nobles always looked out for each other. She regretted trusting him, as she feared countless people would suffer due to the price increase. Lillian intervened, urging Saintess Era to remain calm and listen to Rain before jumping to conclusions. She insisted that Run had promised to lower the prices and suggested that his actions might be part of a larger plan. Saintess Era, skeptical, scoffed at her words. She accused Rain of allying with the merchants and found it impossible to believe that he would reduce prices. Lillian, however, insisted that she had complete faith in Rain and believed that he had an extraordinary plan beyond their comprehension. Saintess Era, reflecting on her people's suffering, took a deep breath and composed himself. She then asked Rain directly if he truly intended to increase the price of grain, and if so, then why. Rain reassured him, acknowledging his concerns and explaining that the situation was only temporary. He confirmed that prices would rise for a short period but assured Saintess Era that within 15 days, the entire market would collapse. Saintess Era, still skeptical, expressed her doubts. She pointed out that, in her 200 years of life, she had witnessed countless market fluctuations and had never seen a price hike result in a sudden crash. She warned Rain that the people he was dealing with were far more ruthless than he realized and that, historically, once prices increased, they continued to rise. As tensions mounted, only time would reveal whether Rain's strategy would bring relief or further despair. Rain demanded an answer from Saintess, his tone sharp and authoritative. He posed a hypothetical scenario, asking if he had used force to threaten the people, how much the price of grain would have decreased. He reasoned that even if the price had dropped slightly, no one would have truly benefited. Saintess Era listened intently, then responded with concern. She pointed out that due to Rain's actions, the price of grain had skyrocketed from 2 gold coins to 9. She speculated about the hardships faced by a typical family of 4, struggling to earn a living. With prices so high, survival had become nearly impossible. Many families, especially those with young children unable to work, faced starvation. Saintess Era realized that the clever maneuver Rain had played had dire consequences for both his own people and the commoners. She admitted with remorse that in the name of strategy, he had made a grave mistake that could cost many lives. Rain, visibly angered by Saintess' words, refuted his claims. He stated that even if the price were reduced to half its current value, the common people still would not be able to afford it. He argued that whether the price was 1 or 4 gold coins, people would perish regardless. He then confronted Saintess, challenging him on his logic. If raising the prices meant freeing the people, then was he not merely accelerating their demise? Saintess struggled to grasp Rain's reasoning. She expressed her confusion, noting that Rain's words painted him as a noble leader, yet his actions resembled those of a ruthless ruler. She accused Rain of behaving like a monarch indifferent to human suffering. Rain, without hesitation, affirmed that if cruelty was what Saintess saw in him, then perhaps she was not entirely wrong. He explained that while some in the city would lose everything, their homes, families, and livelihoods, the ones truly suffering were not the commoners but the noble families who had manipulated the grain prices. He assured Saintess that his actions had a purpose, and in time, that purpose would become clear. A week later, the scene shifted to Selena's house, where Rain was explaining the workings of a lithium battery. He described the components and how they enabled the flow of electricity from one point to another, ceasing only when the circuit was broken. Selena, fascinated, expressed her admiration, calling Rain a genius for simplifying such a complex concept. Their lesson was interrupted when Leah entered the room, informing Rain that Saintess Era had come to see him again. Rain sighed, wondering what the reason for her visit could be this time. Selena speculated that it was likely due to the worsening hunger crisis in the city. The price of grain had reached an astronomical level, making it unaffordable even for the nobles. Moments later, Saintess Era arrived, her voice laced with frustration. She reminded Rain of his promise to lower the grain prices, yet no change had been seen. She accused him of being detached from the struggles of the common people, arguing that as the Duke's son, he could not possibly understand the hardships they faced. Rain asked how long the grain prices had remained high. Upon hearing that it had been 7 days, he declared that the time had come to punish the merchants responsible for the crisis. Era, exasperated, demanded to know whether Rain intended to take action or merely deliver grand speeches. She insisted that if he did not explain his plan, it would become impossible for her to justify their suffering to her people. The elf clan's patience was wearing thin, and their support for Rain was dwindling. Rain admitted that he had not revealed his plans earlier because he had not fully trusted Saintess Era. He had suspected that she might be aligned with the nobles. However, he now believed in her sincerity and decided it was time to unveil his strategy. He pointed out that while everyone knew grain prices had soared, few had noticed that the number of merchants selling grain had drastically declined. Apart from the 4 noble families, no one else was selling grain. The smaller merchants had been forced to sell their stock back to the nobles. Era questioned the significance of this observation. Rain explained that in any market, scarcity drove supply. Since food vendors had disappeared, prices had surged. However, when outside merchants learned of the shortage, they would flock to the city, eager to capitalize on the high prices. Saintess Era began to understand Rain's strategy. Rain elaborated further. Once outside merchants arrived, they would undercut each other to secure sales, driving prices down. To accelerate this process, he had deliberately fixed the grain price at 4 gold coins, ensuring that the news spread quickly to nearby regions. Expecting substantial profits, merchants would rush in with their goods, but they would soon realize that the market was not as lucrative as they had hoped. He then assigned Era a crucial task, distributing documents throughout the city announcing her dissatisfaction with Rain's actions. The message would state that, as a result, the church would begin selling its stored grain at significantly lower prices. This would panic the incoming merchants, forcing them to lower their prices even further. Era hesitated, questioning why Rain entrusted such an important task to her when he could carry it out himself. Rain responded that he lacked surplus grain, whereas the church had reserves. Saintess, however, protested, arguing that she had saved that grain to sustain his people through the harsh winter. She accused Rain of pushing the people to the brink and now seeking to take their last remaining hope for survival. Selena chuckled at Saintess' hesitation, calling her foolish. She pointed out that if she refused, Rain would simply find another way, and when prices eventually fell, Saintess would be the one to suffer losses. Era insisted that the church had no interest in profit, only in feeding the people. Rain reassured her that once the merchants flooded the city, the cost of grain would drop so dramatically that the church would be able to replenish its stocks at half the current price. With Era reluctantly agreeing to the plan, Rain's strategy was set in motion. The city braced itself for the coming shift, unaware of the economic storm Rain had meticulously orchestrated. Rain said, "Do you think I wouldn't have considered these things? All the merchants coming here now are not just driven mad by greed. They believe they will earn so much money selling goods that they won't have to work for the rest of their lives. But when they realize their expectations aren't met, and the goods are not selling as cheaply as they assumed, they will struggle to sell quickly and leave. Some will even try to return with their goods, but with the city sealed off, they won't be able to. They all know very well that delays mean losses, and no merchant willingly takes a loss upon themselves." The scene transitions to Augustus's house. The head of another family anxiously informs Lord Augustus, "A big problem has arisen. Are you aware of what our church is doing?" Seeing the suffering of the people in Essling City, they are deeply moved. To help, they have decided to sell their food reserves at half price, offering them here for just 1 gold coin. "Our price has reached 10 gold, yet the church is selling at such a low rate." Naturally, a massive crowd has gathered. Another noble interjects, "Yes, Lord Augustus, what should we do?" The lords of the other families look nervous. Augustus remains composed. "I don't understand why you're panicking. How much food do you think the church has? No matter their efforts, they won't have enough to feed the entire city. I can guarantee that within a few days, their grain will be depleted, and then they will be powerless. So, instead of worrying, send our people to the church to buy as much grain as possible. If we acquire all their stock, we will have no problems." The scene shifts to the church, where a huge crowd has gathered, clamoring for bags of grain, while common people are prepared to buy 5 bags each. Tension builds. Era calls out, "Please don't push. We have enough grain for everyone. We informed the Pope of the city's dire situation, and he has sent 100,000 bags from the capital. This amount will be sufficient for everyone, so there's no need to panic." The crowd erupts with enthusiasm. The Pope is truly kind. He genuinely cares for us. However, urgency spreads among them. "We must hurry to buy the grain before it runs out. It's being sold at such a cheap rate. We may never get this opportunity again." Era raises her voice. "No, first, form a proper line. Pushing and shoving will not help anyone." At that moment, soldiers arrive. One steps forward and commands, "Everyone, maintain order. This is a church, not your home." Approaching the center, another soldier announces, "The Pope has sent food supplies for us. The first batch has arrived today, and more will continue to come regularly. The people of this city will not suffer any longer." Era smiles, but inwardly worries. "Young Master Rain, what have you done? Acting in front of everyone like this makes me nervous. Because of your plan, I invoke the Pope's name. If he finds out, he'll surely be furious. How will I handle things then?" Meanwhile, among the merchants, murmurs of distress grow. "This isn't what we expected. We thought we'd make enormous profits, but the church has ruined everything." One merchant laments, "I bought grain for 60 silver coins per bag, spent another 10 on transport, and wasted valuable time bringing it here. Now, I can only sell it for 95 silver coins. At this rate, I'll make a 10 silver coin profit per bag. We must sell quickly and leave before the church offers even lower prices and we suffer massive losses." He shouts, "Forget 1 gold coin. I'll sell for 95 silver coins per bag. Come and buy now. You won't get a better deal." Immediately, people rush to him, demanding bags of grain. The other merchants look on in dismay. "We've been trapped. We came here expecting huge profits, but because of a few reckless individuals, prices are crashing. If we don't sell fast, they'll drop even further, and we'll suffer heavy losses." One merchant, seeing the chaos, decides, "I'll sell at 90 silver coins." Another agrees, "I'll go as low as 85. From his mansion, Rain watches the unfolding scene. Leah exclaims, "Master Rain, you're a genius. Everything is happening exactly as you predicted. In just 10 minutes, prices have plummeted. Look, they're now willing to sell at 70 silver coins per bag." Rain responded, explaining that this was simply human nature. He pointed out that at that moment, every merchant's primary concern was avoiding losses. When the church announced that they possessed a surplus of grains and would be able to distribute them for the next few months, the merchants panicked. Driven by greed, they had abandoned their usual trades, hoping for massive profits in one swift move. However, upon realizing their hopes had been crushed, they now sought to exit the market at any cost. Leah observed that if the trend continued, prices would soon stabilize, making their upcoming tasks significantly easier. She praised Rain's strategic brilliance. Rain, however, cautioned her against underestimating the merchants. He explained that as long as they continued selling their grains, prices would remain low. However, he anticipated that once Augustus and his allies entered the market, prices would plummet to unprecedented levels. This, he noted, would mark the most significant price drop in the city's history, ultimately benefiting consumers. Rain elaborated that many merchants were from outside the region, making it difficult for them to sustain their businesses. However, Augustus and his allies had long been established in the area, meaning they would not be as quick to sell off their stock at low prices. Since they had purchased grains at 2 gold coins, they would be unwilling to sell them cheaply. Furthermore, the unity among the 4 noble families was formidable. While some believed their alliance could be fractured, Rain disagreed. He noted that their unity had previously brought them immense profits, but now, as losses loomed, divisions might arise. He stated that when human profit was at stake, alliances often crumbled. Having played his part, he left it to fate to determine the merchant's future. He concluded that the price drop had ensured everyone could now afford to eat to their satisfaction. He then suggested moving towards the centers to discuss other matters. Meanwhile, Augustus was approached by a noble who expressed concern over the situation. He reported that the merchants had drastically reduced prices, with grains now selling for just 75 silver coins. He feared that prices might drop further and sought guidance on what to do. Another noble dismissed his worries, arguing that since they had retained most of their stock, the smaller merchants' supplies would eventually deplete. He questioned the logic behind merchants reducing prices to such an extent, believing that they would not willingly incur such losses. A noble with yellow hair addressed Lord Augustus, insisting that he was speaking the truth. He asked what benefit he would gain from lying about the situation. Augustus analyzed the crisis. Augustus realized that official prices had been raised, which had triggered widespread panic. The influx of merchants further contributed to the price drop. He concluded that this entire scenario was orchestrated by young Master Rain. He was shocked by Rain's ruthlessness and speculated that his ultimate goal might be to dismantle the noble families. Given Rain's cunning strategy, Augustus doubted that many noble families would survive the fallout. Ronald, puzzled by Augustus's reaction, asked what he had understood that others had not. Augustus explained that initially, they had reduced the price to 2 gold coins while simultaneously increasing the official price. Because of this, no one had paid much attention. However, Rain had leveraged the church's influence to manipulate the market. By causing a dramatic price drop, he had thrown the merchants into a state of panic. Fearing massive losses, they had begun selling their grains hastily, further driving prices downward. The impact was immense. Some merchants had already sold their grain at 90 silver coins, while others had to settle for 75 silver coins. Ronald expressed disbelief at Rain's ruthless tactics. He had not expected such a calculated approach from young Master Rain. Augustus reassured everyone, stating that despite the losses they had incurred, he had an excellent plan to turn things around. Young Master Rain thinks that he was the only one capable of planning and strategizing. He asserted that he was equally skilled and that they would ensure young Master Rain's plan would fail. Ronald and the others eagerly demanded to know the next steps. Expressing their willingness to follow Augustus's lead, Augustus revealed that the rumor about food being stored near the church was false. There was no grain there, nor was it with the outside merchants. Within a few months, those merchants would sell everything and leave. He doubted they would ever return. He further explained that once these merchants departed, they would sell their remaining stock at exorbitant prices. However, their own success depended on unity. If even one of them lost patience and started selling grain prematurely, all of them would suffer devastating losses. He emphasized that under no circumstances should anyone sell their grain until the time was right. Hearing this, the group became visibly nervous. Ronald, understanding the gravity of the situation, agreed with Augustus. He quickly declared that he would return home and instruct everyone to halt the sale of grain until Augustus gave the signal. As Ronald left, he contemplated the situation. He felt there was no point in staying and resolved to sell her grains before anyone else could. If he hesitated, he believed he would suffer immense losses. Meanwhile, the other noble family heads regarded Ronald with suspicion. They were convinced he was deceitful and planned to secretly sell his stock first, which explained his hasty departure. They left one by one, each harboring their own schemes. Back with Augustus, his butler hesitantly asked if he should instruct their people to withhold their grain as well. Annoyed, Augustus kicked a bottle and rebuked the butler, calling him an idiot. He pointed out that their competitors, Ronald and the others, were all untrustworthy. They had left in such a hurry precisely because they intended to sell their grain first. If Augustus held back, he would be the only one at a disadvantage. Instead, he ordered all their shopkeepers to sell their grain at the lowest possible price, aiming to deplete their stock quickly. If competition escalated, their losses would be catastrophic. The butler nodded and left to relay Augustus's orders. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Saintus stood beside Rain. Rain reassured him, saying he had promised to stabilize grain prices and provide an ample supply. He now believed he had fulfilled that promise, as the current stock would sustain Saintus's people through the winter. Saintus was astonished, questioning how such an abundance of grain had suddenly appeared. Rain explained that due to the initial high prices, they had made a substantial profit. While others had hesitated to lower their rates, they had capitalized on the market shifts, reinvesting their gains to double their stock. This strategy had given them an overwhelming advantage. Lillian, listening to the conversation, excitedly informed Rain that food prices had dropped significantly. Previously, a single gold coin could buy only 1 grain sack, but now it could purchase 3. She marveled at how drastically the market had shifted. Rain reminded Saintus that he had predicted this outcome. By exercising patience and waiting for the right moment, the prices had plummeted beyond their expectations. Now, they had an opportunity to buy even more grain at minimal cost. With the food crisis resolved, Rain turned the conversation to other matters. Saintus Era questioned what their next course of action would be, particularly concerning the elves. Rain stated that they needed to discuss every aspect of their future relations. Saintus, taken aback, asked for clarification. Rain explained that his offer extended beyond just grain. He proposed that they would support the elves in all aspects of their lives, including food, clothing, and housing. In return, the elves would have to commit to working for them. Saintus hesitated, acknowledging that she lacked the authority to make such a monumental decision on behalf of his people. She informed Rain that she would need to discuss it with their queen, who would ultimately decide their course of action. Rain accepted this, assuring Saintus that he had no objections. He simply requested that Saintus convey the extent of their aid to the queen so he would be more inclined to negotiate. Saintus promised to send a letter to the queen immediately, hoping to arrange a meeting with us soon. As Rain reflected on the situation, he recognized the extent of their success. The nobles who had schemed against him had suffered severe losses, leaving them powerless to oppose him. The Mage Guild had fallen under his control, and soon, the Church and the Saintses would follow. Gaining their influence would mean having command over both the elves and the city's people. However, one major obstacle remained: Eldrick. He still controlled the military and taxation. Rain was confident that Eldrick wouldn't raise taxes, as the nobles would retaliate fiercely. However, Eldrick could use the military to stage a rebellion, posing a significant threat. Rain resolved that he had to seize control of the army by any means necessary. As he pondered his next move, Leah approached and began massaging his shoulders. She urged him to relax, assuring him that he was already doing an excellent job and need not stress over every detail. Rain exhaled deeply, allowing himself a moment of respite. Elsewhere in the city, a merchant, visibly distressed, lamented his situation. He recounted how he had worked diligently, earning a considerable profit, only to be ambushed and robbed by soldiers on his way home. He questioned the purpose of doing business in a city where all his earnings were stolen. Disillusioned, he admitted that he had once thought Eldrick was an honorable leader, but now he wasn't so sure. As he brooded over his misfortune, Rain approached him, his tone friendly. He asked the merchant what was troubling him. Noting his evident frustration, the merchant, irritated, demanded to know who Rain was. With a sly smile, Rain introduced himself as someone who saw potential in collaboration. He then posed a simple question: would the merchant be interested in doing business with him? After some time, Rain arrived at the city gate with that man. A soldier standing at the gate stopped them. "Wait a second. Where are you from, and what do you have in your carriage?" Lillian responded politely. "Soldier, I am a citizen of this city. My carriage contains regular goods that I plan to sell to the people of Essling. I was hoping to make some profit." The soldier nodded. "So you're a merchant? Well, you'll have to wait. We need to search your belongings before you can proceed." As the soldiers moved forward, one of them carelessly broke a container. Lillian protested. "Sir, what are you doing? If you break my jars, how will I transport them? This damage could cause major problems for me in the future. My goods might even scatter along the way." After completing their search, one soldier called out, "Boss, there's nothing suspicious here. What should we do now?" Their leader smirked. "What else? They'll have to pay the city gate toll before leaving. Pay up now and get out of here." Lillian glared at them. "You people are unbelievable. First, you break my jar, and now you demand money on top of that." The soldier sneered. "Tax is tax. If you can't pay, then leave." Before Lillian could argue further, Rain stepped in. "Lillian, calm down. Just pay whatever they're asking for. We have more important things to do." Reluctantly, Lillian handed over the money. One of the soldiers chuckled. "Master Rain has increased the tax a lot, hasn't he? You're still paying me far too little. To leave, you'll need to pay in silver coins." Irritated, Lillian snapped. "All the goods I'm transporting are only worth 5 silver coins, and you're demanding 3 silver coins from me? If I pay double, how am I supposed to make a profit? This is ridiculous." The soldier scowled. "Pay up or get lost. I'm here to collect taxes, not listen to your complaints." Lillian fumed inwardly. These people are nothing but scoundrels, misusing Master Rain's name. "I know Brother Rain hasn't raised any taxes. These soldiers are pocketing the money for themselves." "Fine, do whatever you want now, but soon, you'll face consequences you never expected." After paying, they were finally allowed to proceed. Rain turned to a nearby merchant and remarked, "Master Rain is utterly useless. Why is he collecting so much tax from his own people? I've never seen a noble more corrupt." The merchant shot him a sharp look. "Sir, be careful with your words. I won't tolerate insults against our noble. I don't care what you think about others, but Master Rain has done more for Essling City than anyone before him." Rain scoffed. "You're suffering losses because of him, yet you still support him? I don't understand. If taxes have increased, it must be on his orders. It's not like the soldiers are collecting money on their own. Why blame them instead of Rain?" The merchant sighed. "You must be new here. If you knew anything about this city, you'd never speak like that. Master Rain is the first noble who genuinely cares about his people. He even lowered grain prices to prevent starvation. Without his intervention, many would have died from hunger. As a merchant, I've lost profits, but I don't mind because I know the city is changing for the better. If I ever meet Master Rain, I'll tell him to continue his good work. Everyone here would give their lives for him." Rain frowned. "But I've heard a different story. When he entered the city, a noble family was wiped out. People say he's nothing but a madman, seizing land as he pleases." The merchant laughed bitterly. "Ah, you must be talking about the Edwin family. They ran the city's casinos. But let's be honest, they deserve their downfall. If they were still in power, this city would be a nightmare." Rain raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite informed about them." The merchant nodded. "Of course, every merchant in this city knows the truth about the Edwins. Do you think they got rich just by running a casino? No, their real wealth came from human trafficking. Rain's expression darkened. Human trafficking, he thought to himself. I already lack workers, and if this operation has been shut down, the labor shortage will be even worse. But I did the right thing. Destroying that family was necessary. Still, my main concern should be the military. If they're abusing their power, it could lead to chaos, and if other nations learn that our military isn't loyal, we could be in real danger. As they talked, a commotion outside caught their attention. Lillian's voice rang out. We already paid the tax. Why are you charging us again? Tax is only collected once when leaving the city. A soldier sneered. What you paid earlier was the city tax. Now, you must pay the border tax. Lillian glared. That's nonsense. In the past, we were only charged once, and the tax was never this high. You robbed us already, and now you want more? The soldier chuckled. Little girl, pay up or turn back. I'm not here to listen to your whining. Lillian crossed her arms. Fine. How much do you want? 1 gold coin. The soldier replied smugly. Lillian's eyes widened. 1 gold coin. Do you even understand how much that is? You're nothing but thieves disguised as soldiers. Before she could continue, Rain interjected. Lillian, just give them what they want. It's not worth arguing. Lillian turned to him in disbelief. Brother Rain, this is too much. They're just trying to rob us. One of the soldiers narrowed his eyes. Who's inside the carriage? Get out now. No one leaves without verification. The tension in the air thickened. As Rain stepped out of the carriage, a soldier immediately confronted him, demanding, Who are you? However, upon noticing Trist, the soldier's expression shifted. Trist, you're here too, he remarked. Rain, puzzled, turned to Trist. You know each other? He asked. Trist's face darkened. These men were once bandits, he explained. After cooperating with the Edwin family in their illegal dealings, they were given positions as soldiers. Ignoring the accusation, one of the soldiers suddenly pointed at Trist. You haven't paid your tariffs, he declared before striking him across the face. Trist recoiled, fear evident in his eyes. I already paid the taxes, he insisted. The soldier, unfazed, leveled his spear at Trist and sneered. If you want to leave, hand over 5 gold coins. Before Trist could respond, Rain interjected, his tone calm yet firm. The revenue in Essling City is far too low, yet the taxes here are unreasonably high. The soldier's gaze snapped back to him, irritation flaring in his eyes. And who exactly are you? Where did you come from? He demanded. But as his eyes shifted to Leah, his expression changed, his mind filled with vile thoughts as he leered at her. Sensing danger, Trist quickly pulled out 5 gold coins. Here, take it. Just don't make things difficult for my friends, he pleaded. The soldier snatched the coins greedily, but rather than stepping aside, he took a step toward Leah, his intentions clear. Before he could get any closer, Rain grabbed his wrist in a crushing grip. His voice was cold as he remarked, At first, I considered using you as free labor, but it seems you're beyond saving. Infuriated, the soldier ripped his arm free and lunged at Rain in a blind rage. However, before he could land a blow, Leah struck. In an instant, the soldier collapsed, lifeless. The remaining soldiers froze, horror flashing across their faces. Rain's expression remained unreadable as he gave a single order, kill them all. Panic surged through the soldiers, and they turned to flee. She killed one of our own. She's a murderer. Someone, help us, they cried. But their pleas were in vain. Leah moved like a shadow, cutting them down one by one with ruthless efficiency. Within moments, every soldier lay dead, their bodies motionless on the cold ground. Rain stood still, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield as he analyzed the soldiers' stats. Every single one of them was below average. A memory surfaced in his mind, his father's advice, a warning not to get involved in wars with other countries. His thoughts solidified. At least now I know for certain, Essling City soldiers are incapable in battle. If war ever breaks out, they'll be the first to flee. Meanwhile, Leah continued her merciless rampage, cutting down the remaining soldiers with brutal efficiency. Just as the last cries of the dying echoed through the air, a commanding voice boomed across the battlefield. Who dares to cause trouble at our borders? The soldiers, who had been moments away from complete despair, suddenly brightened. Confidence returned to their faces as they smirked at one another. General Caesar had arrived. With him here, they believed no one could touch them. Rain, too, turned his attention toward the approaching figure. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed Caesar's stats. He was undeniably talented, far more capable than the rest. If not for his abysmally low loyalty, he might have been a true asset. But as he was now, to Rain, he was nothing more than a burden. You must be Caesar of the Holker family, Rain said, his voice calm but assertive. Your brother serves in Prisia's territory. Caesar let out a short chuckle, his expression amused. And who exactly are you? How do you know about my brother? Rain met his gaze without hesitation. Because Prisha Edgar is my older sister. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. The soldiers who had just moments ago been so confident now stared in shock. Even Caesar's amused smirk faded as realization dawned on him. That means, Caesar muttered, his voice trailing off. His eyes sharpened as a memory surfaced. His brother's letter, your master Rain, the Grand Duke's youngest son. Caesar recalled the letter his brother had sent him, instructing him to protect young Master Rain in the future. His brother had warned him that Essling City would soon become Rain's territory, making it his duty to ensure the young master's safety. However, a month ago, Eldrick had approached him with a different proposition, bringing a chest overflowing with gold coins. Eldrick had sought to manipulate him. He had claimed that the Grand Duke did not truly value Caesar's talents. Why else would he have assigned him to such a meaningless post? With his abilities, Eldrick had insisted, Caesar deserved a far higher status. Now, standing before Rain, conflicting thoughts warred in his mind. He could honor his brother's command and protect the young master, or he could embrace Eldrick's vision and seize power for himself. Temptation 1. His expression hardened as he turned to Rain and declared, how dare you pretend to be Master Rain? The soldiers hesitated, confusion flickering across their faces. Raising his voice, Caesar gave the final command, everyone, listen to me, kill this impostor, whoever slays him will be richly rewarded. Leo warned Caesar sternly, saying, you're crossing the line. If you take a step toward the Lordran, the rebellion will rise, and I won't hesitate to cut you down before that happens. Even the panicked soldiers pleaded, Lord Caesar, don't do this. Attacking Grand Duke's family is the gravest crime, and it will only bring destruction upon us. There's still time to step back. Caesar, however, dismissed their concerns with disdain. Fools, have you forgotten what we've been fighting for? We already defied the laws made by the Grand Duke's son and became traitors. There's no point in pretending to be noble now. Besides, this scoundrel has destroyed the Elven family and crushed the other 4 noble families entirely. Anyone who opposes him meets the same fate. Their mistake was sparing him. If they had killed him sooner, they'd have avoided their downfall. I won't make the same mistake. He continued confidently, over the years, I've accumulated wealth by plundering. If I behead this runt and flee to the Empire, I guarantee they'll make me a minor noble. I can live the rest of my life peacefully. The choice is yours. Support this scoundrel and face death, or follow me and live a peaceful life. The soldiers, still nervous, pondered their options. They knew staying in this country was pointless. If we side with the general, we might survive, they thought. Meanwhile, Leah realized that Caesar had cunningly manipulated the soldiers, who were now preparing to attack Rain. Determined, the soldiers declared, we'll follow the general and secure a better life. Caesar, smiling triumphantly, said, Master Rain, I'm not so cruel that I'd kill you without giving you one last chance. Say your final words. Rain retorted calmly, if you got down on your knees and begged for forgiveness, I might have spared you, but your arrogance has sealed your fate. You've dug your own grave. Infuriated, Caesar commanded, what are you all waiting for? Kill him. That runt is a threat to the upcoming battle. Taking out her dagger, Leah cuts off her skirt and throws it away because it would make it difficult for her to fight, and then moves forward to fight. Leah leaped into action, cutting down soldiers with swift precision. Her every move demonstrated the vast difference in skill between her and the soldiers. As she fought, one soldier tried to attack her, but Rain stood unfazed. He knew she would protect him, and she did, saving him just in time. Rain called out to Caesar, this is your last chance. Surrender, or you'll regret your stubbornness. Who knows? I might even let you live. Caesar growled, I want Rain's head. Whoever brings it to me will get a reward of 1,000 gold coins. The soldiers, blinded by greed, charged at Leah like hungry wolves. When one bald soldier attacked Leah, she swiftly incapacitated him with a single kick. Within seconds, she took down the remaining soldiers with ease. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Caesar ordered his mage, quick, finish her off. If she survives, we're all doomed. The magician cast an ice spell aimed at Leah. Initially, Leah believed she had deflected the attacks effortlessly, but she soon realized the spells were designed to immobilize her. They succeeded, leaving Caesar hopeful for the first time in the battle. Seeing an opportunity, Caesar barked, now's your chance, kill Rain. Rain, undeterred, threw a hammer toward Leah. Free yourself and stay in the air. Don't touch the ground for a while, he instructed. Catching the hammer mid-air, Leah broke free from her icy restraints and leaped high into the sky. Rain muttered to himself, I've spent a lot of time experimenting with lithium batteries and wires. Let's see how useful they are in a fight. With that, he tossed the wire onto the ground. Because most of the soldiers were wearing metal armor, the electricity quickly conducted through it. Rain thought to himself, this is great, thank goodness for the rubber soles on my shoes, or I'd be getting shocked along with them. Asterisk. The chaos left everyone confused. The soldiers muttered nervously, is he using lightning magic? Rain smirked and said, I wish I had a video recorder right now. I'd capture this entire scene and show people how important electrical safety is. Maybe they'd start using electricity more responsibly. Meanwhile, Caesar cursed aloud. How many tricks does this scoundrel have? And why are you all just standing there? Move forward and attack. One trembling soldier replied, General, you've seen it yourself. Master Rain has used some kind of forbidden skill. Anyone who gets close to him dies mysteriously, and their faces show they're in immense pain. I'm too scared to go near him. Enraged, Caesar decapitated the soldier in a single strike and bellowed, Those who fear death have no right to live. I have no use for cowards like you. The rest of you have only one option. Die by Rain's hands or mine. You might survive against him, but no one escapes me, and by now, you've seen what happens to those who disobey me. Hesitantly, another soldier stepped forward. To everyone's shock, he wasn't harmed. Leah asked in confusion, Master, why isn't the magic affecting him? Rain responded gravely, To be honest, I only brought one battery to test its power. I think all the earlier attacks drained the energy, which is why it's no longer working. Leah, frustrated, exclaimed, If that's the case, we need to retreat, otherwise, they'll regroup and attack us again. Rain smiled reassuringly, Don't worry Leah, even if reinforcements come, Caesar won't escape his fate today. His death is rushing toward him faster than he can imagine. Caesar, misinterpreting the situation, declared confidently, It seems this scoundrel's magic is exhausted. Everyone, advance and finish him off. There won't be a better opportunity to kill him. Just as the soldiers moved forward, a massive lightning strike descended from the sky, halting them in their tracks. Caesar, now visibly shaken, stammered, The Mage Guild, what are they doing here? Their arrival at such a time could spell disaster for me. From the blinding light emerged none other than Selena. She glared at Caesar and said, Caesar, it seems even dogs have grown bold enough to bark at their masters. Selena turned to Rain with a playful smile and asked, Young Master Rain, was my timing perfect or not? Rain replied with a small smirk, Yes, Selena, it was as perfect as always. And by the way, the lithium battery just ran out of power. Selena's eyes lit up with curiosity. Wait, did you actually use that battery? How was the effect? Rain chuckled but kept his tone calm. After we catch Caesar, I'll tell you everything about the lithium battery. Selena nodded enthusiastically. All right, young master, then it's time for some lightning action. Turning her attention to the mages gathered behind her, she issued a commanding order, Magicians of the Mage Guild, annihilate the rebels and show them their place. In an instant, the mages unleashed their devastating attacks. The sheer power of their magic sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The rebel soldiers screamed in terror as the attacks turned their bodies to dust, leaving only an eerie silence in their wake. The sight of the rebels being reduced to dust by the mages' relentless attacks sent shockwaves of fear through the remaining soldiers. Terrified, they abandoned their weapons and fled in a desperate attempt to save their lives. Meanwhile, Caesar stood his ground, his face twisted with anger as he watched his forces crumble. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, Rain, I'll kill you with my own hands. Suddenly, the mages shifted their focus, directing their attacks toward Caesar. With a powerful leap, he dodged the incoming assault, snarling, Rain, go to hell. As Caesar's sword sliced through the air, its blade closing in on Rain with deadly precision, Leah appeared out of nowhere. In a stunning display of strength, she intercepted the attack with her bare hand, halting the blade mere inches from Rain. Caesar froze in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. This made she's a nightmare, he thought, panic creeping into his expression. As long as she's by Rain's side, I can't touch him. Without wasting a moment, Leah retaliated. With a single, devastating kick, she sent Caesar hurtling through the air, crashing into a stone wall. The impact sent up a cloud of dust and debris, obscuring the scene for a moment. When the smoke finally cleared, Caesar lay slumped against the wall, unconscious from the sheer force of Leah's strike. His once determined figure was now limp and defeated, unable to continue the fight. When Caesar finally regained consciousness, he opened his eyes to see Rain calmly sitting in front of him, a faint smile on his face. Ah, you're awake, Rain remarked casually. I thought it might take you the entire day to recover. Caesar glared at him but remained silent. Rain leaned forward slightly, his tone steady and measured. You know, Caesar, I've always respected your work as a border guard. For years, you carried out your duties independently, earning both recognition and wealth. But I have to ask, when did you start working for City Lord Eldrick? Caesar's eyes widened in shock, his composure slipping. How did you know I was working for Eldrick? He stammered. Rain's smile deepened, but his gaze turned sharp. Don't be so surprised. From the very first glance, I can tell what kind of person someone is. And over the years, I've become well aware of how many serpents we've unknowingly raised in our midst. Caesar's breath hitched as Rain continued, his voice unwavering. When I first met Eldrick, I knew he would eventually rebel against us. I've been waiting for the right moment to expose him, and thanks to you, that moment has finally arrived. You've provided me with the evidence I needed to take Eldrick down red-handed." Caesar chuckled darkly, a sly grin spreading across his face. "You nobles always think you're so smart, but in reality, you're not," he sneered. "City Lord Eldrick is the most corrupt man I've ever encountered. He's cunning beyond measure. As a city lord, he controls the entire region with an iron grip. Sure, as the Grand Duke's son, you have more authority on paper, but here, in this region, you're nothing compared to him." Rain remained unfazed, his calm demeanor unshaken. "You're not wrong, Caesar," he replied evenly. "These pieces of evidence alone aren't enough to bring down someone like Eldrick. They aren't a direct threat to him, but these records, they'll give me something far more valuable, the real tax records of Essling City. With that knowledge, I'll ensure that no one, not Eldrick nor anyone else, can scam the city again. I'll shape Essling City into what it should be." Hearing this, Caesar threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound echoing in the room. "Transforming Essling City? That's your dream? Let me tell you something, boy, it's a dream that will never come true," he said mockingly. "Eldrick has corrupted every noble in the city. They're all as dirty as he is, and they depend on him like a lifeline. Do you really think those nobles will listen to you? They'll fight tooth and nail to keep their precious system intact. Your dream of transformation is nothing but a fantasy." Rain smirked, his sharp gaze fixed on Caesar. "Caesar," he said, his voice calm yet menacing, "let me tell you something. A living person can be called a noble, but the dead, they aren't nobles or commoners, they're just corpses. You're a smart man. I'm sure you understand exactly what my words mean." Caesar's confidence faltered, and a wave of fear washed over him. His face darkened, beads of sweat forming on his brow, each one a testament to the terror gripping him. His voice trembled as he said, "Rain, do you realize what you're planning will turn all of Essling City into a river of blood? You can't kill all the nobles in the city." Rain leaned forward, his tone cold but resolute. "I'm not a cruel monarch, Caesar," he replied. "I'm giving the nobles of Essling City two choices. The first, they can continue following Eldrick down his path of corruption, which will ultimately lead them to a horrific death. The second, they can choose to follow me, obey my orders, and work toward a brighter future for the city. Together, we can make Essling a place where every single person has an opportunity to thrive." He paused, his smirk returning. "And you know the nobles of this city, don't you, Caesar? They're clever. What do you think they'll choose when faced with those two options?" Later, Rain deepened thought as he began calculating the city's future. His sharp eyes scanned a map spread across the table, his mind already working through the challenges ahead. Every year, during the autumn season, Grand Duke Soren sends his troops to attack the borders. Rain muttered to himself, and given the current state of Essling City, we're far from prepared for such a conflict. The city walls, which are already severely damaged, must be repaired immediately. In their current condition, they won't hold against an enemy assault for long. His gaze shifted to the map, his fingers tracing the territories surrounding the city. The Western Territory is under Saintus Era's control, he noted thoughtfully. She'll likely negotiate with the elves to ensure peace in that region. If successful, we won't have to worry about war there. He moved his hand to another part of the map. To the east lies my second sister's territory. Knowing her, I can rest assured that this area is secure. I don't have to concern myself with that region either. Finally, his focus settled on the Northern Territory, where Essling City shared its border with Grand Duke Soren. Rain's expression grew grim. "The real problem lies in the north," he said quietly. "The possibility of war in that territory is extremely high. We must prepare for the worst." Leah interrupted Rain's train of thought, her tone steady but urgent. "We've successfully seized the border fortress," she reported, "and in doing so, we secured 350,000 gold coins." Rain nodded, processing the information quickly. "Good work. Order the fortress guards to come here first. They'll take over the defenses at the border. Once they're here, reward each of them with 100 gold coins for their loyalty and service," he instructed. "Also, prepare the carriages. We're heading back to Essling City." A short while later, Rain approached his carriage, where Selena was waiting for him with a cheerful expression. As he climbed in, he thanked her. "Selena, I appreciate the Mage Guild's efforts. You've all worked hard." Selena smiled, brushing off the praise with a wave of her hand. It's nothing. For the mages, tasks like these are a piece of cake." Her expression brightened with curiosity as she shifted the conversation. "By the way, young master, about the lithium batteries, can you explain how they discharge energy, and how can we refill them?" Rain chuckled softly at her eagerness. "All right, I'll explain it to you on the way back to Essling City. But be patient, I'll go through it slowly." Selena opened her mouth to thank him, but before she could, Malcolm rushed toward them, his face pale and his voice shaky. "Young master, there's a problem," he exclaimed. Selena frowned, crossing her arms. "Why are you panicking? take a breath and tell us what happened," she said firmly. Malcolm swallowed hard before blurting out, his voice laced with shock. "Eldrick has rebelled against us. He's taken over Essling City." The atmosphere grew tense as his words sank in, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on everyone. Hearing Malcolm's news, Selena froze in shock, her usual composure shaken. In contrast, Rain remained unnervingly calm, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Rain's expression remained unreadable as he thought to himself, "Eldrick has reached his limit. He couldn't withstand the pressure of my plans any longer. This rebellion was inevitable." Selena, her voice tense and tinged with regret, asked anxiously, "Master, what should we do to protect you? I brought all the mages of the Mage Guild here. That bastard Eldrick must have seen this as the perfect opportunity to take over the city and rebel against us." Rain turned to her, his voice steady and reassuring. "There's no need to worry, Selena," he said calmly. "Eldrick has always been a cunning man, meticulous and careful to avoid making mistakes, but the moment he decided to rebel and seize control of the city, he had already sealed his fate. He's lost, even if he doesn't realize it yet." Rain's unwavering composure gave her a sense of reassurance that, somehow, they were still in control of the situation. As Rain stood before the sealed city gates with his army, he called out for Eldrick, demanding an explanation for the closure. Eldrick, standing atop the gate, observed the scene below with evident satisfaction. With a smirk, he asked, "Young master, is there some problem with our Essling City today?" Rain's voice carried the weight of accusation as he questioned why Eldrick had betrayed his father. At this, Eldrick's expression darkened, and his voice rose with anger. He retorted that Rain was only asking now because he had chosen to rebel, yet for years, he had asked Rain's father why he had been cast aside, why he had been banished to the weakest city in the entire country, a place no one wanted to govern. He recounted how he and Rain's father had once joined forces with the shared ambition of building an empire. But while Rain's father had risen to become a great noble, Eldrick had been discarded, abandoned to a desolate city unworthy of his efforts. He had believed that his loyalty would be rewarded, that he would be granted a better post, but instead, he and his family had been condemned to a place he considered nothing more than a wasteland. With bitterness, Eldrick admitted that he had written countless letters, pleading for a transfer, yet not once had he received a reply. His resentment had only grown with each passing year. Fixing Rain with a cold stare, he declared that if anyone was to blame, it was not him, but Rain's father, whom he branded as ruthless, selfish, and utterly heartless. Eldrick looked down at Rain from the city gate, his voice filled with conviction as he spoke. He reminded Rain that the people standing with him had once served his father, but due to his father's treatment of others, they had all turned against him. This, he claimed, was not a rebellion, it was merely them taking what was rightfully theirs. Rain, unimpressed by Eldrick's justification, scoffed and accused him of making weak excuses for his betrayal. He had expected Eldrick, known for his wisdom and cunning, to have a far better reason for turning against his father. Looking at the assembled nobles, he declared that because they had served his father for so long, he was offering them a final chance to surrender. However, if they refused, he warned that within 3 days, they would come to regret their decision. Hearing this, the nobles on Eldrick's side erupted into laughter, mocking Rain. They jeered that he must have taken some kind of drug to be speaking so boldly. One of them sneered that Rain wouldn't even be able to set foot inside the city gate in 3 days, let alone make them regret their actions. Amused by Rain's confidence, Eldrick smirked and issued a challenge. If Rain was so certain that he would make them regret their decision in 3 days, then why not place a bet? His voice rang out over the city walls as he proposed the terms. If Rain failed to break through the city's defenses within the given time, he would have to surrender in front of Eldrick. Rain's expression remained firm as he asked what kind of bet Eldrick had in mind. Eldrick, his tone filled with arrogance, repeated his terms in an even louder voice, ensuring everyone heard. The challenge had been set, and the fate of Essling City would be decided in the coming days. Rain met Eldrick's gaze without hesitation and asked what would happen if he succeeded in breaking through the city gates. In response, Eldrick smirked and declared that if Rain managed to do so, he would surrender before him. His tone was laced with challenge as he addressed Rain directly, asking if he had the courage to gamble on such high stakes. Before Rain could respond, Selena stepped forward and advised him against making a reckless bet. She reminded him that the Grand Duke's army would arrive in a few days, and until then, they could fight strategically, wearing down the enemy rather than rushing into unnecessary risks. Leah nodded in agreement, stating that once the Grand Duke's reinforcements arrived, their victory would be assured. There was no need to wager everything on a hasty decision. Eldrick, sensing hesitation, seized the opportunity to provoke Rain further. With a mocking tone, he accused him of being afraid to accept the bet, claiming that talking big was easy, but taking action required true courage. He sneered that Rain was the type of man who boasted grandly yet lacked the determination to follow through on his words. Rain's expression remained firm as he met Eldrick's taunting gaze. With unwavering confidence, he declared that if Eldrick had the audacity to make such a bet, then he should prepare himself to lose and honor the promise he had made. He added that in his dictionary, the word defeat did not exist. Eldrick let out a short laugh and announced to everyone present that Rain had officially accepted the bet. He warned him not to go back on his word after facing defeat. Then, as if recalling an important detail, he smirked and revealed one last piece of news. Word of his rebellion had already spread like wildfire. The Orvis Empire's military had learned of his defiance and was now planning an attack. Fixing his gaze back on Rain, Eldrick taunted him once more, saying that in just 10 days, he would not only have to face him but also the approaching enemy army. With a smirk, he added that he had no doubt their brave young master would not flee upon seeing the enemy forces closing in. The scene shifted to Rain's base camp, where he had gathered all key figures to discuss their next course of action. The atmosphere was tense as they deliberated on their strategy. Selena was the first to speak, voicing her concerns. She acknowledged that while Esling City's walls were weak, breaching them in such a short time would still be a difficult task. Another soldier stepped forward, expressing his worries about the growing danger of their current location. He suggested that Rain should not remain in such a perilous situation. However, Rain remained calm, his voice steady as he addressed the group. He stated that Eldrick and Esling City were not their primary concerns. The real threat lay in the approaching Orvis Empire army. His focus was on devising a plan to handle them under these difficult circumstances. Turning to Leah, he asked if she had gathered the firewood grass as he had instructed. Leah immediately confirmed that they had collected a significant amount from the nearby lake, even more than what he had originally requested. Satisfied, Rain then looked at Selena and gave her a new task. He instructed her to use her magic to freeze the lake, ensuring that the temperature dropped below 0 degrees Celsius. His command left Selena momentarily puzzled. She couldn't understand what he intended to do. Despite her confusion, she hesitated only briefly before asking how these preparations would help them break through Esling City's walls. Rain, maintaining his composed demeanor, reassured her that once everything was in place, they would understand his plan soon enough. With that, the meeting continued, as each person prepared to carry out their assigned tasks. Rain stood at the front lines, his gaze firm as he raised his arm. The signal was given. His soldiers, carrying nothing but bundles of firewood, dried grass, and shields, charged forward. There were no swords, no spears, just an odd assortment of seemingly harmless materials. Yet, with unwavering determination, they rushed toward the towering walls of the city. From atop the fortress, Eldrick watched the scene unfold, his expression shifting from intrigue to outright confusion. His keen eyes scanned the battlefield, but not a single enemy soldier carried a weapon. Instead, they flung the firewood and grass against the sturdy stone walls. "What in the world is this?" Eldrick muttered, his brows knitting together in frustration. He turned sharply to his nearest officer. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" The soldier hesitated, clearly just as puzzled. "No, my lord, this is the first time I've witnessed such an attack." After a brief pause, he speculated, "Perhaps they intend to set fire to the city walls?" Eldrick's irritation flared. Without warning, he delivered a swift punch to the soldier's arm, making the man stumble back in surprise. "Idiot!" Eldrick snapped. "How can fire burn stone? Do you take me for a fool?" Before the soldier could stammer a response, another messenger sprinted toward them, panting. He barely managed to salute before blurting out, "My lord, they've set fire to the wood." Eldrick's lips curled into a smirk as he crossed his arms. "Young Master Rain truly is a fool," he scoffed. "What kind of ridiculous tactic is this? Fire cannot destroy these walls. He's only embarrassing himself." One of his commanders stepped forward, concern flickering in his eyes. "Shall we deploy our mages to extinguish the fire? Our archers have been shooting, but their arrows aren't having much effect on them." Eldrick waved a dismissive hand. "No, don't waste our resources. The mages will be needed when the real battle begins. As for our arrows, save them for a worthy fight. In 3 days, Rain will be utterly humiliated, and this pathetic attempt at strategy will cost him everything." With unwavering confidence, Eldrick turned his attention back to the battlefield, convinced that victory was already his. He couldn't even begin to fathom the deeper scheme hidden behind Rain's seemingly foolish actions. 3 days had passed since the start of the unusual siege, and inside City Lord Eldrick's mansion, the atmosphere was lively. The grand hall buzzed with conversation and laughter, as nobles and commanders drank and feasted, celebrating in anticipation of Rain's imminent failure. The young master of the Grand Duke had issued a bold challenge, but to everyone watching, his plan had seemed nothing short of laughable. Amidst the revelry, a soldier entered hastily, his boots clicking sharply against the polished floor. Bowing respectfully, he delivered his report. Lord Eldrick, the enemy troops have stopped lighting fires. At those words, Eldrick paused, setting his goblet down with a smirk. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Then, standing up, he let out a short chuckle. Those fools must have burned through all their firewood. It was obvious their ridiculous plan wouldn't last. They've lost confidence. They know they've failed, he declared, his voice brimming with satisfaction. He then looked around at his gathered officers and nobles, his gaze sharp with amusement. Come, all of you, let us witness Rain's humiliation together. That arrogant whelp, young Master Rain, the Grand Duke's son, has no choice but to surrender before me. I wouldn't want to miss the look on his face. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Everyone had been waiting for this moment, the grand conclusion to Rain's foolish 3-day bet. The terms were simple. If he could not breach the city within 3 days, he would be considered the loser. And now, as the sun neared the horizon, his failure was all but certain. For 3 days, his army had done nothing but set firewood ablaze near the city walls. They hadn't attacked, they hadn't advanced, they had simply burned and burned, creating a continuous wall of heat and smoke that had puzzled Eldrick and his men. Now, with their firewood seemingly exhausted, the game was over. Still, curiosity stirred among the nobles. The heat from the flames had made the walls nearly unbearable to touch, forcing even the city's own soldiers to stand back from the stone barriers. But what had Rain truly hoped to accomplish with this? Did he actually believe fire alone would bring down their great defenses? Even as the walls smoldered under the lingering heat, Eldrick felt nothing but contempt for Rain's tactics. Victory was his, and so, with eager steps, they made their way toward the city walls, confident that they were about to witness the young master's public disgrace. At the city walls, the air outside was thick with the remnants of smoke, the last wisps of heat shimmering above the blackened stone. Eldrick stood at the battlements, his eyes locking onto the figure standing across from him, the ever-stubborn young Master Rain. Even now, Rain's posture remained firm, his expression unreadable. Eldrick couldn't help but laugh as he raised his voice, his tone dripping with mockery. What's the matter, Rain? Have you finally realized how foolish your plan was? Why have you stopped setting the walls on fire? Don't tell me you've given up. Standing tall before the city walls, Rain's voice rang out with unwavering authority as he addressed Eldrick and the gathered nobles. City Lord Eldrick, all of you standing by his side, you are well aware of the crimes you have committed, and yet, despite that, I will offer you one final chance. His piercing gaze swept over the nobles, his tone filled with both judgment and certainty. You have 2 choices: surrender now and accept your fate, or cling to your arrogance and prepare to meet your terrible deaths. His words carried across the battlefield, his army standing silently behind him, awaiting the inevitable response. Eldrick let out a chuckle, shaking his head in amusement as he stepped forward. His voice was laced with mockery and disbelief. Young Master Rain, I often wonder, where does your confidence come from? He said with a smirk. Do you even stop to think before you speak, or do you simply enjoy making a fool of yourself? The nobles behind him laughed. Nodding in agreement, Eldrick continued, his tone growing sharper. We are the ones in the winning position, yet you dare suggest that we should surrender. It seems you have conveniently forgotten about the 3-day bet. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he folded his arms. But don't worry, if your memory fails you, allow me to remind you, today marks the final day of the bet. Before sunset, if you fail to break through the city gates, you must surrender before me. That was the agreement, was it not? As the son of the Grand Duke, surely you would not go back on your word? His words were met with nods of approval from the assembled nobles. Among them, several family heads joined in the mockery, their voices carrying the same derision. You still have time, young Master Rain, one of them jeered. Don't waste it standing there, making empty threats. Shouldn't you be focusing on how to break the gates? Another noble added with a smirk. Whatever you attempt now will be meaningless. Bold words alone won't change reality. Laughter rippled through Eldrick's ranks as another noble sneered. To achieve victory, one must have a proper strategy, not just blind confidence. That is why our city lord Eldrick stands victorious today. Their taunts filled the air, the nobles reveling in their supposed triumph. Yet, even as they spoke, Rain remained unmoved, his expression unshaken. Rain let out a sigh, shaking his head as he regarded Eldrick and his men with cold indifference. His voice carried a finality that sent a slight shiver through the air. It seems there is no point in offering you a chance, he said, his tone laced with disappointment. But remember, this is the path you have chosen. Whatever happens next, do not blame me for it. Then, without hesitation, he turned his gaze toward Selena and issued his command. Selena, proceed as planned. At his words, Selena stepped forward, her expression calm yet filled with lethal determination. Lightning crackled around her fingertips as she began to channel her magic, preparing to unleash an attack that would decide the course of the battle. Seeing this, Eldrick's expression darkened and he immediately barked an order to his mages, form a barrier. Now, his voice carried urgency. And though his mages rushed to obey, an unmistakable tension filled the air. Even among them, fear flickered in their eyes, for they were about to face Selena's devastating magic. The barrier took shape, a shimmering wall of energy forming in front of them. The gathered nobles watched with anticipation, convinced that Rain's reckless gamble was about to fail once more. Then, with a final surge of power, Selena unleashed her attack. A brilliant arc of lightning streaked through the air, its raw energy crackling with overwhelming force. Eldric's mages braced themselves, their barrier fully reinforced and ready to absorb the blow. But in the next instant, something unexpected happened. Instead of striking the defensive barrier, the lightning suddenly shifted its trajectory, veering sharply, straight toward the city gate. A stunned silence fell over Eldric's forces as they watched the attack land, its impact sending a deafening boom through the battlefield. Dust and smoke billowed into the air, obscuring the gates as everyone struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Even Eldric's most seasoned mage stared in confusion, his voice hesitant as he finally broke the silence. What just happened? For a moment, there was only quiet. Then, Eldric threw back his head and laughed, his amusement echoing through the battlefield. "Nothing at all," he said dismissively, his voice dripping with mockery. "Just another foolish act from a fool." Did he truly believe that Selena's attack alone could break the city gates? His nobles joined in his laughter, their confidence unwavering. To them, Rain had once again proven himself reckless and naive. A single drop of water landed on Eldric's face. He instinctively wiped it away. But as he glanced at the sky, his expression shifted. The once clear heavens had darkened, and the gentle breeze had turned into a biting wind. It had begun to rain. A deep unease settled in his chest. When did the weather change? He wondered. Meanwhile, at the foot of the towering city walls, Rain stood amidst his army, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The rhythmic pounding of rain against armor filled the air as he raised his arm in command. "Proceed as planned," he ordered. Without hesitation, the soldiers surged forward, shields raised, each carrying a heavy bucket filled to the brim with icy water. Their boots splashed against the wet ground as they raced toward the towering walls. Rain cast a fleeting glance toward Selena. She stood beside him, her usually vibrant presence now weakened, her breath unsteady. Yet, despite her fatigue, she had done the impossible. She changed the weather itself. Rain marveled. With just a single attack, she shifted the tides of battle. This power, this moment, will lead us to victory. Selena's lips parted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, will everything be okay?" Rain turned to her, his expression firm yet reassuring. "Don't worry," he said. "Once the icy water touches the city walls, they will crack beyond repair. Victory is within our grasp." Before another word could be spoken, Leah, standing nearby, gasped and pointed toward the fortress. "Young master, look at the walls." Rain's gaze snapped to the battlefield. The first wave of soldiers had already reached the city's defenses. Tilting their buckets forward, water cascaded down in shimmering streams, clinging to the cold stone before seeping into every crevice. For a brief moment, silence fell, then crack, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, then another, and another. The cracks spread like veins across the walls, threading through the ancient stone. The soldiers took a step back, eyes wide with anticipation. High above, Eldric's unease twisted into outright alarm as the ominous noise reached his ears. He turned sharply toward the walls, his heart pounding. This isn't possible, he thought. The city walls have withstood countless sieges. These small attacks should mean nothing. But then the ground trembled. It started as a subtle vibration beneath his feet, but within moments, it grew into a violent quake that rattled the fortress itself. The nobles surrounding him, their faces once filled with confidence, now turned pale with fear. Murmurs of doubt turned into frantic questions. "What's happening?" one noble shouted. "Why is everything shaking? This shouldn't be possible," another cried. Eldric clenched his fists, trying to regain control of the moment. "Stay calm," he barked. "The walls will hold." But as the words left his mouth, the city itself betrayed him. A deafening crack split the air as massive chunks of stone broke away, crashing to the ground below. Screams erupted as soldiers and nobles alike lost their balance, thrown into chaos. The once mighty walls, the pride of the city, shattered like fragile glass, crumbling into a cascade of ruin. Eldric's breath caught in his throat. He had prepared for war, he had braced for an attack, but this was complete devastation. As the city walls crumbled into ruins, a dense cloud of dust and smoke engulfed the entire area. The battlefield fell into momentary silence, broken only by the distant sounds of debris crashing to the ground. Rain, standing at the front of his advancing army, raised his sword high and commanded in a firm, unwavering voice, "The city walls have fallen. This is our moment. Attack." His voice rang out over the battlefield, steady and resolute. "Whoever surrenders and does not resist will only be arrested." But anyone who dares to defy us, anyone who still harbors rebellion, will be cut down without hesitation." His gaze swept across his men as he added coldly, "It no longer matters what their rank or status is. If they fight back, they will die on the spot." Without delay, Rain's army surged forward. Moving swiftly through the ruined city walls, soldiers stormed the battlefield, securing key positions and subduing the remaining defenders. Amidst the chaos, Selena stood still, her eyes wide with disbelief. She watched as the mighty walls, which she had believed to be impenetrable, lay in complete devastation. Her heart pounded as the realization settled in. This was no ordinary destruction. Even with her most powerful attack, she had never been capable of inflicting such overwhelming damage, and yet, young Master Rain had done it, without magic, without spells. How is this possible, she thought, struggling to comprehend what she was witnessing. Rain turned to her, his voice calm but resolute. "Selena, it's time to go home. There's nothing more the enemy can do now." For a moment, she hesitated, still absorbing everything that had unfolded before her, but as she looked at Rain, she saw no hesitation in his eyes, only certainty. Slowly, she nodded and followed his lead. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the fallen city, Eldrick staggered forward, his body battered and wounded. Pain throbbed through his limbs, but it was nothing compared to the weight of his realization. From the beginning, I was too confident, he thought bitterly. I underestimated young Master Rain far too much. His fingers curled into fists as the truth dawned upon him. He had never stood a chance. From the very start, he had been caught in Rain's trap, blindly believing in his own strength while the enemy had already outmaneuvered him. Yet, despite his injuries, a flicker of hope remained. He glanced around and saw that in the chaos, no one seemed to have noticed him. His breath hitched. This is my chance. If he could escape now and reach the reinforcements from the Orvis Empire, he would survive. He could rebuild. He could still turn the tide. Summoning the last of his strength, he prepared to slip away into the shadows. But before he could take another step, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Something was wrong. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he noticed a group of nobles standing in his path. Their faces, once filled with trust and certainty in his leadership, were now twisted with fury. Their eyes burned with betrayal. Eldrick froze as they stepped forward, blocking his escape. One of them, his voice laced with anger, demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" Another sneered, his tone dripping with resentment. "After everything you've done, after leading us to ruin, do you really believe you can just walk away?" The weight of their glares pressed down on Eldrick like an unshakable burden. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized he was no longer their leader, he was their enemy. The scene shifted to another part of the city. Meanwhile, Rain was seen patrolling the city with his army, proudly displaying his victory. He wanted to make it clear that he had reclaimed Essling City. Observing the triumphant procession, the people of the city murmured among themselves, praising their young master Rain. They expressed their amazement, admitting that they had once believed the city would never be freed from Eldrick's control. Yet, within just 3 days, Rain had overturned the situation, accomplishing a feat that would be remembered in history. Some among the crowd marveled at how the battle had resulted in no serious injuries. They pointed out that even those who did get hurt had suffered only minor injuries, like twisting an ankle while walking. Amidst the praise, Selena, filled with excitement, turned to Rain and eagerly asked how he had managed to achieve such an incredible victory. She admitted that she had been trying to understand it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she insisted that he explain everything immediately. Rain knew that once Selena started insisting, there was no way out. He understood that if he didn't explain his strategy, she would continue pressing him relentlessly. Realizing that it was in his best interest to provide an answer, he finally relented and agreed to tell her what had happened. He explained that the collapse of the city wall was due to the principle of thermal expansion. Selena, unfamiliar with the concept, asked what thermal expansion and contraction meant, admitting that she was hearing about them for the first time. In response, Rain simplified the explanation, stating that when an object is heated, it expands, and when it cools down, it contracts, effectively causing it to shrink. He provided an example, explaining that milk remains at its usual volume when cold but expands significantly when heated. He emphasized that this principle applied to all materials. When they are heated, they expand, and when they cool down, they contract. He then hinted at how he had used this phenomenon to bring down the city wall but refused to divulge the details just yet. Instead, he declared that he first needed to deal with this bastard Eldrick. Selena, eager to learn more, assured him that she would wait for his explanation. Meanwhile, Rain and his troops approached the broken wall, where they encountered a noble pretending to be trapped under debris. His voice trembling, pleaded for help, fearing for his life. Rain, however, remained skeptical, questioning whether he would fall for such a blatant trick. He demanded to know what the noble truly wanted. Desperate, the noble fell to his knees and confessed that they had been deceived by Eldrick, who had manipulated them into betraying Rain. Another noble corroborated the story, insisting that their intention had been to capture Eldrick but that he had tricked them and escaped. They pleaded for forgiveness, insisting that they had never intended to go against Rain of their own volition. Rain, however, was unmoved. He reminded them that he had given them 2 chances to prove their loyalty, both of which they had rejected, instead mocking him for offering them a way out. He recalled how they had expected him to surrender, yet now they sought mercy. One of the nobles, overwhelmed with regret, offered to surrender all his wealth in exchange for their lives. Pleading for forgiveness, Rain, unimpressed, remarked that instead of accepting their offer, he had a better idea. If he killed them all, everything they owned would be his by default. His words sent a shiver through the nobles, who began trembling in fear. They attempted to reason with him, warning that if he carried out such an act, no one would remain loyal to him in the future. They argued that his actions would make him a tyrant, feared rather than respected. Rain dismissed their concerns, asserting that loyalty was an illusion based on self-interest. He pointed out that people were only loyal to power and the benefits they received from it. He reminded them that they had once been loyal to Eldrick because he had provided them with wealth and influence, but when that changed, so did their allegiance. He called them fools for not realizing this truth sooner. Turning to his soldiers, Rain commanded them to arrest the nobles and imprison them. He declared that they should spend their days in captivity, contemplating their betrayal and awaiting their inevitable fate. Meanwhile, back in his mansion, Eldrick, shaken by recent events, spoke to a cloaked figure. He lamented that everything was over, attributing the destruction of the city walls to Rain. The cloaked figure, astonished, questioned how such a feat had been possible. Eldrick, still in disbelief, recounted the strange sequence of events. Rain had first set fire to the city wall, allowing it to burn for an entire day, and then extinguished it by pouring water over it. Cracks had begun to form. Within moments, the entire structure collapsed. The cloaked man listening to Eldrick's account scoffed in disbelief, dismissing his words as nonsense. "You must have lost your mind, Eldrick. What kind of absurdity are you spouting? Do you honestly expect me to believe this? No city wall in history has ever fallen due to fire and water. If such a method existed, even children could conquer entire cities. Whatever you saw must have been some form of powerful magic disguised as a simple trick." Eldrick trembled as he responded, insisting that he was telling the truth. He urged the cloaked man to focus on the real danger, the fact that the wall had already fallen. He warned that Rain would be upon them at any moment and that they had to escape immediately. "If we don't leave now, we won't get another chance. Once Rain's forces arrive, escape will be impossible." The cloaked man, realizing the urgency of the situation, pulled out a teleportation scroll. However, before he could activate it, Rain's voice echoed through the chamber. "Where do you think you're going? I came all this way as your guest, and you would leave without even greeting me. That's quite rude." Eldrick spun around in shock. "How did you get here so quickly?" Rain smirked. "Honestly, you made it easy. You were running so fast that you didn't even notice someone was following you. Your own men's led me straight here. I didn't even have to exert much effort to stop them. After dealing with them, I came directly to you, which confirms my suspicions. You were the mastermind behind all of this." Rain then turned to the cloaked figure. "And why are you wearing that mask? Is your face so hideous that you don't dare to show it to the world?" The masked man, ignoring Rain's taunts, sneered. "Mock me all you want, Rain Edgar. Your little victory here is short-lived. You may have taken the city, but you seem to have forgotten one crucial thing. The Orvis Empire will soon send reinforcements. By breaking the wall, you've sealed your fate. If you had held back, you might have survived a little longer, but now the Empire's forces will flood in, and I will have my revenge. You will suffer as I have suffered, and when the time comes, I will kill you with my own hands." As he spoke, he pulled out his teleportation scroll, attempting to activate it. Rain immediately ordered Leah to stop him. Leah, reacting swiftly, threw a knife at the man, slicing through his robes and embedding itself into his shoulder, pinning him against the wall. His mask slipped off, revealing his scarred face. Leah gasped as she recognized him, but before she could act further, the teleportation scroll activated. Just before disappearing, the masked man spat out his final words. "Rain Edgar, I will remember this. This is far from over. I will return and settle the score." The moment he vanished, Leah turned to Rain, regret evident in her eyes. "Young master, I'm sorry. If I had acted a little faster, he wouldn't have escaped. My hesitation cost us the chance to capture him." Rain, however, remained calm. "No need to worry. Capturing them here wasn't our main objective. Now that I've seen their faces, tracking them down won't be difficult." Leah hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young master, I recognize that man." Rain raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you know him? Was he an old lover of yours?" Leah quickly shook her head. "No, young master, that man was never that close to me, but I do know who he is. Leah hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, that man's name is Revan Edwin. He once worked under the Grand Duke, but for unknown reasons, he betrayed him and joined the army of our enemy, Grand Duke Soren. Since then, he has been working against Grand Duke Alferia. Rain raised an eyebrow. Edwin, that name again. Does that mean he's also from the Edwin family? Is he related to Lucas Edwin, the man we executed a few days ago? Leah nodded. Yes. Before Lucas, Revan was the head of the family. He never approved of the way our Grand Duke operated, and his ideology clashed with ours. That's why he first abandoned his own family and later aligned himself with Grand Duke Soren. Rain smirked. So, Eldrick isn't the first traitor in this city. There have been others before him. Just then, Selena approached them. Young master, we have taken control of the situation here, but the Orvis Empire's forces are advancing. They will be here soon. Even if I employ all the mages of my guild, we won't be able to rebuild the wall fast enough to stop them. The biggest problem is that once constructed, the wall needs time to dry, and we simply don't have that time. Your thermal expansion technique inflicted significant damage, making repairs even more difficult. Rain, however, remained unfazed. You don't need to worry about that. I have a brilliant plan to resolve this problem. I can assure you that the Orvis forces won't be able to harm us. With that, Rain strode to the center of the city, preparing to address the gathered citizens. Selena, watching him, thought to herself, the entire city is already aware of the impending attack. They have witnessed countless unsettling events unfold before their eyes. The young master wishes to calm them down, but how? This crisis is monumental. Keeping the people from panicking will be nearly impossible. Rain's voice rang out over the hushed crowd. People of this city, listen to me carefully. I have come here today to tell you something of great importance. The Orvis Empire's army is advancing to attack us. Within a few days, they will reach our gates. I needed to inform you all of this so you can prepare. A wave of fear swept through the crowd as murmurs turned into shouts. The army is coming to attack us. Selena's eyes widened in disbelief. Young master, what have you done? The townsfolk murmured in agreement, recalling how they had just emerged from a war with the city lord Eldrick, and now, another threat loomed over them. Many suggested that it would be wiser to gather their valuables and flee, believing there was no point in staying in a city prone to constant attacks. A man nearby lamented that under young Master Rain's leadership, their lives had been improving, but now, with another attack imminent, they would have no choice but to leave. Selena criticized Rain further, saying he had made a grave mistake by alarming the people, causing unnecessary fear and chaos. Rain, however, defended his decision. He questioned why it was wrong to tell the truth and argued that people needed to be aware of the threat. Selena, still frustrated, explained that common people were not trained soldiers. In times of danger, fear would paralyze them, making the situation worse. If the citizens couldn't function under stress, it could create serious problems. Rain countered, insisting that Selena was mistaken. He argued that it wasn't necessary for the people to remain calm. In his view, the battlefield thrived on emotion. While the commander needed to stay composed, it was beneficial for the soldiers to be passionate and driven. Their excitement and anger could fuel their will to fight, increasing their chances of victory. Selena, now confused, admitted that she didn't fully understand Rain's intentions. To clarify, Rain pulled out a letter and presented it to everyone. He explained that the letter wasn't just a warning, it was an insult. The Orvis Empire had mocked them, calling the citizens of Essling cowards who would rather flee than fight for their homes. He emphasized that even a rat would defend its burrow, but the Empire believed the people of Essling lacked such basic courage. These words sparked outrage among the crowd. The citizens, furious at being belittled, declared that they would no longer allow the Orvis army to pillage their lands. They vowed to stand their ground and fight back this time. Rain, seeing the fire in their eyes, encouraged them further, reminding them of their strength and resilience. He assured them that they were neither fools nor cowards and that when it came to protecting their homes, they would be the first to risk their lives. The crowd roared in agreement, shouting that they would not flee like scared dogs. They were ready to fight, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Rain, filled with pride, swore that the Orvis army would not succeed this time. They would be forced to retreat without gaining anything from their land. Later, Rain returned to his mansion, sitting in his study, deeply engrossed in planning their defense strategy. Leah entered the room and gently urged him to take a break. Noticing how long he had been working, Rain refused, explaining that there was no time to rest. The enemy would soon reach Border Fortress, and before they did, he needed to devise a solid plan. He acknowledged that their army was much weaker in comparison to Orvis Empire army, and without a smart strategy, the city would fall. Leah, hesitantly, questioned Rain about his earlier actions. She admitted that while she usually understood the motives behind his decisions, this time, she was unsure of his intentions. Rain smiled slightly and revealed that he hadn't just been giving the people courage, He had been giving them confidence. He needed them to believe in their strength, not just to fight, but to win. Rain explained that he wasn't merely giving courage to the people of his city, he was giving them confidence. He emphasized that there was no need to panic as long as he was standing. He would take care of Orvis Empire. His trust had calmed the citizens, and he believed it was even more important to inform them about the approaching army. If they had learned of it through another source, they would have panicked. He noted that the people were now willing to fight for their homes. However, if they had discovered the truth directly not from him, they would have abandoned their homes in fear. Rain questioned how difficult it would have been to save the city or evacuate its citizens if they had been fleeing in panic. He had already decided to secure the children and elderly women, knowing that once they were safe, defending the city would become much easier. Leah had voiced her concern, pointing out that while Rain had thought of everyone else, he hadn't once considered his own safety. She reminded him that enemy's forces were approaching, and the greatest danger was to him. She pleaded him to let her take him far from the city, unable to bear the thought of him being harmed. But Rain reassured Leah that there is no need to worry about him. He had already instructed Malcolm and Selena to evacuate the city's children, elderly, and women, stressing their safety as a top priority. As for himself, he had no intention of giving up. He was confident they would find a way to save the city. While holding a book in his hand, Rain contemplated asking Leah whether they could use something mentioned inside it. Turning to her, he asked about the dark green oil referenced in the text and what its significance was. Leah had recalled that it was something witches once used in their craft, a flammable substance. Rain quickly realized what it might be. He thought about the dark green liquid that could burn and considered whether it could be petrol. He remembered that petrol could appear in various colors, deep red, golden yellow, and dark green, depending on its composition. The darker it was, the more refined it tended to be. Convinced that the dark green oil mentioned in the book was indeed petrol, he ordered to be taken to the warehouse immediately to see it for himself. Upon reaching the warehouse with Leah, Rain commanded Soldier to open its doors. Once inside, he ordered soldiers to bring him the dark green oil, stressing the importance of caution. There must be no open flames nearby. He instructed them to bring the entire supply safely, warning against any spillage. The soldier assured him that he would handle it with care. As Rain examined the warehouse's contents, his eyes landed on piles of gold. He thought of Eldrick, the thief who had looted the city extensively but had never been able to use the stolen wealth. Rain vowed that once this looming war was over, he would use that gold to build industries and, if possible, construct a steam engine to rapidly transform the city's future. Moments later, the soldiers returned with barrels filled with dark green oil. Rain approached and opened a barrel's lid, confirming his suspicion. It was indeed petroleum. He realized that with this resource, the invading forces would stand no chance against the city. The scene then shifted to the military camp of the Orvis Empire, Raven standing before Lord Castile, admitting defeat. Castile, unsurprised, confessed that he had always doubted their abilities and had anticipated their loss. However, he hadn't expected them to be this incompetent. Castile reminded them that they had spent years capturing the city, only to lose it in a mere 3 days. It was then revealed that this man was none other than Orvis Empire Grand Duke, Castile Walderon. Nervous Eldrick quickly defended himself, insisting that it wasn't their fault. He explained that the enemy had used a forbidden spell on the city wall, which led to their swift defeat. Without that spell, Eldrick claimed, they could have held the city until Castile's arrival and perhaps maintained control. Castile, unimpressed, questioned the idea of a forbidden spell. He found it hard to believe that Alferia would send a forbidden spell master just to protect his younger son. It seems Alferia values his youngest son more than we thought, he remarked dryly. Raven then tried to reassure Castile, pointing out that using a forbidden spell was extremely difficult and could not be cast again easily. Since the spell had already been used against them, their army was now safe. He added that the enemy had destroyed the city wall using the spell, and it would be impossible to repair it in such a short time, making this the perfect opportunity for Castile to launch an attack. Although Raven admitted their defeat, he argued that they had unintentionally created a strategic advantage. However, Castile cut him off coldly. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I didn't become Duke by accident. I have plenty of ability, unlike garbage like you, he sneered. Then, with finality, Castile dismissed him. Your work here is done, go home. Raven, shocked and furious, protested, Lord Castile, I've supported you from the very beginning, and now you're casting me aside? Are you kicking me out of this plan? Castile didn't flinch. Raven Edwin, you were never part of the plan, you were merely a tool, and now that you're no longer useful, you're being discarded. Congratulations, Raven, for all your betrayal of Alferia, you'll gain nothing. He then handed Raven a letter. Here, read this. It's from the king, then you'll understand what your loyalty has earned you. Raven's hands trembled as he read the letter. The king's words hit him like a hammer. He had been declared the sole instigator of the conflict between the two dukes. The letter stated that there was never a true feud between them. Instead, Raven had manipulated both sides into war. Now, to restore peace, Raven would be executed as a scapegoat. Enraged, Raven shouted, "Castile, you traitor, I did everything for you, and this is how you repay me? You're making me the fall guy for the entire mess." But Castile was unmoved. He called for the guards. "Take him away, lock him up. We'll keep him alive until the war is won. Then he'll be sacrificed to calm the storm he created." As the guards dragged Raven away, he screamed, "You can't do this to me, Castile. We were partners. If I'm punished, you should be too." But his cries fell on deaf ears. Eldrick, meanwhile, was paralyzed with fear, thinking, "I never should have trusted Castile. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have run the moment I had the chance. Even Rain was better. At least he wasn't betraying us." Castile turned his cold gaze to Eldrick. "Now, Eldrick, give me one good reason why I should let you live. If your answer disappoints me, you'll end up just like Raven." Panicked, Eldrick stammered, "Duke Castile, please. I can be of great use to you. I know a secret, something that could greatly benefit Orvis Empire's future." Castile's curiosity was piqued. "A secret? What kind of secret could you possibly have that would help us progress?" The scene shifted to Thran City Lord's mansion, the domain of Prisha Edgar, Rain's older sister. She was seated in her grand office, engrossed in reviewing documents related to her territory. The room was silent except for the occasional rustle of parchment as she turned the pages. Her personal maid, Gwen, approached and respectfully informed her that a letter had arrived from young Master Rain, written by Leah Alice. Upon hearing Rain's name, a warm smile appeared on Prisha's lips as memories of his childhood surfaced in her mind. She wondered how much he had changed and resolved that she would visit his territory whenever she found the time. However, as she unfolded the letter and began to read, her expression darkened, the warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by an icy glare. The room's atmosphere shifted, tension thickening the air. Slamming the letter onto her desk, she ordered Gwen in an arrogant tone to bring Willis Holker before her immediately. Gwen nodded and swiftly carried out the order. Moments later, Willis Holker was brought into the room and kneeled before Prisha. Looking up hesitantly, he asked what had happened. Prisha's voice was cold and unyielding as she declared that he was quite bold to feign ignorance even after betraying them. Willis's face paled at her accusation, his expression darkening with distress. He quickly insisted that he was not a traitor, arguing that someone must have deceived her. He reminded Prisha that the Holker family had no reason to betray her, especially after she had helped them open a trade channel just last month, an opportunity that promised substantial growth for his family. Betraying her, he claimed, would be akin to cutting off his own leg with an axe. Prisha threw the letter at Willis's face. "How can you deny it now? This letter is the evidence that confirms everything. After reading it, you'll have no grounds to argue." With trembling hands, Willis caught the letter and began to read. It was written by Leah, detailing the dire situation in Essling City. "After young Master Rain's arrival, we discovered that Essling City is not as peaceful as we once believed. City Lord Eldrick is a traitor who has been plotting and scheming against us. Many nobles of Essling City, along with Border General Caesar Holker, are his accomplices. They have been secretly working for Grand Duke Castile of the Orvis Empire. Even Caesar Holker attempted to kill Master Rain, but his schemes failed in the face of Master Rain's wisdom. He was captured and executed. We are writing to warn you, be cautious of the Holker family. There is a strong possibility that they will betray you as well. If possible, send reinforcements to support Master Rain, as the Orvis Empire army is approaching." As Willis read the letter, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He could hardly believe what Caesar had done, nor could he comprehend the reason behind it. Caesar's actions had placed the Holker family in a precarious position. Prisha's voice cut through his thoughts. "Well, do you have anything left to say, or are you ready to admit this betrayal against us?" Willis took a deep breath before speaking. "Miss, I have no idea what that fool Caesar was thinking or why he did this. The Holker family has always served the Edgar family with unwavering loyalty. There are records of our ancestors sacrificing their lives to protect the Duke's family. Even if Caesar has turned traitor, I can swear on my honor that his betrayal has nothing to do with the Holker family." A sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted. "Miss Prisha, I wrote to Caesar last month, instructing him to protect young Master Rain. How could I or my family possibly betray you?" Prisha observed Willis carefully. His reaction didn't seem staged. The shock on his face, the tremor in his voice, it all suggested that Caesar's betrayal was as much a surprise to him as it was to everyone else. Perhaps the Holker family truly had no involvement in Caesar's actions. Trembling, Willis dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Please, grant me a chance to prove my family's loyalty. I will do whatever it takes, even if it means walking through fire." Prisha's gaze remained steady as she asked, "And what kind of opportunity do you seek? How do you plan to prove your loyalty?" Willis straightened slightly, determination flickering in his eyes. I have already taken action, miss. I sent my only daughter to lead our forces in support of young Master Rain. Prisha's brows furrowed. Your daughter? She questioned. She's still young, isn't she? And if I'm not mistaken, she has yet to complete her training at Knight's Academy. You are aware that the war against the Orvis Empire will be brutal. In such dire circumstances, you are sending your only successor. If anything happens to her, the Holker family will be left without an heir. Willis Holker straightened his back, his voice firm and resolute as he met Prisha's scrutinizing gaze. The Holker family has always stood by the Duke's family, and we will continue to do so, even if it costs us everything. If my daughter falls in battle, I will personally take up arms. And if I perish, another from my bloodline will take my place. We will fight until the last Holker stands. But what we cannot endure, what we will not accept, is the disgrace of being branded as traitors. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. For generations, we have shed blood for the Edgar family. To be accused of betrayal is more painful than death itself. His voice cracked slightly, but his determination did not waver. We will prove our loyalty, no matter the cost. Prisha studied him carefully. There was no hesitation in his words, no sign of deception in his expression. His desperation was real, and for a moment, she found herself almost convinced. But this was not a matter she could afford to take lightly. Her brother's safety was at stake, and one wrong decision could be catastrophic. Summoning her magic, she activated a transmission spell. A faint glow pulsed around her fingertips as she connected to Gwen, her trusted subordinate. Her voice was calm but commanding. Gwen, assign someone to keep a close watch on Rosalind Holker. If there is even the slightest suspicion of treachery, eliminate her immediately. Her tone sharpened. Above all else, ensure that Rain remains unharmed. His safety is the priority. Near Essling City, a gathering storm, a cold wind howled across the rocky cliffs overlooking Essling City. At the cliff's edge stood Grand Duke Castile, his dark cloak billowing in the wind as he surveyed the city below. His piercing gaze flickered with amusement. So, this is Essling City, he mused, his voice carrying an air of condescension. Stepping forward, City Lord Eldrick, clad in opulent robes, inclined his head slightly in deference. Indeed, Grand Duke, once we breach the city walls, Essling will be yours. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. As his gaze swept over the fortified defenses, Eldrick's expression shifted slightly. His brow furrowed, and his smirk faded into something resembling concern. It seems Rain Edgar has been busy, he muttered. If I recall correctly, these walls were in a state of disrepair not long ago, but now, the damage has been reinforced, and a moat has been constructed around the city. He must have used his mages to rebuild the fortifications. A moment of silence passed before Castile suddenly let out a low chuckle, which soon grew into full-blown laughter. That fool, Castile said between laughs, wasting his mage's power on city walls and ditches. What a pitiful attempt at defense. Rain Edgar plays at war like a child stacking stones. He believes he can keep us out with repaired walls and a trench. His laughter faded into a smirk. Let him exhaust his resources. Once we strike, his so-called defenses will crumble before him. Eldrick furrowed his brows, his concern evident as he turned to Grand Duke Castile. My lord, the city walls have been repaired, which will make the battle far more difficult for us. Why, then, do you seem so pleased? The fortifications pose a challenge, yet you still call Rain Edgar a fool. Castile smirked, his gaze lingering on the city before them. Eldrick, if this were a mountainous or uneven terrain, then constructing walls and moats would have been a strategic advantage. However, look around you, this is open plains. Between us and the city, there is only a narrow river, barely an obstacle for an advancing army. If Rain had conserved his mage's strength, he could have used them in battle to halt our advance, but instead, he foolishly wasted their power reinforcing city walls that cannot truly protect him. He let out a short laugh. Now, when we launch our attack, his mages will be drained, powerless to resist, and without them, no one in his army will be able to stop us. Eldrick's eyes widened in realization. He let out a low chuckle and shook his head in admiration. You truly think several steps ahead, Lord Castile. I did not fully grasp the situation at first, but you had already foreseen everything. Against your wisdom, Rain Edgar doesn't stand a chance. Just then, one of Castile's generals approached and saluted before speaking. My lord, if our goal is to capture Essling City, launching a direct assault on the fortress may not be the wisest approach. Instead, we should first surround them, cut off their escape routes, and then march directly to Essling City itself. Once the city is under our control, the fortress will be completely isolated. Castile's expression darkened as he turned his sharp gaze toward the general. His voice was cold and piercing. Are you suggesting that I, the Grand Duke, am incapable of defeating a mere fortress? A tense silence followed, the air thick with anticipation. The general held his breath, realizing he had unintentionally provoked Castile's pride. Realizing his mistake, the general immediately dropped to one knee before Grand Duke Castile, his head bowed in deference. "My lord, you misunderstand me," he said quickly. "I would never doubt your ability to defeat them. I only meant that by adopting a different approach, we could minimize unnecessary casualties. After all, our primary objective is to seize the city, not to needlessly sacrifice our men." Castile regarded him with cold, calculating eyes before letting out a quiet chuckle. "Casualties in war are inevitable," he remarked. "Soldiers are meant to fight and die, that is their purpose. Besides, we have brought plenty of new recruits for this battle. Consider it a training exercise for them. The more they experience war firsthand, the better prepared they will be for future battles." With that, Castile turned away, dismissing the general's concerns entirely. His smirk returned as he glanced toward the city walls. "Now then," he mused, "let's have some fun." He gestured toward his chief mage. "Come with me to the city fortress. I want to greet Rain Edgar personally, perhaps humiliate him a little. Who knows, maybe after seeing me, he'll surrender without a fight." Meanwhile, within the city, Rain Edgar sat at his desk, his fingers lightly tapping against the wooden surface. His expression was grim, frustration evident in his eyes. "This task has been stalled for half a month," he muttered to himself. "Finding 5 high-attribute individuals was supposed to be simple, yet I've made no progress. I need to figure out a way to complete this task immediately." Before he could contemplate further, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. A moment later, Leah stepped inside, her expression urgent. "Young master," she announced, "Grand Duke Castile of the Orvis Empire has arrived at the city gates. He has requested to speak with you." As soon as Rain stepped onto the battlements, Castile's gaze locked onto him. A smirk played on the Grand Duke's lips as he spoke in a commanding tone. "Rain Edgar, I will give you a chance." Before he could finish, Rain interrupted in an almost playful manner, tilting his head slightly. "Wait, don't tell me this fool is Grand Duke Castile." A ripple of laughter spread among the Essling soldiers. Some struggled to contain their amusement, while others openly chuckled at their young master's blatant mockery. Leah, standing beside Rain, added with an amused nod, "Young master, the fool standing before us is indeed Grand Duke Castile." Castile's expression darkened, his smirk vanished, replaced by a cold, seething glare. "How dare you?" he growled. "Such arrogance, such disrespect. Even your father wouldn't have dared to speak to me like this." His voice dripped with menace. "Looking down on me will be your greatest mistake, boy." Rain, unfazed by the Grand Duke's hostility, crossed his arms and smirked. "And why exactly have you come here, Duke Castile?" Castile's eyes burned with fury. "I am here to give you a chance," he declared, his voice rising. "A chance to beg for mercy. Surrender now, and this duke will spare your people. There is no need for unnecessary bloodshed." Rain let out a short chuckle before responding, his tone unwavering. "So, you came here to give me a chance? How generous of you." He took a step closer, his voice growing sharper. "Then let me offer you a better one." His expression hardened as he met Castile's gaze directly. "If you don't want to die here, turn around and lead your army back to your territory immediately. Otherwise, blood will flow today. But it won't be ours, it will be yours." Castile ordered to Rain, accusing him of growing increasingly arrogant. He urged him to abandon his fantasies, emphasizing that life in this realm was not as easy as Rain imagined. Castile declared that he had brought 100,000 soldiers with him, all awaiting his command. At a single signal, they would launch an attack so devastating that Rain would be unable to withstand it. Offering one final chance, Castile demanded Rain's surrender, warning that otherwise, he would be consumed by the flames of war. Rain turned to Leah and remarked that Castile was speaking excessively. He instructed Leah to warn Castile about the consequences of his insolence while standing on their border. Without hesitation, Leah lifted her skirt, drew her dagger, and hurled it with great force toward Castile. Just as the dagger flew through the air, a mage nearby cautioned Castile to be careful. However, Leah's dagger effortlessly sliced through the mage's protective spell and grazed Castile's cheek, drawing blood. The mage, visibly shaken, rushed to Castile's side and inquired about his well-being. Castile, now enraged, directed his fury toward Rain, vowing that this single drop of his blood would cost him dearly. In response, Rain taunted the Grand Duke, questioning his indignation over a mere warning shot. He asserted that if they had truly intended to kill him, the strike would not have missed, and by now, Castile's head would have been severed from his body. As he retreated, Castile promised that he would remember this act and warn Rain that their next encounter would be on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Rain instructed Selena to prepare for battle, cautioning against a hasty attack, as it might provoke an assault from Orvis' army. Upon Castile's return, his general immediately noticed the wound on his cheek and demanded an explanation. Castile, seething with anger, dismissed the attack as a cowardly act typical of the weak. He revealed that Rain had dared to strike him and ordered his army to prepare for an immediate assault. Furious at the humiliation he had suffered at the border, Castile vowed to exact vengeance, declaring that he would torture Rain by hanging him upside down until he found satisfaction. The general, shocked by Castile's command, questioned the wisdom of launching an attack in their current state. He pointed out that their soldiers had been marching for 3 consecutive days without proper rest or nourishment. In such a condition, engaging in hand-to-hand combat would be sheer folly. He implored Castile to reconsider, suggesting that they allow the troops a half-day to recover before launching a full-force attack. In a fit of rage, Castile hits the general on the spot. Denouncing him as an idiot unworthy of his rank, he declared that their army was not for cowards who feared battle. Another soldier stepped forward, urging Castile to remain calm. He clarified that no one feared the fight but reiterated that exhaustion had weakened the troops. Even if they were denied rest, they would still need to construct a bridge over the river and prepare their equipment before launching an attack. Without these measures, they would be at a severe disadvantage, as the enemy could easily pick them off with arrows while they swam across the water. Supporting the fallen general's stance, other soldiers pleaded with Castile for additional time, assuring him that once rested, they would strike with full force. Castile, however, dismissed their concerns, accusing them of cowardice and ignorance of warfare. He chastised them for their lack of tactical knowledge and insisted that history favored those who acted swiftly in battle. According to him, all who had hesitated in war had ultimately faced defeat. He proclaimed that speed was the key to victory and remained resolute in his decision to attack immediately. Lord Castile addressed his army, emphasizing that their opponent did not matter at the moment. He acknowledged that some might feel they should rest for a day before attacking, but he insisted that such an assumption would leave their enemy unprepared. Castile stated that their strategy was to launch a surprise hand-to-hand attack, catching the opposing soldiers off guard. He reminded his troops that they were the ones initiating the assault, not the other way around, and in such circumstances, they could not afford to slow down. At that moment, a soldier hesitantly objected, expressing his doubts about the plan. However, Castile dismissed his concerns, asserting that his orders were final. He declared that their army was fully prepared and that they would attack immediately, refusing to entertain any excuses. Meanwhile, in Orvis military camp, a group of soldiers sat together, engaged in conversation. They lamented how they had been on the move for 2 consecutive days and 3 nights without rest. One soldier, exhausted, admitted that he had once believed being a soldier would be a relatively easy job. Another soldier, equally fatigued, remarked that if no one else was tired, then perhaps they were different. Interrupting their discussion, a soldier excitedly shared something he had seen on the way. Another, impatient with suspense, urged him to speak quickly. The soldier then revealed that he had spotted sheep nearby, suggesting they could capture them and bring them back. The group responded with enthusiasm, realizing this meant they could finally enjoy a good meal. They agreed that after eating and resting, they would be able to fight with full strength the next day. One soldier even noted that many among them were about to experience their first battle. However, before they could carry out their plan, their general arrived and ordered them to gather immediately, announcing that they were about to launch an attack. The soldiers, initially confused, questioned whether they were truly leaving at that very moment. They expressed their frustration, reminding the general that they had been running continuously for 3 days and were also extremely hungry. They pleaded for food before engaging in battle, insisting that they would fight better with some sustenance. Despite their complaints, the general remained firm, relaying Lord Castile's strict orders. He informed them that there was no time for trivial concerns like eating and sleeping. Disheartened, the soldiers lamented their misfortune but ultimately had no choice but to obey. As they hurried toward the city wall, Rain observed the approaching enemy forces and, filled with concern, asked his commander if they could use a strategic maneuver against them. However, before a plan could be executed, Rain was taken aback by what he witnessed. The enemy soldiers did not attempt to cross a bridge but instead leaped directly into the water and began swimming. Perplexed by their seemingly reckless decision, Rain turned to his general and inquired whether anyone in their army had previously fought against the forces of Avorvis Empire. The general confirmed that he himself had battled them many times and was familiar with their tactics. Rain, finding this information useful, proceeded to ask another question. He pointed out that the opposing soldiers looked exhausted and appeared to have gone without food. He was curious whether they were always in such a weakened state or if this was an unusual occurrence. The general, drawing from his experience, explained that these soldiers were mostly new recruits. The higher ranks often recruited a large number of fresh soldiers before any major battle. He agreed with Rain's observation, noting that their expressions suggested severe hunger. It was very likely, he speculated, that they had not eaten in days. Rain continued questioning why all the enemy soldiers appeared to be starving. He wondered aloud why Duke Castile had brought his troops into battle in such a weakened state. If hunger had drained their energy, how could they possibly fight effectively? He speculated whether Castile had made such a foolish decision intentionally. The general, addressing Rain's concerns, suggested that there were two possible explanations. The first was that Castile's supplies were running dangerously low, leaving him unable to feed his army properly before sending them into battle. However, the general found this unlikely, as the enemy had attacked them multiple times before, and it seemed improbable that they would mismanage their provisions so severely. Before he could continue, Rain urged him to elaborate. The general then revealed the second and more sinister possibility, that Castile did not value his men's lives at all. He explained that Castile had likely sent his fresh recruits to the front lines, knowing they would be the first to fall. His goal, the general suggested, was to deplete Rain's army of its arrows and other resources before sending in his more seasoned warriors. In essence, he was using his own men as disposable pawns to weaken their defense. Rain, intrigued by this revelation, was taken aback. He questioned how a leader could willingly send his own soldiers to their deaths, especially when they were fighting for his cause. He wondered whether the emperor or other high-ranking officials were aware of Castile's ruthlessness. The general responded with a grim chuckle, telling Rain that his innocence was showing. He explained that very few lords truly cared for their people. In fact, compared to most nobles, Rain and Grand Duke Alferia were considered relatively kind despite their positions. The majority of those in power, he stated, were just like Castile, willing to sacrifice their men without hesitation. For them, soldiers were nothing more than pieces on a chessboard, used and discarded at will. Hearing this, Ren's expression darkened. He thought to himself that Castile was even more of a monster than he had originally believed. Determined, he vowed to ensnare him in a way that he would never be able to escape. Initially, he had planned to go easy on him, but now that he had seen the true depths of Castile's cruelty, he decided that leaving such a man unchecked would be a grave mistake. Meanwhile, the general informed Rain that their supply of arrows was limited, but it was enough to eliminate all the enemy's new recruits. He pointed out that their defenses were weak and that they would not be able to withstand a well-aimed barrage. If Rain gave the order, they would shoot them down immediately. However, to the general's shock, Rain refused. He stated firmly that they would not attack the enemy soldiers in this manner. The general was left bewildered, unable to understand why Rain was hesitating. He reasoned that if they held back, they risked losing their advantage. Rain noticed that Orvis Umpire's soldiers were exhausted. Turning to Selena, he instructed her to command all her mages to use wind magic, ensuring that cold air would spread throughout the area. Selena, already present, stepped forward and began casting wind magic. Observing her actions, Castile scoffed, muttering that Rain was a fool. He hadn't expected him to squander his resources so recklessly. A nearby general, perplexed by Castile's remark, inquired, "Lord Castile, why do you say that Lord Rain is a fool?" Castile explained that their army had just recruited fresh soldiers and had sent them into battle. Their main strategy had been to exhaust the enemy's arrows by making Rain fire upon their troops. However, instead of following this tactic, Rain had deployed mages to conserve his arrows. Castile shook his head in disbelief, emphasizing that mages were usually reserved for the final stages of battle due to their superior offensive and defensive capabilities. Using them so early was a critical mistake. He then added that while Rain's decision was unfortunate for their side, it provided an advantage to them. As soon as Rain's mages grew tired, their own mages would take the field and seize the city. Rain had only made their task easier. Hearing this, the other generals praised Castile's foresight, admitting they had never considered such a strategy. They marveled at his intelligence and ability to plan ahead. Castile smirked and declared, "Rain Edgar, soon, you will belong to me. You will kneel before me as a prisoner, and then you will understand the consequences of arrogance." Meanwhile, Orvis Empire soldiers were becoming increasingly anxious. Seeing the overwhelming enemy forces, the newer recruits panicked, some attempting to flee. They cried out in despair, convinced they were powerless against the enemy mages. Some sought refuge behind trees, pleading to be spared, vowing never to engage in war again. However, their fear turned into confusion as they opened their eyes and realized that the enemy had not launched an attack. One of them hesitantly asked, "Why are they holding back? I thought they would open fire on us." The enemy general, noticing their hesitation, shouted, "Cowards, hiding will gain you nothing. If you want to survive, pick up your weapons and fight. No one leaves this battlefield without victory." Selena, still casting magic, turned to Rain with uncertainty. "Young master, I don't understand. You believe the cold winds will make our enemies retreat, but I fail to see the logic. Wouldn't it be more effective to use lightning magic? If we struck them with a powerful attack, they would scatter in terror. In fact, a strong enough strike could wipe out half their army instantly." Rain, however, shook his head, No, we won't use any other form of magic. Many believe that victory in war depends on numbers and superior weaponry, but the truth is, there is another crucial factor: morale. As long as a soldier's spirit remains unbroken, he will continue to fight, but if that spirit is shattered, he becomes incapable of resistance. He continued, throughout history, two things have consistently broken a soldier's morale. The first is hunger, which saps their strength. The second is cold, which drains their willpower. I guarantee that within 5 minutes, they will be too exhausted to even attempt escape. They will collapse from fatigue, unable to rise. For them, attacking the city under such conditions will be nothing more than a distant dream. As Rain predicted, the enemy soldiers, overwhelmed by fatigue and freezing winds, began to falter. Desperate and shivering, they could do nothing but weep, questioning what was happening around them. As the cold intensified, the soldiers' hunger grew unbearable. The once pleasant weather had turned harsh, leaving them shivering. Some began voicing their desire to return home. The general, noticing their hesitation, bellowed, demanding to know what they were doing. "Idiots, pick up your weapons and fight. Are you here to watch a spectacle, or have you come to die by your own hands?" The soldiers, their voices trembling, pleaded, "General, it's too cold. Our hands are so frozen that we can't even grip our weapons. We are starving, and we have no strength left to fight." Frustrated, the general ordered one of his men to report the situation to Lord Castile. "Tell him our soldiers are refusing to fight. Until then, we will continue the attack." Meanwhile, a soldier arrived at another military camp, where Castile's forces were stationed. He hurriedly approached Castile and announced, "Lord Castile, I bring urgent news from the battlefield." Before he could continue, his gaze fell upon the soldiers at the camp, sitting comfortably and eating hot food. The sight filled him with resentment. "We are out there freezing and starving to death, while these scoundrels feast in comfort," he thought bitterly. Steeling himself, he turned to Castile and reported, "Our frontline attack is failing. Rain has employed wind magic, and though I don't know its full effect, our soldiers can barely stand due to the cold and hunger. Their strength is completely drained, and they are so exhausted that they would rather die than fight. I beg you, please recall them. If they are fed and allowed to rest, I guarantee they will return stronger and fight effectively." Castile, his expression darkening with anger, scoffed. "Who made a coward like you a soldier? You are unworthy of serving in my army. A high-ranking soldier should not spout such nonsense." The soldier fell to his knees, desperate. "Master Castile, we are not cowards. All I am saying is that if we are given food, we will regain our strength and fight to protect our nation." Castile remained unmoved. "No matter how many excuses you make, I will not listen. Only cowards recall their armies in battle. I refuse to entertain such a pathetic request." Castile declared that he had now understood that nothing would change with his people, which was why he would personally lead the army. As he stepped forward, the general protested, insisting that there was no need for him to risk his life. "We are here for you," the general pleaded. "Going to the battlefield could be extremely dangerous." Castile, however, dismissed the concern, clarifying that he was not questioning their loyalty. He simply wanted to demonstrate to the other generals what it meant to be truly capable as the Grand Duke of Castile. He intended to show them firsthand how a leader should control his forces. "You may hold the title of general," he remarked, "but many of you still do not know how to command an army." With that, Castile gathered his troops and set out. Upon reaching the city walls, he issued a command to the mages. "All mages, listen to me. Construct a bridge immediately so we can advance without obstruction. We must not allow this water to hinder our path." The mages promptly agreed and began their spellwork. Castile then turned to his soldiers. "Move forward. Whoever captures Rain Edgar alive will receive a grand reward from me personally," he announced. "I promise you, the prize will be so great that you will never need to work another day in your life." Motivated by the promise of wealth, the troops surged ahead, eager for battle. Meanwhile, within Rain's camp, a soldier reported that while their enemies had previously sent fresh recruits in waves, it now appeared that a full-scale attack was imminent. Rain, undeterred, issued his orders swiftly. "Tell all soldiers to use that green liquid, pour it into the moat and seal all its passages. The water must not flow under any circumstances." Leah, standing by his side, nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, young master, it will be done." Without delay, the soldiers began funneling the green liquid into the moat through a system of pipes, ensuring that the advancing forces of the Orvis Empire remained unaware of what was happening beneath them. Unbeknownst to the enemy, the liquid was actually petrol, gradually mixing with the water. Oblivious to the trap, the army of the Orvis Empire continued their march forward, unafraid and unsuspecting. But the true consequences of their advance would soon be revealed. The scene then shifted. Rosalind Halker was seen leading her troops away from Priscia's territory to assist Rain. As they traveled, her mind was consumed by a single thought: her responsibility to protect Master Rain at any cost. She recalled her father's words, emphasizing that the future of the entire Halker family rested in her hands. If she succeeded in safeguarding Rain, the family would be saved. If she failed, their destruction would be inevitable. One of Roslin's soldiers hesitantly approached her and suggested taking a short break, pointing out that they had been traveling continuously for 3 days with heavy equipment. He acknowledged her resilience but warned that the soldiers and horses were growing exhausted. Roslin, however, dismissed his concerns and demanded to know their exact route and estimated time of arrival. The soldier informed her that they were still a day's journey away. Determined, Roslin ordered the mage to open the map before her. She needed to see their path clearly. There was no room for error. As she studied the map, she speculated that the enemy army must have reached Border Fortress long ago, and in all likelihood, had conquered Border Fortress. She reassured herself that, despite being trapped, Rain and his people would not face food shortages. Her father had told her that the city's residents had stocked up on supplies, and with Rain's assistance, they had been able to cultivate food. Lost in thought, Roslin suddenly sensed someone watching her. Halting her horse, she called out, commanding Knox to reveal himself. She had known from the start that he had been observing her and wanted to discuss something important. Her soldiers, confused, looked around but saw no one. Then, a portal opened, and Knox emerged. It was revealed that Knox was one of the most trusted mages of Prisia, sent by Prisia to monitor Roslin. Seeing him appear, a soldier panicked and ordered everyone to prepare for an attack. Roslin immediately intervened, reassuring them that Knox was not an enemy but a loyal ally of their territory. Knox, unimpressed, dismissed any pleasantries and demanded to know why Roslin had summoned him. She wasted no time and revealed her plan to defeat Orvis Empire army. She had learned that sustaining the massive army of 100,000 soldiers required an enormous food supply. If they could cut off the enemy's provisions, they would be forced to retreat, securing Rain's city. However, she admitted that she could not achieve this alone and required his help. Knox stated that his sole mission was to keep an eye on Roslin. He warned her that if he noticed even a single action against young Master Rain, he would be forced to kill her. He further clarified that he had not been commanded to assist her, and for that reason, he would not. Roslin, taken aback, questioned whether he truly would not help. She reminded him that young Master Rain's life was at stake and that his inaction could cost Rain dearly. She emphasized that saving the young master was a monumental task in itself. After a moment of hesitation, Knox admitted that he never dared to doubt anything in his special mission. However, since the matter concerned young Master Rain, he decided to help. He then asked Roslin what needed to be done. Roslin explained her strategy. She planned to launch an attack on Orvis Empire army with her own forces. During this time, Knox was to head to the border fortress and block the moat, ensuring that no reinforcements could enter. He was to maintain the blockade until she signaled him. Once Orvis Empire's army attempted to cross the water barrier, the flow would become so strong that many would be swept away, causing massive losses. She believed it was an efficient strategy to minimize their own casualties while devastating the enemy forces. The scene then shifted to the Elf Kingdom, where Elf Queen was reading a letter sent by Rain. The Elf Queen pondered over its contents, questioning whether they should trust humans. The letter proposed that by working together, both parties could advance and permanently resolve their problems. Alfiria, one of the elves, expressed her skepticism. She stated that, in her experience, humans were selfish and greedy, always prioritizing their own interests. She argued that if even humans could not trust one another, there was no reason for elves to trust them. She firmly believed that forming any kind of relationship with humans would be detrimental. Another elf, however, disagreed. He argued that their clan could not survive alone and that they already depended on humans for food every winter. He warned that if they refused to cooperate, humans might refuse to sell them food altogether, making their survival through the harsh winters extremely difficult. The Elf Queen turned to Era, known for having the most favorable view of humans among them, and asked for her opinion on the new Lord of Essling City. Saint Era admitted that she was conflicted. She described young Master Rain as a shrewd and formidable individual. Although he could not be called a villain, Rain always prioritized his people's well-being, making him a generous leader to his allies and a ruthless enemy to his foes. Era reminded the group that they had been worried about securing food for the winter, a recurring concern in previous years. However, thanks to young Master Rain, they now had an abundant supply of food, enough to last not just through the current winter but even the next one. What made it even more remarkable was that they had acquired the food at an incredibly low cost, all due to Rain's efforts. She believed that aligning with Rain would be beneficial, but opposing him could prove perilous. Another elf remarked that Rain's capabilities were indeed impressive and that such extraordinary humans were rare. Alfiria, however, remained unconvinced. She questioned why they were so impressed by this human, pointing out that only days ago, Rain had fought a war, and before even 10 days had passed, he was already engaged in another battle. Everyone knows that a wise ruler was one who fought the least. However, since this man had taken control, there had already been 2 wars in the city. This left many questioning how he could be considered a good leader. Alferia turned to Saintess Era and asked why she admired this person so much. Hearing Alferia's words, Era found herself at a loss for a response. Before she could reply, Elf Queen interjected, urging Alferia to remain calm. After listening to everyone's opinions, the Elf Queen declared that no immediate decision would be made. Elf Queen pointed out that the young lord was remarkable and deeply loyal to his people. However, Alferia's concern was also valid. This man had engaged in 2 wars within just 2 months. It was still unclear what kind of ruler he truly was. If they wanted to know the truth, they would need to witness the battlefield firsthand and determine whether he was capable enough to earn their trust. Meanwhile, Orvis Empire's army had advanced dangerously close to the border fortress. To hold them back, Rain's soldiers were actively using arrows. Selena turned to Rain, voicing her confusion. She could not understand what he was waiting for. The enemy had nearly reached them, yet they remained idle instead of taking action. Rain responded calmly, explaining that he was waiting for the Duke Castile to approach the border with their full force. If he executed his strategy too soon, the enemy would suffer losses, but it would not be enough to destroy them completely. However, if they waited just a little longer, they could wipe out an even larger portion of Orvis Empire's army in one decisive strike. He assured Selena that the enemy would not even have the chance to retreat. Before Selena could respond, she noticed more of Orvis Empire's soldiers scaling the walls. The general of the Castile, elated by this development, turned to the Duke Castile and reported that some of their men had successfully breached the defenses. This, he claimed, was a great achievement for them. Castile, filled with excitement, encouraged his soldiers to push forward. He ordered them to capture Rain Edgar alive at any cost. That day, they would not only humble their enemy but also prove their own strength. He reminded them that the Orvis Empire's army possessed extraordinary power. Upon hearing about the reward, the army of the Orvis Empire surged forward with great speed. Meanwhile, Rain remarked that Castile had finally crossed the threshold. Turning to Selena, he instructed her to begin their plan as discussed. Just then, the soldiers of the Orvis Empire reached the city walls and began their attack on Rain. Rain's soldiers shouted for everyone to eliminate the enemy swiftly, ensuring that none of them reached their young master. They emphasized that their top priority was to protect him at any cost. At that moment, Rain instructed Selena to launch fireballs at the moat, ensuring that their true target remained concealed. Following his command, Selena prepared her fireball, generating numerous flames before launching them toward the Orvis Empire's army in the moat. This tactic prevented the enemy from realizing that the actual target was the moat itself. Castile, noticing the fireball attack, commanded his magicians to counter the assault using magic. He emphasized the importance of blocking all incoming attacks to protect their position. In response, Castile's magicians created a powerful barrier that successfully shielded them from the fireballs. One of Castile's generals expressed concern, stating that their magician's power was depleting rapidly. He questioned whether it was wise to expend so much magical energy, considering they had a limited number of magicians and were still unaware of the enemy's remaining magical strength. Laughing, Castile dismissed his concerns, confidently stating that the enemy had no magic power left. He reasoned that before the fireball attack, the enemy had been manipulating the wind, likely exhausting their magical reserves in the process. Castile was convinced that the fireball attack had been a bluff, designed to intimidate them. He proudly declared that they had effortlessly blocked the foolish enemy's attack and that their victory was now within reach. Overcome with excitement, Castile and his soldiers ignored the fireballs heading toward the moat. As a result, several fireballs landed directly on the moat. With a smug expression, Castile claimed that the enemy's magicians had grown weak, causing their aim to falter. He pointed out that most of their attacks had missed their intended target and had instead fallen on the moat. Laughing, he boasted that the enemy's own plan had backfired. His soldiers joined in his laughter, praising Castile's military genius. They expressed their admiration, stating that his strategic brilliance had made the conquest of the city effortless. Some even speculated that he would soon conquer the entire empire and be hailed as an emperor instead of a mere duke. Grinning, Castile thanked them for their praise and remarked that there was no lie in their words. He acknowledged that he was already considered one of the 2 most powerful pillars of the empire, and he hinted that he might soon become the strongest of them all. As they discussed their future conquests, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from within the moat. Shocked, Castile demanded to know what just happened, and how a fire ignited within the moat. The other soldiers, equally stunned, struggled to comprehend how such a powerful blaze had emerged over water. The flames were so intense that they possessed the potential to destroy everything in their path. A wave of panic washed over Castile as he speculated that forbidden magic had been cast upon the moat, triggering the explosion. he concluded that such a powerful attack could only have come from a formidable foe. As the fire spread rapidly, many soldiers were burned alive. The troops panicked, realizing the extreme danger they were in. With the wind fueling the flames, the fire intensified at an alarming rate. The soldiers cried out in terror, warning that if they didn't act quickly, they would all perish in the inferno. Castile was deep in thought, unable to believe what was happening despite witnessing everything firsthand. He wondered, could this really be possible? Had Rain set this trap for all of us? And for how long had he been waiting for us to cross this point? As flames spread rapidly, a realization struck him. If he didn't act immediately, everyone would perish. He watched helplessly as his army was being destroyed before his eyes, unable to do anything. Yet, it wasn't because of a mistake on his part or a lack of skill in battle. Instead, he had chosen the wrong opponent. This was no ordinary human but a demon, one powerful enough to incinerate an army of 100,000 men. The sheer brutality of Rain's tactics was beyond anything Castile had ever imagined. Just then, his general approached him with urgency. "Lord, the fire is spreading fast. We need to retreat immediately, or we may not get another chance to escape." But Castile was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. "Why should we run?" he countered. "Yes, the battlefield is engulfed in flames, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to put them out." Turning toward his mages, he commanded them to extinguish the fire. "This is ordinary blaze. It cannot harm us if we act quickly." However, the mages looked at him, visibly exhausted. "Lord, we have no magic power left," one of them admitted. "We used most of our energy to construct the bridge and then to create the barrier for you. We need time to recover before we can fight again." Hearing this, Castile was momentarily stunned. For the first time, he saw no way to continue the battle. Defeat loomed over him like an undeniable fate. His eyes took in the battlefield, where chaos and destruction reigned. Meanwhile, Selena, witnessing the devastation, was equally shocked. She realized that the power being used wasn't ordinary magic but something far more dangerous, a forbidden spell. No low-level magic could have caused such destruction. A powerful mage would have to exhaust all their energy to cast an attack like this, she thought. And yet, young Master Rain achieved it effortlessly, using nothing more than a few barrels of oil. She couldn't help but be awed by his tactical brilliance. His strategies were so unconventional that no ordinary person could even begin to comprehend them. Rain stood amidst the devastation, his thoughts weighed down by conflicting emotions. As a human, he felt pity for the suffering people around him, but he also knew that if he did not develop industries in his city soon, his own people would face the same fate. He realized that as long as these individuals had no work, they would continue wasting their energy on wars and meaningless conflicts. If he truly wanted to prevent future destruction, he had to start planning ahead now. As he prepared to leave, he turned to Selena and instructed her, "Take charge from here." Selena nodded confidently. "Young master, you don't need to be worried. I will handle everything." Without hesitation, she issued orders to her troops: evacuate all remaining soldiers from the battlefield, ensure that not a single member of the enemy empire is left standing in front of our city walls. They must either flee or perish. There is no other option. Meanwhile, Castile, who had inhaled an excessive amount of smoke from the battlefield, was struggling to remain standing. His general rushed to his side, his voice filled with concern. "Lord Castile, I will get you out of here. Please stay strong." As Castile staggered, his mind raced with bitter thoughts. He had never imagined he would have to retreat like this. Everything he brought into this battle was now lost. Upon returning to his camp, he met with an eerie silence. Looking around, he frowned. "Where are all the soldiers? Why is there no one guarding our camp?" Before he could process the situation, he noticed something in the sky, an attack heading straight for him. A massive sword plummeted toward him, forcing him to step back in shock. His heart pounded as he demanded, "Who are you?" As the dust settled, he saw a figure standing before him. It was none other than Rosalind. She studied his attire with a smirk before speaking. "Judging by your clothes, you must be a noble of the Orvis Empire. I've been waiting for someone like you to show up, and now, I finally have you." Castile's breath hitched as fear gripped him. "What do you want from me?" he asked, trying to mask his growing panic. Rosalind took a step closer, her voice cold and commanding. "Let's not waste time. Tell me immediately, where are your main forces right now, and is our young master Rain safe?" Before he could respond, she struck him mercilessly. "You dare hesitate, until you answer me, I will keep beating you." Castile groaned in pain but remained defiant. "Wait, I'll tell you," he gasped. "Our main troops, they were completely annihilated by Rain's forbidden magic. They're all burning alive." Trying to regain some control over the situation, he straightened himself and sneered. "Look, girl, you cannot kill me just like that. I am Grand Duke Castile. I may be your enemy, but you have no right to execute me like this." Rosalind's expression darkened with fury. "You insolent fool. Do you take me for an idiot? Do you really think I would believe such nonsense?" Her eyes narrowed as she turned to her soldiers. "Keep beating this scum until he tells us the truth. If he still refuses to speak, I want to see how long he can endure." Later, Rosalind entered the camp and inquired whether Castile had revealed anything or if he was still lying to them. One of the soldiers reported that Castile was incredibly resilient. Despite being beaten like a dog, he remained adamant in his claim that he was the Grand Duke Castile. He continuously insisted that he had arrived with an army of 100,000 soldiers, but their young master, Rain, had used a forbidden spell against them, leaving him as the sole survivor. Frustrated, Rosalind slammed her fist on the table and exclaimed that she was losing her patience. She ordered her men to resume the beating until Castile confessed the truth. She also instructed them to prepare for departure, as they would soon set off for the borders. She expressed her growing concern that young Master Rain might be in danger due to Castile's lies. They could not afford any delays in reaching the borders. One of the soldiers immediately acknowledged her command and assured her that he would notify everyone to prepare for departure. As Rosalind stepped outside, she reflected on the information Castile had given them. He had claimed that the enemy had built a bridge over the moat to attack the border fortress. She considered using the bridge to reach young Master Rain more quickly. However, she realized that infiltrating the fortress with so few soldiers would be extremely difficult. She concluded that in order to win, they needed to lure the enemy outside the fortress, after which she could collaborate with Nox to defeat them. If Castile's claim about the bridge was true, it would be a significant advantage, allowing them to reach the borders swiftly. While deep in thought, Rosalind noticed someone approaching and immediately alerted her men to prepare for an enemy attack. The soldiers raised their shields to protect her and warned the intruder that attacking them would be futile. As they were the most vigilant soldiers in the world, they asserted that as long as they were there, the enemy had no chance of launching a successful assault. As the figures came into view, Rosalind was shocked to realize that they belonged to the Elf Kingdom. She began to suspect that the elves had allied with the Orvis Empire forces to attack young Master Rain. If that were the case, it would mean great danger for him. Rosalind voiced her suspicions, stating that she had always known the elves were despicable, but she had not expected them to stoop so low as to ally with the Orvis Empire army to attack them. She expressed her deep disappointment in them. However, Alfiria, an elf, dismissed Rosalind's accusations, stating that they were not there to attack anyone. She revealed that young Master Rain had invited their queen for a meeting, and they were only there because of his summons. Rosalind, still skeptical, questioned the legitimacy of their claim. She accused them of fabricating stories, asserting that every visitor to the camp had been lying. First, a strange man had appeared, claiming to be the Grand Duke Castile, and now the elves were claiming that young Master Rain had summoned them. She sarcastically suggested that if they truly wanted to deceive her, they should at least come up with a more convincing lie. She remained convinced that the elves were in league with the Orvis Empire forces. Infuriated, Alfiria retorted that they were not ordinary elves but noble elves. She reprimanded Rosalind for insulting them without cause, and in anger, commanded her archers to prepare for battle. She declared that it seemed necessary to teach Rosalind and her people a lesson. Rosalind remarked that she had expected this outcome. "I knew you wouldn't be able to keep up the act for long," she said. "Now you're showing your true colors." She then instructed soldiers to hold onto his shield tightly. These elves have only one primary attack strategy, using arrows. Apart from that, they can't do much. At that moment, the Elf Queen used her magic to create a wall between them. Elf Queen addressed Rosalind, saying, "Calm down, little girl. We didn't come here of our own free will. We have a reason for being here. The city lord, young Master Rain, sent us a letter inviting us for a business discussion. That is the only reason we are here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have bothered coming at all." She further explained, "If you are an ally of Rain, there's no need for us to fight. But if you are his enemy, then go ahead and complete your battle. We will wait until it's over. Either way, we have no reason to engage in a fight. It will benefit neither you nor us." Rosalind, still skeptical, questioned them. "You claim that young Master Rain invited you here, but he wouldn't have personally come to extend the invitation. What proof do you have that he sent for you?" At her words, the Elf Queen turned to one of her subordinates. "Era, show them the letter," she instructed. Era held up the letter and said, "This is the letter we received from young Master Rain." Rosalind examined the symbol on the letter and thought to herself, "This really is young Master Rain's letter. The symbol belongs to the Edgar family and is created using a special kind of magic. No matter how powerful a magician is, they cannot replicate it." Still cautious, Rosalind said, "Until I meet young Master Rain myself, I will only tentatively believe your words. However, I will not allow you to go to him alone. Some of my people will accompany you and keep watch throughout the journey." The Elf Queen nodded in agreement. "That's fine with us. Your caution benefits both sides. This way, neither of us will have doubts about the other." After concluding the discussion with the elves, Rosalind turned to her people and instructed, "Go and rest. We will proceed according to the plan we had already made. There will be no changes." She then gave a direct command to one of her subordinates, "Keep a close watch on these elves. If you notice anything suspicious, report it to me immediately." The soldier responded promptly, "Yes, miss. We have been keeping a special eye on them, especially the one who can use magic." Meanwhile, on the other side, Alfiria expressed her frustration. The letter was written so politely, yet the moment we step onto their land, they refuse to trust us. Do you really think we can conduct business with such unreliable people? This seems like nothing but a waste of time. Elf Queen stated firmly that she had said it before and would say it again. Humans had a natural tendency to distrust others. She remarked, if they trusted people so easily, they wouldn't be human in the first place. At the same time, she pondered to herself, I hope this man named Rain does not disappoint us. When I first heard about him, I arrived here with high expectations. But now, his behavior is making me doubtful. If this man, Rain, tries to deceive us, it will not end well for him. Meanwhile, Rosalind had already begun moving toward the border with her army. A soldier reported to her that the fortress at the border still bore the flag of the Edgar family, and there was no sign of the enemy empire's banner. He added, if the opposing empire has truly conquered this place, why haven't they changed the flag? Rosalind found his words logical and thought to herself, that does make sense. The first thing any victorious army does is replace the enemy's flag with their own. Could this mean that the man we captured was telling the truth all along? Even after enduring so much torture, he never once changed his statement. He held on to his words until the very end. However, she shook off these thoughts, realizing she had no time to dwell on them. I will learn the truth once I reach young Master Rain. Until then, I cannot afford any delays. Determined, Rosalind commanded, raise our flag immediately, whether it's young Master Rain's people or the enemy empire's soldiers. They must know that reinforcements have arrived from Miss Prish's territory in support of young Master Rain. Once everyone crosses the bridge, do not stop under any circumstances. Keep advancing towards the city at full speed. We must reach it by nightfall. Remember, any delay could put young Master Rain's life in even greater danger. Meanwhile, at the fortress, Rain stood among the fallen soldiers, surveying the aftermath of the battle. He reflected, I had such a great opportunity to turn 100,000 men into laborers. They would have worked for free and accelerated our growth significantly. But instead, they were all killed for nothing. Watching his troubled expression, Leah thought to herself, young Master Rain truly is a kind-hearted person. Most people would celebrate after defeating their enemies, but he feels sorrow even for those who came to attack him. Trying to console him, Leah said, Master Rain, there's no need to feel so bad about this. What you did was necessary and completely justified. These people came to attack us. They got what they deserved. Rain clarified that she had misunderstood him. He wasn't feeling sad because of the soldiers at all. Before Rain could finish explaining, a soldier approached him with urgent news. He reported that a cavalry was advancing from the same direction as the Orvis Empire's army. What was unusual, however, was that they were carrying the Second Lady's flag. Because of this, they couldn't tell whether these newcomers were allies or enemies. Soon, it was revealed that the cavalry was from Roslind's, and they had brought Elf Queen with them. As soon as Rain saw her, he invited the group into the meeting hall to discuss important matters. There, Rain presented his entire vision. He explained how he planned to establish major industries within the city, industries that would create numerous job opportunities and secure a better, more comfortable future for everyone. Rain confidently stated that their Essling city would one day become the financial capital of the entire continent. But in order to make that dream a reality, he needed Elf Queen's support. He proposed that if the elves invested in this project, they too would be recognized as one of the founding builders of this legendary city. Not only would they share in the credit, but they would also earn significant profits from the endeavor. He pointed out that there were many sectors in which the elves could thrive and bring in remarkable benefits. However, Elf Queen remained unconvinced. She admitted Rain's business plan was fascinating, but said it was completely useless from the perspective of the elves. She explained that her people had lived in harmony with nature for generations. The kind of industries Rain envisioned didn't align with their way of life. Even without modern advancements, their lives were rich, meaningful, and fulfilling. So why should they invest in something that contradicted everything they valued? Rain tried to persuade her. He said that if she believed the elves wouldn't benefit from industry, she was mistaken. Needs weren't always born out of necessity. They were often created. Clothes, for instance, didn't exist at one point in history, but today no one could imagine going outside without them. He argued that once new industries were established, they would become indispensable. People's needs would evolve with innovation. The Elf Queen responded, saying that while humans might place value on many material things, the elves did not share those views. She admitted that they could invest in Rain's project, but her biggest fear was not the industry itself, it was the human mindset. She reminded Rain that humans had an endless hunger for power, and that desire had already destroyed many kingdoms. Humankind was destroying itself through conflict and ambition. Rain acknowledged her concern. He agreed that countless kingdoms had fallen due to the lust for power. However, he argued that desire itself wasn't inherently wrong. It was that same desire that had led to progress. He gave examples. The desire to fly gave birth to helicopters and airplanes. The desire to swim underwater like fish led to submarines. And the dream of exploring the universe resulted in the invention of spacecraft. Rain told her she might not understand him now, but the day would come when they'd both stand atop the tallest building in the city. On that day, looking out at the world they had created, she would realize how much they had changed it for the better. She would see how far civilization had advanced, and understand how many lives had become more comfortable, all because of her decision. In silent contemplation, Elf Queen was lost in thought, trying to understand what exactly Lord Rain meant by planes and submarines. She remarked that the confidence Rain carried was rare, something only a handful of people possessed. What impressed her the most was that his desires didn't lean toward destruction, but toward growth and progress. Still, she reminded him that elves were not known for their desires. For thousands of years, they had learned to suppress them in order to live in harmony with nature. Perhaps that was why they had remained so peaceful. Despite this, she admitted to herself that one thing Rain said struck her deeply. What he proposed could greatly benefit their clans. Rain responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, the profits from this will be extraordinary. I know what I'm saying might be hard to believe right now, but give it a chance, invest in it, you'll see the future change before your eyes." Hearing him talk about changing the future left the Elf Queen in shock. Just days ago, she had foreseen a vision in her future orb that showed the destruction of the elves. But in that same vision, there had also been a faint hope. If she allied with the right person, the future could still be changed. And now, Rain had spoken the exact same words: the future can change. Elf Queen then told him, "Everything you've shared with me today, I will discuss it with my clan. Once we've made a decision, I'll let you know." Rain nodded and said, "I still hope your people will choose to invest. It's going to be good for everyone." Then he turned to Leah and instructed her to bring the item. Moments later, Leah returned and handed the Elf Queen a document. She examined it with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" Rain explained, "It's a VIP invitation. We recently built a dam in our city, and we're holding a grand opening ceremony. I'd like to invite you personally. There, you'll catch a glimpse of the immense benefits that industrial development can bring. It'll be your first look at the future we're trying to build." Meanwhile, Rosalind was sitting alone in a hall, waiting. She thought to herself, "Young Master Rain has kept me sitting here for an entire day." Reflecting on recent events, she admitted she had been of no help to him during the war. That failure had only made it harder for her to regain his trust. "I don't even know if he still trusts me. And if he doesn't, how will I protect my family now?" she sighed, thinking about all the foolish decisions she'd made before arriving here. The scene then shifted to the events of the previous day. Rosalind had been leading her cavalry toward the Essling city. As they rode, one of her men reported, "Young Master Rain is completely unharmed. He was spotted near the border fortress just a short while ago." Rosalind was stunned. "It's strange. The Orvis Empire had launched a massive attack using an entire battalion of soldiers, and yet, not a single scratch was inflicted on the city. It seems those rumors about young Master Rain were all true." She recalled hearing that Rain had a magician by his side capable of using forbidden spells. That magician had been continuously aiding him. Whatever the case, "I have to reach young Master Rain as soon as possible. I've already delayed long enough." As soon as Rosalind reached the border, she went straight to meet Rain. She introduced herself, saying that she had been sent by Miss Prisha to help them. Her name, she explained, was Rosalind Holker. She admitted that she had arrived quite late and told Rain that she was ready to accept any punishment he deemed fit. Rain asked her, "So, my sister sent you here to assist us?" Rosalind confirmed respectfully, "Yes, young master, she did." Rain raised a suspicious question. "If my sister sent you to help, then why did you arrive from the direction the Orvis Empire's army came from?" Rosalind explained that 3 days ago, Miss Prisha had ordered her to rescue Rain. She assumed that the Orvis Empire had used 100,000 to attack him, believing Rain had already been captured. She thought directly approaching the city would be pointless. Instead, she decided to target the enemy camp, launching a surprise attack and destroying their food supplies to create disruption from their side. Rain was intrigued. "You mean to say you reached here from my sister's territory in just 3 days? As far as I know, the route is long and difficult. There's not even a railway track built between the two territories yet. So how did you manage to come this fast?" Shocked, Rosalind asked, "Young master, what's a railway?" Rain quickly brushed it off. "No, it's nothing. I just meant that you worked really hard to get here." Rosalind responded with loyalty. "It was my duty, Master Rain. The Holker family has always stood ready to serve our lords. I still can't believe my foolish uncle tried to attack you. It was shameful." Rain asked, "You said your name is Rosalind Holker. "Are you from the same family as Caesar Holker?" Rosalind replied, "Yes, master, I am Caesar Holker's niece. I beg you, please give our family another chance. You can punish me in any way you wish. I won't complain, but please forgive my family. They are truly loyal." The scene then shifted back to the present. Rosalind was deep in thought, recalling that Rain hadn't responded to her plea, and hadn't come to see her since. Just then, Rain approached her after wrapping up his meeting. Looking at Rosalind, he said, "It seems I made you wait longer than I should have, but there's no need for you to be so nervous. Relax and take a seat. I've come here to propose a deal." Rosalind immediately responded, "Tell me, young master, I'm ready to do anything for you." At the same time, she thought to herself, "This must be it. Young Master Rain is giving me an opportunity to prove how loyal the Holker family truly is. I cannot afford to waste this chance." Rain expressed his admiration, saying that Miss Rosalind's tactics and judgment on the battlefield had deeply impressed him. As a knight, he truly believed she was extraordinary. At the same time, he was thinking to himself how remarkable Rosalind's stats were, just as incredible as her loyalty, which stood at a perfect 100. She was exactly the kind of person he needed to complete his mission. Rain then pointed out that if she had wanted, she could have simply joined their army directly and taken a much easier and safer route to fight their enemies. But instead, she had used her intelligence and launched an attack straight on the enemy's camp, a move that was both extremely dangerous and bold. He told her that such a risky operation required not only great courage but also exceptional talent, and in his opinion, Rosalind had both in abundance. Rosalind replied modestly, thanking young Master Rain for his kind words. She said she had only done her duty. Then Rain asked her, "Miss Rosalind, would you be willing to be mine?" Rosalind blushed and responded hesitantly, saying she understood he might still be angry at her family, the Holkers, because of their past behavior. To earn his forgiveness, she said, she would do anything, even if he desired her body. She would not object. Shocked, Rain quickly interrupted her. "Rosalind, wait a second. I think you've completely misunderstood what I meant. I never intended to use you like that. In fact, I hadn't even thought of such things." Falling to her knees, Rosalind said tearfully, "Young Master Rain, it has always been my dream to serve you as a knight, and if the only way to make up for our family's wrongs is to offer my body, I have no complaints. It would still make me happy just to serve you in any way I can." Rain firmly clarified, "Rosalind, you've misunderstood me again. What I said was that I want you to work alongside me as my ally." Still confused, Rosalind asked, "Young Master Rain, what exactly do you mean? I don't understand." Rain calmly explained, "The one who committed the crimes was Caesar Holker, and he has already received his punishment. I'm fully aware that your Holker family had no involvement in his actions, so there's nothing for your family to worry about. As for you, I want to ask if you'd be willing to work under me as a knight." He continued, "Rosalind Holker, I want to make you my right hand, so tell me, will you join my army and lead it as a gate commander?" Rosalind, still blushing, began to reflect, "I completely misunderstood young Master Rain. I thought he only wanted to use my body, but the whole time, he just wanted me to serve as a knight. That's always been my dream, to work for him, and today, he's giving me the chance to live that dream." With renewed determination, Rosalind looked up and said, "Young Master Rain, to serve as your knight would be the greatest honor of my life. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity." Later, Rain was seen back in his office, writing a letter to his sister, Prisha. In the letter, he informed her that Essling City was now completely safe and that they had easily defeated the army from Grand Duke Castile. He also mentioned that Rosalind had contributed immensely to the war effort and proved herself to be an exceptional knight. He wrote that he wished for Rosalind to continue working under him, and with her permission, remain in their city permanently. Handing the letter to Leah, Rain said, "Please deliver this to my second sister, and also make sure she receives the invitation for our dam's opening ceremony. I want her to come and visit our city." Leah nodded and said, "Of course, young master, I'll take care of everything." Meanwhile, Rain reflected to himself, "I've finally made some real progress on my mission. I've already secured one of the 5 individuals I need, and soon enough, I'll find the remaining 4. Then Leah asked, "By the way, young master, you haven't mentioned what should be done with Grand Duke Castile. Ever since we captured him, you haven't gone to visit even once." Rain admitted he had completely forgotten about Castile and asked if she knew where he was now. Leah informed him that Castile was currently imprisoned in the dungeon of Essling City. Meanwhile, Rain arrived to confront Grand Duke Castile. As he entered, he remarked, "Grand Duke Castile, we meet again, but this time, things are quite different from before, aren't they?" Castile responded coldly, telling Rain, "Jump around and celebrate as much as you want. Your lucky days are about to come to an end." Angered by the cryptic threat, Rain demanded, "What exactly do you mean? Grand Duke Castile, you're locked up in my city's prison. Your life depends entirely on my decisions. And yet, you're the one telling me my days are numbered. Have you gone mad sitting in that cell?" But Castile calmly replied, It seems your father never told you the truth. Do you know about forbidden mages? They're rare and extremely powerful. If one ever participates in a war, the destruction is unimaginable, just like what happened in this one. He continued, that's why it's forbidden for them to take part in battle. No one is allowed to use a forbidden mage. Yet, we all saw what happened on the battlefield. You used one. You broke a massive rule, Rain, and now, forbidden mages from across the continent will come after you. They'll hunt down every last member of the Edgar family. None of you will be spared. Rain, trying to piece things together, asked sharply, forbidden mage? Are you talking about Selena? Castile scoffed at the suggestion. Selena? No, she's just a high-level mage. I'm referring to the forbidden mage, who with a single spell, reduced my entire army of 100,000 soldiers to dust. Don't even try to deny it. We all saw the kind of power that only a forbidden mage could wield. Rain defended himself, saying, so you really think I used a forbidden mage? The truth is, I only used some barrels of oil. That explosion you witnessed was caused by that. If you think that was a forbidden spell, then let me tell you something. I can create thousands of such forbidden spells if I want. A real forbidden mage needs time to recover after casting a spell, but I have no such restrictions. I can trigger explosions like that back to back if I feel like it. Castile wasn't convinced. Say whatever you want, but I know you used the powers of a forbidden mage. The scale of destruction you caused couldn't have happened without it. You broke the rules, Rain, and now, you must face the consequences. Rain sighed in frustration. Trying to explain things to you is like banging my head against a rock. Whether I used oil or a forbidden mage, what difference does it make? The only thing that matters is that you've lost. That's the end of it. He paused and then added, but I didn't come here to waste time arguing. I came to ask you something important. Tell me quickly, who was the mastermind behind this entire plan? Who ordered you to do all of this? Castile said nervously. What do you mean? There's no mastermind behind me. Our empire's people are powerful and fearless. We don't need a reason to attack anyone. We just do it. Rain, calm but cutting, replied, you're terrible at lying. Your excuses are so pathetic. They're actually funny. He added that after arriving in the region, the first thing he had done was study their records. From those, he learned that every spring, Castile's army approached their borders and provoked them into conflict. There were times when your forces even defeated everyone at our borders. And yet, you never occupied our territory. You just destroyed what you could and left. Isn't it obvious? You had a bigger reason behind all of this. Rain explained that if a commander constantly attacks only to withdraw, there are usually two possible explanations. Either the leader is insane or he's hiding something very significant. And judging by your face, you clearly aren't crazy. So why don't you just tell me the truth? Castile sneered and replied, honestly, we just enjoyed killing your people, and what would we even gain by owning such a poor region? That's why we left every time. We only attacked to show off our strength. Rain, unconvinced, challenged him. Were you really showing off? Or were you testing something on my people? Hearing this, Castile suddenly looked nervous. He stammered. What are you trying to say? As Rain walked away, he said coldly, seems like you're not understanding my words right now. A few days in prison might help you reflect. I'm sure you'll eventually get what I mean. As Rain stepped out, he couldn't shake off the strange feeling he had about the city. Why did Castile wreak so much havoc here? I have to find out what really happened, because I'm certain Castile's secrets are connected to this city's future. Rain knew he had more important matters to attend to, like developing the local industries. If people don't have jobs, they'll walk down the wrong path. That's why creating employment must be my top priority. 3 days later, scene shifted to Prisha Edgar. Prisha had just received a letter from Rain. Reading it, she smirked and said, looks like my brother has taken a liking to that foolish Willis Holker's daughter, and if he likes her, then I guess there's no problem. She turned to Gwen and said, go tell Willis he's really lucky. Because of his daughter, his entire Holker family was spared. She paused, then added excitedly, Rain sent me an invitation to the dam opening ceremony. Do you know what a dam even is? I've never heard of such a thing before. Gwen replied politely, I'm sorry, miss. I don't know much about it either. Our young master Rain has extraordinary wisdom. We can't really think at his level. Prisha nodded and said, well, if this is something new, then I definitely have to see it. Besides, I've been wanting to meet Rain. The ceremony is a good excuse. Gwen smiled and said, all right, miss, I'll begin preparations. Prisha chuckled to herself and said, my brother's grown up now, and he's finally showing interest in girls. Here's an idea. Gather some beautiful girls. I want to see what kind of girls my brother is into. The scene then shifted to the royal palace of the Orvis Empire. Inside the royal court, the nobles were engaged in a heated discussion about Duke Castile's capture. One of them expressed deep concern, saying that the fall of the Castile had severely demoralized their army. But more importantly, Castile held many of their secrets. If those were to be leaked, the consequences could be disastrous. Another noble spoke up in frustration, wondering aloud why Castile had gone to war alone in the first place. He questioned who could have ordered such a reckless move. The Emperor finally interrupted the bickering. There's no point in assigning blame now. It doesn't matter why Castile did what he did, or who told him to do it. I'm not here to blame anyone for his capture. What matters is what we're going to do now that he's been caught. I don't want any more useless arguments in my court. A court member proposed sending envoys to Essling City for negotiations, believing that if they could strike a deal, it would be the best possible outcome. However, 2 other nobles immediately dismissed the idea with scorn. What nonsense! You expect the great nobles of the Orvis Empire to negotiate with those filthy insects from Caradorial Empire? That would be the ultimate disgrace. Those wretches belong under our feet, not seated at the same table as us. Sending envoys would be like kneeling before the Caradorial Empire, and that will never happen. We will not humiliate ourselves. Another noble, more level-headed, tried to bring everyone back to reality. This is not the time to think about pride. You all know how many of our secrets Castile is carrying. If even one of them gets out, the efforts we've made for years will be completely ruined. Right now, the real issue isn't Castile himself, it's the secrets he holds. If we have to bow our heads to protect them, then so be it. Your Majesty, I believe we should send a negotiation party. Please advise us on the next steps. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. I also agree that negotiation is the right approach, but the real question is, who should we send? Does anyone here have a suggestion? He continued. Whoever we send cannot be just anyone. This person must have significant status within the Empire. If we send someone unimportant, the people of Essling City will think we're not taking the negotiations seriously, and they'll fall apart before they even begin. He emphasized 2 more qualities the envoy must possess. Aside from high status, the person must be courageous and extremely intelligent. We can't afford to send someone who'll end up trapping us during negotiations instead of helping. Among the group, one man silently reflected that negotiations were usually straightforward. Even if the talks failed, the envoy wouldn't be in much danger, but he could tell that the Emperor was implying something deeper. The way he laid out the requirements made it clear. He already had someone in mind. The man understood the hint. So, that's who you want to send, Your Majesty, he thought. Just then, the Emperor looked at Clevin and said, Your expression tells me you've already thought of the right person for the job. So, why don't you go ahead and tell us? Who should we send for the negotiation? Clevin stepped forward and responded confidently, Your Majesty, based on the qualities you've outlined, I believe there's one person who is absolutely perfect for this task, Duke Richard's only daughter, Miss Vilvina. His suggestion sent a wave of shock through the court. One of the nobles exclaimed in disbelief, Clevin, have you lost your mind? Miss Vilvina's father, Duke Richard, is currently imprisoned for his involvement in a land scandal not long ago, and you're suggesting we send the daughter of a criminal as our envoy. But the Emperor sat quietly, thinking to himself, you truly are clever, Clevin. Among everyone in this court, you're the only one who always understands my intentions. Then, aloud, he asked, Clevin, what are your reasons for recommending the daughter of a criminal for such an important mission? Clevin answered calmly, Your Majesty, I have 3 reasons for choosing Miss Vilvina. First, she's the only daughter of Duke Richard, which means her social status is equivalent to that of a duke. Sending her would clearly demonstrate that the Orvis Empire is taking these negotiations very seriously. He continued, Second, Miss Vilvina is over 18, strikingly beautiful, and equally intelligent. She possesses all the qualities that an envoy should have, both charm and sharp wit. And finally, no one else will carry out this task with the same dedication as her. For everyone else, this is just another assignment, but for Vilvina, it's a rare opportunity. If she succeeds in negotiating well in Essling City, her father might be released, and their family's reputation and position could be restored. No matter what happens, she'll give everything she has to save her father. That's why I believe there is no better candidate for this mission. The nobles began murmuring among themselves. One of them nodded and said, Everything Lord Clevin said makes sense. Honestly, now even I feel that there's no one better suited for this job than Miss Vilvina. The Emperor agreed, Very well, Clevin, I'm entrusting this responsibility to you. Make sure Miss Vilvina remains safe during this mission. You know how dangerous it is to enter the territory of a rival empire. Ensure she returns unharmed. Clevin bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. As he turned away, he thought to himself, Forgive me, Miss Vilvina. Today, your fate has been decided by this court. The scene then transitioned to later that day. After the court meeting had ended, the Emperor had summoned someone to his private study. Speaking in a low voice, he said, Castile and Vilvina will be returning soon. You already know what must be done when that happens. A shadowy figure stepped forward. It was an assassin. He replied with a smirk, Yes, Your Majesty, you can relax. Castile and Vilvina will not return alive from the Caradorial Empire the moment they leave Essling City. I'll take them out. The Emperor nodded with a cruel smile. Until now, we've had no proper justification to wage war against them. But if our Grand Duke's envoy is killed on the way back, that would give us a perfect reason to declare war. No matter how hard the Caradorial Empire tries to defend itself, not a single one of them will survive. The scene then shifted to the bustling market of Essling City. Rain was seen strolling casually through the market streets, taking in the atmosphere. A local shopkeeper approached him and asked, "Young Master Rain, are you satisfied with our shop? Did anything catch your eye?" Rain smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm not here to shop. I just came out to see the city for myself and to make sure that my people aren't facing any trouble." Hearing this, several other townspeople chimed in with warm smiles. "Young Master Rain, how could we possibly face trouble while you're here? Before your arrival, our lives were miserable, but ever since you came, we've had full stomachs and safe homes. Truly, your presence in this city has been a blessing for us all." Rain was speaking. "Thanks for the compliment. Go get some rest and focus on your own work." Then, he quietly moved to the side and sat down, beginning to skin every person who passed by. In his mind, Rain was thinking how difficult it was to identify a talented individual among common people. "I've been roaming the city for days now, hoping to find just one more talented person, but despite wandering all over, I haven't found a single one." He considered asking his elder sister to assign someone to him, which would have made things easier, but the problem was that she had her own territories and were also in dire need of talented individuals. Relying solely on her wouldn't be right. Besides, I already requested Rosalind from my elder sister. Who knows if she'll agree to another request? Feeling completely lost, he thought, "What am I supposed to do now? Nothing makes sense anymore." Seeing Rain so stressed, Leah gently approached him and gave him a comforting hug. She said, "Young master, you've been working so hard for the past 3 days. Please take a short break. You don't need to stress yourself like this." She smiled and reassured him, "I've already ordered many of our guards. If they spot a talented person within the city, they'll send them to you immediately. I'm confident you'll soon find the one you need." Rain appreciated her support but still felt overwhelmed. "My guards go to every factory and bring back the best workers. They're physically strong, but they're not talented." He sighed to himself. "Honestly, no one except me can truly recognize talent. Everyone else assumes that raw strength means talent." He was beginning to feel helpless. "I don't even have the investment to open my industries. The elves still haven't provided the funds. Who knows how long their investment will take? Even my damn project isn't complete. It'll take another 15 days to finish." His frustration only grew. "And now, I can't even find talented individuals. At one point, I thought I could train my magicians in chemistry. That way, their attack power would greatly improve, and they could contribute to agriculture and other sectors. But all the mages I have are complete fools. No matter how much I try to explain, they just don't get it." He clenched his fists, blaming the system. "None of this is my fault. It's all because of this broken system. They gave me an impossible task, one I just can't complete." At that moment, Rain was lost in his thoughts, still hiding within Leah's balloons when a loud voice interrupted his train of thought. From nearby, he heard someone yelling. A shopkeeper was angrily shouting at a man, "Every time you come to my shop, you lie to me. None of the stuff you make is of any use." The man being scolded pleaded, "Please don't say that. Just trust me this once. I promise there won't be any problem with what I've made this time." Curious, Rain scanned the man's stats and was immediately intrigued. The man's name was Armando Castro, and all of his stats were remarkably high. Rain's eyes widened. This guy's skills are amazing. Alchemy and drug mastery. A smile crept onto his face. "Finally, I've found someone truly talented," Armando was confidently claiming. "Just try this potion of mine. I guarantee it will work. If you sprinkle even a little of it on your fruits, they'll stay fresh for an entire year." He continued, explaining that one of the biggest problems for a fruit seller was the need to sell their stock quickly before it spoiled. But with his potion, that major issue could be solved. The shopkeeper, however, interrupted him and snapped, "Stop with your nonsense. I know you're lying again. Just like last time, you sold me a potion and claimed it would keep insects away from my fruits. But because of your lousy potion, so many of my apples went bad. I suffered a huge loss because of you." Armando tried to explain. "What happened last time was an accident. The potion I gave you was meant for soft fruits. It doesn't work on hard fruits like apples. That's why your apples rotted." Shoving Armando aside, the shopkeeper shouted, "You always have an excuse, but I won't be fooled again. Not this time." As the argument escalated, Armando protested, "Why are you pushing me? At least listen to what I'm saying." Watching from nearby, Rain observed the commotion and thought, "I never imagined such an interesting character would be wandering around in our marketplace." Leah, standing beside Rain, grew concerned. She wondered, why is young Master Rain paying so much attention to this alchemist? Could it be he's starting to believe his nonsense? Determined, she told herself that she had to stop her young master from being deceived. Everyone knows alchemists are notorious liars. He's definitely trying to trap young master with his words. Meanwhile, Armando Castro was growing anxious. I haven't sold a single potion today. If I don't sell at least one, how will I eat? I'm starving. Just then, Rain stepped forward and said, I actually found your potions quite interesting. Could you tell me what kinds you have? Armando's face lit up with joy. This guy is wearing an expensive suit, and he even has a maid with him. Looks like I've caught a big fish today. If I sell all my potions, I'll finally get a proper meal. Grinning, he shook Rain's hand and said, Hello, sir. If you're looking for potions, you've come to the right man. I'll show you the best potions in the entire world. Take a look. I have a wide variety. What exactly are you looking for? Rain, maintaining a calm tone, asked. By the way, where are you from? I've never seen you in this city before. Are you a traveler? Armando replied. My name is Armando Castro. I'm an alchemist who travels from city to city, selling potions. You could say I don't have a permanent home. I roam wherever I can sell my products, and that's how I ended up here. Rain nodded. So that's why I've never seen you before. You're just passing through. Eager to make a sale, Armando pressed on. Please tell me what kind of potion you need. Whatever your requirements are, I can fulfill them, and if I don't have what you want right now, I can even craft a custom potion for you. There's no medicine or potion in this world that I can't make. At that moment, Leah leaned in and whispered into Rain's ear, Young master, I don't trust this alchemist. I strongly advise you not to believe a word he says. Most alchemists are liars and scammers, and for some reason, this one seems especially suspicious. Rain said, Leah, don't worry at all. I've already checked this guy thoroughly. He won't betray us. Leah, still in shock, thought to herself, checked him? But how? This is the first time we're seeing him. At that moment, Rain pointed toward a potion and asked, What exactly does this potion do? Armando responded enthusiastically, You've picked an amazing potion. Do you know, if we apply this to any object, it will start glowing in the dark. It looks really cool when it glows. My green potion, for instance, temporarily boosts a person's speed. After drinking it, you'll be able to run incredibly fast for a few hours, and your agility will also increase significantly. He continued, Now, this third one here is called the Love Potion. Just from the name, I'm sure you can tell how special it is. It won't just make you happy, your maid will be extremely pleased too. Rain scoffed and asked, Are all your potions this useless? Don't you have anything worthwhile here? Every single one of these is pathetic. Armando looked offended and replied, If you want to insult me, go ahead, but I won't tolerate any insult toward my potions. I suggest you stop talking nonsense about them. Angrily, Leah shot back, Oh, so you're threatening young master now. What are you going to do if he says something bad about your precious potions? Trying to de-escalate, Armando said, Brother, why is your maid getting so angry? I was just making a casual comment. Rain interrupted, The potion that makes things glow at night. Did you use zinc silicate phosphate in it? That compound does make objects glow, sure, but it also makes them toxic. That's why fruits and other materials spoil quickly when coated with it. He added, What you should have used is calcium phosphate instead of zinc silicate. It makes things glow more vividly, it's non-toxic, and here's the best part, it's much cheaper. Your potion would have been significantly better and safer. Armando stood there, stunned. How is that even possible? How do you know about the formula I used? That recipe is my top secret. No one else in the world knows it but me. Rain replied with a smirk, Top secret. Now I understand why you're struggling to sell your potions. What I just told you was basic chemistry knowledge. The level of my chemistry is far beyond your alchemy. If you put in some real effort, maybe you could catch up someday. Armando, still in disbelief, accused, This is basic knowledge. Stop talking nonsense. You must have secretly read my notes, haven't you? That's the only way you'd know so much about my formula. Rain calmly responded, Why would I sneak around and look at your notes? Think about it. What would I even gain from stealing your so-called top secret formulas? You can't even sell these potions yourself. You don't even know whether you'll earn enough from them to afford a single meal. And you think I'd waste my time for that? He took a step forward and said, Look, Armando, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm offering you an opportunity, one that could completely change your life. If you swear loyalty to me from this day forward, I'll teach you what real chemistry is. Once you understand chemistry, your work will become a lot easier. Armando was speaking defiantly, questioning, Why should I pledge my loyalty to you? Who even are you? As the situation grew tense, Leah stepped forward and introduced the man standing before them. She explained that he was the new lord of the Essling city and their young master, Rain Edgar, the youngest son of Grand Duke Alferia. Armando, still unimpressed, scoffed and said he had assumed Rain was just another rich guy. But now, knowing that Rain was a noble, he seemed even more disinterested. He boldly declared that he had no interest in becoming a noble's dog. I'd rather starve to death than ever work under a noble. Rain calmly asked him, Do you really think we're lying to you? Armando replied bluntly that he didn't have the courage to accuse a noble of lying, but he also wasn't ready to bow down and work beneath one. Leah, visibly irritated, pointed out that she had been watching Armando since the beginning and found his attitude incredibly arrogant. She warned him to apologize to their master quickly or face consequences. Things won't end well for you otherwise. Armando, still unbothered, sneered and replied, "Oh, and what exactly are you going to do? Kill me?" He added mockingly that nobles always resorted to violence because they lacked better ways to deal with problems. Fuming, Leah lashed out, saying he wasn't even worth killing. Just then, Rain intervened, telling her to calm down. "There's no need to argue with him. I don't know what kind of trauma you've been through because of nobles, but the way you're speaking makes it clear something terrible must have happened to you." Rain went on to say that while he wasn't interested in Armando's past, he had come here to offer him an incredible opportunity, something that could change his life. He revealed that he possessed exceptional knowledge in chemistry and physics, knowledge so rare that no one else in the world could provide it. "If you gain even a fraction of this knowledge, I guarantee you'll have the power to change the world. You could become the greatest alchemist in history." But then his tone shifted. He warned Armando that if he turned down this opportunity and chose to walk away, he would likely continue wandering through life, wasting it away. "If you go down this path, no one will even remember your name after you die. It'll be as if Armando never existed." He concluded by laying out two clear paths. One path, the one Rain was offering, could make Armando's name unforgettable in history. The other, the one Armando was currently on, would lead only to obscurity and regret. Rain left the decision in Armando's hands, but Armando shouted in anger, saying that no matter what Rain said, he would never work for him. He believed Rain was trying to lure him in with fancy words, but he wasn't going to fall for it. Armando claimed that he knew the true nature of nobles. They only cared about their own wealth and status. Commoners were nothing more than insects to them, used and discarded. He emphasized that he would never serve a noble, even if Rain was considered great. Armando didn't trust him in the slightest. As a result of his rejection, Armando's loyalty had dropped from 50 to 30. Rain realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. Despite his efforts, Armando wasn't budging, and his hatred for Rain was only growing stronger. Armando then said directly that he didn't care who Rain was. He made it crystal clear. He would never work for any noble. He said he had no faith in Rain's words. Not even a little. Just then, a little girl came running toward Armando with a cheerful voice. She called out, "Brother Armando, when did you come to the city?" Caught off guard, Armando nervously asked her what she was doing there. He warned her that the area wasn't safe and she should leave immediately. Irina, confused, asked why he looked so worried. Armando explained that some very dangerous nobles were present and that no one, not even a child, was safe around them. Then Irina turned to Rain with a smile and asked, "Brother Rain, is that you?" Rain, surprised, asked if she knew him. She responded that everyone in the city knew him. Her mother always said that their lives had only improved because of Rain. If it weren't for him, their situation would have been far worse. Rain asked if her father worked at dam construction. Irina replied with excitement that her father indeed worked for him. She explained that he used to gamble at casinos, but ever since Rain gave him a job, their lives had become happier and more stable. She and her mother always encouraged her father to work hard for Rain, because the better he did his job, the better their lives could become. Interrupting angrily, Armando accused Rain of enslaving Irina's father and forcing him to work as cheap labor. He said he always knew how corrupt nobles were, but he never imagined they could sink so low. He asked how someone could treat their own people so terribly. Rain responded by questioning how Armando could assume so much without knowing the facts. He asked when anyone had said that Irina's father was being forced to work. Armando ignored him and pointed to Irina's worn-out clothes, asking how Rain could say their lives had improved when the child was wearing such ragged clothing. He said that nobles like Rain wouldn't touch such dirty clothes, and yet commoners were forced to wear them. To him, it was obvious that Rain's words were just a facade, and that their lives were still miserable. He concluded that Rain might fool others, but not him. In his eyes, no matter how hard nobles pretended to be kind, they would never actually change. At that point, Leah stepped in angrily. She told Armando that he was saying far too much without understanding the full picture. She said he had no idea what Master Rain had done for the city. When everyone else had given up, even the city's own people, Rain had believed in it. It was solely because of Rain's trust and leadership that the city was now recovering and moving forward. She said she could tolerate many things, but she wouldn't stand by and listen to anyone speak nonsense about Master Rain. Irina nodded in agreement and softly added, "Yes, Brother Armando, Sister Leah is absolutely right and that he shouldn't speak nonsense about Brother Rain." She said Rain was truly a good person. She reminded him that Rain had given jobs to everyone in the city. Not only that, but he had also provided food and shelter. Because of him, they no longer had to shiver in the cold. They now had roofs over their heads and proper meals. She warned Armando that if he kept badmouthing Rain, she wouldn't speak to him ever again. She reminded him that he had never lived in the city, which was why he could never truly understand what Rain had done for them. Rain then turned to Armando and explained that the reason Irina and the others still wore worn-out clothes was not due to negligence. He said that while they already had shelter and food, providing proper clothing was a different challenge. For that, they needed to establish a clothing industry. Until the industry was up and running, clothes would remain expensive and difficult to distribute to everyone. But Rain promised that once the industries were built, everyone in the city would be able to wear good clothes. Armando, still unconvinced, said that he didn't know what an industry was, nor did he care. What he did know for sure was that nobles never truly cared about the common people. He believed that all nobles only worked to fill their own pockets. In his eyes, there wasn't a single noble in the world who genuinely thought about the well-being of commoners. Frustrated, Irina interrupted, asking if Armando hadn't understood what she had just said. She reminded him again that Brother Rain was a truly good man, and she begged him to stop speaking ill of him. As Armando began to leave, he said he didn't want to hear any more praise about her so-called great lord. However, because he considered Irina like a sister, he decided to give her one piece of advice. No matter what happened, she should stay away from nobles. He warned her that although they wore the mask of kindness, they were dangerous people. He told her she would never be able to truly understand their reality. Watching him leave, Rain thought to himself that he hadn't come across such a talented person in a long time. He couldn't afford to let someone like Armando go. He knew he had to find a way to stop him, no matter what. Just as Rain moved forward to stop Armando, he suddenly felt a violent shock in his body and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Later, when Rain opened his eyes, he found himself back in his room. Leah, visibly relieved, joyfully told him that he had finally woken up. She admitted that seeing him unconscious had truly scared her. Rain reassured her not to worry and said he was completely fine now. Tears welled up in Leah's eyes as she scolded him. She reminded him how many times she had told him not to overwork himself. Yet, he never listened and always pushed himself too hard, especially in his search for talented individuals. She said he had been completely exhausted but still refused to rest. Gently holding her hand, Rain apologized and promised that from now on, he would take better care of his health. He then asked her where Armando was. Leah explained that after Rain lost consciousness, he was quickly brought back to the mansion, and the surprising part was that Armando, who had been on his way out, immediately returned to help upon seeing Rain collapse. Rain, shocked, asked in disbelief if Armando had really come back. Leah confirmed that he had indeed returned, and even handed her some medicine. She recalled that Armando had said the medicine would help Rain recover quickly. After giving her the potion, he quietly left. Rain then asked if she had actually given him Armando's medicine, and whether that was the reason his fever had gone down so fast. Leah responded firmly, saying, "Do you really think I'd give you medicine from just anyone?" She explained that she called the best doctors in the city. It was only after taking their prescribed medicine that he recovered. As for Armando's potion, she said she had placed it safely on the table. She added that she knew Rain was deeply interested in Armando, which was why she kept it safe rather than throwing it away. Rain then said he wanted to examine the potion himself, even without Armando around. Leah quickly offered to fetch it for him and told him to rest. She left to retrieve the potion. Once he had it in hand, Rain studied it carefully and remarked that it looked surprisingly good. It didn't appear to be of poor quality like most unregulated potions. He said that they should bring in doctors tomorrow to analyze exactly what the potion could do. Leah, a little hesitant, asked if Rain truly intended to recruit Armando. From what she had observed, Armando seemed arrogant and rude, especially towards nobles. His attitude was far from respectful. She wanted to know why Rain would consider recruiting someone like that. Rain calmly explained that he had a single reason. Armando wasn't just talented, he was a rare genius. He compared him to an uncut diamond that had been buried under coal. He believed that if Armando's potential was harnessed properly, he could become an incredibly valuable asset and could greatly contribute to the development of Essling City. In his thoughts, Rain reflected that Armando clearly held deep hatred toward nobles. He was certain that this hatred didn't come out of nowhere. There had to be a serious reason behind it. Rain realized that if he truly wanted Armando to work with him, he would first need to uncover what had happened in the past to cause such strong resentment. The scene then transitioned to Armando's home. Armando was looking at a picture, and said that he had come across a very strange noble that day. He told the teacher that the man had seen the alchemy formula just once, and somehow, he was able to explain a lot about it, as if he already knew everything about the formula. What surprised Armando even more was that the noble wasn't arrogant like the others. Despite Armando talking to him in anger, the noble never raised his voice. Even Irina seemed to like him, and was defending him, which shocked Armando. He admitted to his teacher that he couldn't understand this man at all. Still, he reassured the teacher not to worry. He said he knew how all nobles were heartless and cunning. no matter how good their acting was. He wouldn't be fooled. Armando said that he had lost his teacher because of those wicked nobles, and that the hatred in his heart for them would never fade. He declared that he would rather die than ever side with them. He told the teacher that he was doing everything he could to complete her research. He believed that once her truth was unveiled, he would be able to help many people and take revenge on all those wicked nobles. He warned the nobles to beware because Armando's new creation was being made to destroy them. Once it was complete, there would be no difference left between nobles and commoners. The narration then shifted to Armando's teacher, Liesl Grant. 15 years ago, Liesl was one of the most brilliant alchemists in all of Essling City. Thanks to her exceptional skills, she was famous across the region. What made her even more remarkable was that despite her talent, she was not greedy. All her creations were meant for the betterment of common people, and they greatly benefited from her work. Liesl believed that a true alchemist should work for the welfare of everyone, not just to serve the rich. According to her, those who only serve the wealthy could never be true alchemists. At one point, Liesl adopted an orphan, and that orphan was none other than Armando. She taught him everything she knew. She cared for him like her own son, and he grew up under her guidance, learning not only alchemy but also values like compassion and humanity. Their bond was so strong that they never seemed like a teacher and student, but like a mother and son. She didn't just teach him how to mix potions, she taught him how to behave with others and that humanity always comes first. She told him that if someone couldn't work for the greater good, their life was meaningless. However, Liesl's good days didn't last long. Because she frequently helped the commoners using her creations, she became highly respected among them, and this was something the nobles couldn't tolerate. She became a threat in their eyes. The nobles tried several times to stop her. They threatened her, but Liesl never backed down. She continued doing good work for the people. One day, a noble from Essling City, enraged by her defiance, sent guards to her home. The guards had evil intentions. They destroyed her research and falsely accused her of learning forbidden spells that could be dangerous to everyone. Based on these false allegations, Liesl was killed, and because a noble was behind her death, she never got justice. At that time, Armando could do nothing. He was just a 15-year-old boy. Despite living a life of service and goodness, Liesl met a tragic end and was labeled a threat to society. Since then, Armando had been working on Liesl's notes. He was determined to complete the research that the nobles tried to erase. He swore that no matter what, he would fulfill her work and put an end to the divide between nobles and commoners once and for all. We then see that this story was being narrated by Saintess Era to Rain. Tears streamed down her face as she said that Armando seemed very angry, and she genuinely felt bad for him. She said it was heartbreaking to see a child burdened with such heavy responsibilities at such a young age. Rain, moved by the emotional story, still pointed out that his original question remained unanswered. He said, "Saintess Era, I agree the story is very emotional, but honestly, it doesn't answer my question." He reminded her that he had only asked one simple thing: where could he find Armando Castro? He added that, throughout the story, he didn't understand where Armando actually lived or how to locate him. Saintess Era, visibly annoyed, remarked that Rain must have a heart of stone. She pointed out how terribly things had turned out for Armando, and yet Rain didn't seem to feel even a hint of sympathy. Rain calmly responded, saying that regardless of whether he felt bad or not, the past couldn't be changed. He stated firmly that once something has happened, there's nothing anyone can do about it, and it's better to forget it altogether. He then asked her directly, "Tell me, will thinking about his past change anything now?" Rain continued, sharing his personal belief. Humans tend to keep licking their wounds from the past like scars, and unless someone lets go of that past, they cannot create a better future. If one wants to achieve something big tomorrow, they must leave the past behind and move forward. Saintess Era sighed and gave up, admitting there was no point in arguing with him anymore. She said that Armando was most likely at his old house, the one where Liesl used to live. Every time he visited the city, Armando never fails to go there. She added that, as far as she knew, all of Liesl's old equipment and research notes were still stored in that house, and Armando often visited it to use them. Rain said this was actually good news. It meant Armando was still in the city. If he had gone far away, it would have taken a lot of effort to track him down. Now that they knew his location, they should go meet him immediately. Just then, Rain paused and turned to Saintess Era, saying he had another question. He asked if she knew what exactly Liesl had been researching. What kind of work was she doing that had made the nobles so nervous? Saintess Era replied that the name of the project had been quite confusing, but she did remember the first word. She believed it had something to do with steam. Rain's eyes widened in shock. He asked her to repeat herself, saying he needed to hear it from her again to be sure. Saintess Era, now slightly anxious, repeated, "I told you, the name had something like steam in it. It's been so long now, I don't clearly remember." Then she asked if there was something particularly wrong with that name. Rain replied, "Wrong? No. In fact, if it's really what I think it is, then it could be a massive blessing for all of humanity." He explained that if the invention turned out to be what he suspected, the entire world could change. The deep gap between commoners and nobles could finally be erased. This creation, he believed, might just be one of the greatest in history. Saint Azera was surprised and admitted that she always thought it was just some ordinary thing. Rain, growing excited, grabbed her hand and told her they couldn't waste another second. They had to go see Armando immediately. This was urgent. Startled, Saint Azera asked why he was pulling her like that. But Rain's mind was racing. He was certain that Liesel had been working on the steam engine. If that was true, she must have left behind detailed notes and conducted several experiments, because this wasn't a small project by any means. He reflected on his previous life and admitted that he hadn't studied steam engines in great detail back then, as they were considered an outdated technology. He had surface-level knowledge but lacked a deep understanding. However, he was confident that even if he found just a basic theory about how a steam engine worked, he could recreate it using his mechanical knowledge. As a mechanical engineer, he had a solid understanding of machinery. By simply observing the structure of something, he could deduce how it worked. He had already noticed since arriving in this world that transportation was a major issue. Without efficient transport, how could anyone do business? That's when the idea of building a steam engine had first occurred to him. Unfortunately, lacking a proper design or blueprint, he had never been able to build it, even though he had the idea. Now, he thought, if he could somehow find Liesel's notes, he would finally be able to recreate the steam engine and usher in the industrial era in this world at a rapid pace. He also realized that until ordinary people saw tangible profits, they wouldn't support him. But once the steam engine was built, people would finally trust that the industrial era was beneficial for everyone. The scene shifted to Armando, who was working on the steam engine. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Rain's voice called out, "Armando, are you inside?" Startled, Armando quickly began hiding the steam engine. His thoughts raced. His master had spent a lifetime working on this project. He swore to himself that he would never let it fall into the hands of the nobles. As Armando opened the door, he immediately questioned, "What are you doing here? To be honest, you're not welcome in my house. You can turn around and leave right now." Just then, Rain stepped inside, replying sternly that he wasn't here for small talk. He said, "Just tell me quickly, where are your master's notes? I need to see what exactly she was researching." Armando tried to block Rain's way, stating firmly that he didn't know how Rain had learned about the notes. "But one thing is absolutely clear, no matter what happens, I will not give you those notes. I don't trust nobles one bit. I know you'll destroy the remaining notes just like you all tried to do before." At this point, Saint Azera intervened, trying to calm things down. She said, "Armando, please relax. None of us are here to steal your master's notes. Our master, Rain, is a very wise person. He has dedicated himself to improving the lives of many. Ever since he heard that your master was working on something that could greatly benefit society, he's been eager to study her research. I promise you, he will make the best use of her notes. He's not like other nobles. He's a good man." Despite her reassurance, Armando pulled out a knife to stop Rain, warning him again, "Leave my house immediately. This place is sacred to me. I won't let a noble like you contaminate it. I have no desire to attack, so don't force me." Leah, who had been observing quietly, clenched her fists and thought to herself that she would never let this jerk hurt her master. If he takes even one step toward master with that knife, I'll have to take action. But just then, Rain raised his hand and stopped her. He said calmly, "Leah, there's no need to act. I can handle this easily." Taking a step forward, Rain looked Armando in the eye and said, "To be honest, Armando, you're a complete fool. You don't even have the intellect to understand your master's notes. Do you realize what you're doing here? You're wasting her research, her life's work. The concept of a steam engine is a major scientific breakthrough, and your tiny mind will never be able to build it." Armando snapped back, "Oh, so now I'm the one wasting my master's work?" Rain replied coldly, "Absolutely, you are. Completing Liesel's research is beyond your ability. I guarantee it. Even if you worked your entire life, you wouldn't be able to finish what she started. Her groundbreaking research, the one she dedicated her life to, will never reach the world if left in your hands." Angrily, Armando said, "You speak like you know everything about the steam engine. You nobles can never understand what research truly means. Do you even know what real research is? If you don't understand anything, then just stay away." Rain calmly challenged him, "So you think I have no knowledge at all? Fine, then let's place a bet. That will make everything clear, who really has the knowledge and who doesn't." Armando, clearly surprised, asked what kind of bet Rain had in mind. Rain explained that Armando's goal was to complete the device his master had designed, a task that had remained unfinished for years. Rain added that from the looks of it, Armando hadn't made much progress, which meant the task was extremely difficult. Rain then proposed that if he could successfully complete the device designed by Liesel and make it work, Armando would have to start working for him and follow all of his orders without question. On the other hand, if Rain failed and lost the bet, He promised to leave the city forever and never return. Rain emphasized that since Armando already had issues with nobles, especially him, he probably had no reason to refuse this bet. Laughing, Armando mocked Rain, saying he had seen many fools in his life, but never anyone as ridiculous as Rain. Just thinking about Rain's foolishness made him laugh even more. He pointed out that everyone knew who would win this bet. Rain, after all, was just a young noble master who had never done anything meaningful in his life. Nobles, in his view, only cared about enjoying themselves and had no real skill or work ethic. And now, this noble was claiming he could handle a complicated mechanical task. Armando told him bluntly that he was still giving him a chance to back out of the foolish bet. He explained that he had been working on this device since he was 15. He had his master's knowledge, and after his master's death, he had traveled and gathered even more knowledge. Yet, despite everything, he still couldn't complete the device. So how could Rain possibly succeed? Rain replied that based on Armando's confidence and the way he talked, it seemed like he was ready to accept the bet. Rain suggested that if he agreed, they should start the competition immediately and see whose knowledge truly prevailed. Armando agreed but insisted the conditions of the bet weren't enough. He declared he would modify them. First, if Rain lost, he wouldn't just leave the city forever, he would also have to kneel before his master's grave and beg for forgiveness on behalf of all nobles. If Rain was willing to do that, Armando would accept the bet. Otherwise, there would be no deal. Saintess Era, watching the exchange, stepped in and tried to reason with Armando. She said she understood that he had suffered greatly because of the nobles, but insisted that Master Rain wasn't responsible for what happened. Someone else had wronged him. She reminded him that not all nobles were bad, just like not all commoners were good, everyone had flaws. She urged Armando not to judge everyone based on a few individuals. She emphasized that Master Rain had come here for their benefit and didn't deserve this kind of treatment. In her experience, she had seen many nobles, but Rain was the only one who truly cared about everyone. If he were forced to leave because of this bet, the future of the city would be in jeopardy. Armando responded that he hadn't initiated the bet. Rain had approached him. If Rain thought he was going to lose and wanted to back out, he was free to do so. Armando wasn't forcing him. In fact, he was confident that he would win. Betting against him was Rain's biggest mistake. Rain accepted all of Armando's conditions. He said that if he lost, he would not only apologize at the master's grave but do it in front of the entire city. However, he added confidently that such a situation would never happen. He wasn't going to lose. Eager to begin, Rain asked Armando to quickly show him the engine Liesel had been working on. He wanted to see exactly what components had been used. As he examined the engine, Rain thought to himself that this was the first person since his reincarnation who had insulted him so much. Armando reminded him of the way his old boss used to scold him in his past life. But Rain was confident he could build the steam engine easily. Once he completed it, he planned to make Armando work day and night at the furnace. If he didn't do that, Rain declared he wouldn't be worthy of his own name, Renedgar. At that moment, Armando lifted the cloth covering the steam engine and said it was the final legacy of his teacher. He requested them to handle it carefully and not break it. Leah thought to herself that, honestly, the machine looked quite strange. She couldn't understand what was so fascinating about it that made the young master so interested in it. Even Saintess Era was confused. From its appearance, she couldn't figure out its purpose or how it was used. Still, considering how interested young Master Rain was, she concluded it must be something incredibly valuable, perhaps even something beyond their comprehension. Rain gently touched the steam engine, thinking in disbelief that it was truly a steam engine, the kind of invention capable of transforming humanity and ushering in an industrial era. He reflected that if Liesel were still alive, he would have kissed her hands. He wondered how someone could be such a genius in this era. It saddened him deeply that someone so brilliant was no longer alive. Leah remarked that Rain looked genuinely happy. She asked if the invention Liesel created was truly that incredible, as she couldn't even begin to understand its purpose. Rain replied that she wouldn't understand it just yet, but she could believe one thing: this machine had the potential to change the entire world. He went on to say that Liesel could be called the greatest genius of her time, someone born once in several generations. It was their misfortune that such a genius had met such a tragic end. He added that if she had received the support of the right people, she could have transformed humanity. She was capable of achieving things others couldn't even imagine. That's why he declared Liesel a divine genius. Armando, visibly emotional, agreed wholeheartedly. He said Rain was absolutely right. His teacher was indeed a genius. In today's time, alchemists were largely incompetent, but his master excelled in everything from alchemy to mechanics. If she were still alive, she would have completed this machine long ago. He admitted that although he didn't like Rain, what he had said was true. Rain pointed out that Armando had been working on this machine ever since his master's death. He had even been selling potions in nearby cities to earn money for parts and tools. Armando confirmed this, saying that if he were earning just for himself, A little money would have been enough, but since the machine required substantial investment, he was forced to earn repeatedly. He confessed that he could have finished the machine, but before she died, his master never told him how to complete it. And as Rain already knew, all her notes were destroyed when she was attacked. The guards had demolished everything, so now, even though he was building it, he had no idea what its actual purpose was or how it would be used once completed. Rain assured him that while Armando may not understand the machine, he had a good understanding of it. To complete it, Rain said he needed to examine it from the inside. He suspected that internal issues were preventing the machine from working. Despite Armando's efforts, until he opened it up and inspected it, he wouldn't be able to fix it. Frustrated, Armando snapped at Rain, accusing him of going mad. He reminded him that this wasn't just a research project, it was his master's legacy. If Rain opened it, Armando wouldn't be able to reassemble it, and all of his master's research would be lost forever. He declared that he didn't care what anyone thought. He wouldn't let Rain open it. Rain calmly reminded Armando of his dream to complete the machine. Yet, Armando didn't even seem confident that if Rain did open it, he'd be able to reconstruct it. Rain said bluntly that even if Armando worked on it for 100 years, he wouldn't be able to complete it because he lacked faith in his own knowledge. Rain emphasized that he was different. There was no machine in the world that he couldn't fix. If he had placed his hands on this one, he was confident he could complete it. He told Armando to just watch and see what real experience looked like, then asked him to hurry and bring a screwdriver so he could remove the nuts. Stunned, Armando asked what a screwdriver even was. Rain held his head in disbelief. He thought it was tragic that someone who didn't even know what a screwdriver was had been trying to complete a steam engine. He pitied Armando, comparing him to a man rowing a boat that would never reach the shore. Armando argued back, saying they could just use magic to remove the nuts. He couldn't understand why Rain was making such a big deal out of something so trivial. He added that he hoped Rain had at least opened a nut before in his life and feared Rain might ruin his master's invention. Then, Armando shared that his master had worked closely with dwarves, exceptional craftsmen who had built every part of the machine with their own hands. They wouldn't have done it for just anyone. Under his master's guidance, they spent 7 years building the machine. He had witnessed her dedication firsthand. He explained that this was why he had initially refused to let Rain touch it, because he already knew that a reckless noble like him could never complete it. Rain was thinking to himself, he didn't even give me a screwdriver, and instead started rambling nonsense again. He wondered just how lightly this guy was treating nobles. He's talking as if nobles don't even have a brain. Then, Rain turned to Leah and told her that he needed her dagger, specifically one that matched the size of the nut. Leah responded that she had one available. Using Leah's dagger, Rain began loosening the nut. While working, he thought to himself, pushing this world forward is going to be incredibly difficult. This is a world where even loosening a simple nut is a huge challenge. Soon, Rain managed to unscrew all the nuts. Examining the internal structure, he muttered with growing admiration, "The more I see of this thing, the more incredible it looks. How can someone have the brains to imagine and build such a complex machine from scratch?" But then he paused. Wait a second. Where did the parts go? One of the most crucial part of the machine was missing. Maybe that's why it's not working. Rain then asked Armando, where did the machine's parts go? A very important internal component is missing. Armando was visibly shocked. He thought, how does he know that? Only I knew about the missing parts. Trying to cover up, Armando said. What nonsense are you talking about? This machine has always been like this. It never had any additional components. Look, it's obvious you don't understand machines. And that's why you're just making up stories. If you can't fix it, then fine. Just admit defeat. There's no need to put on this useless act. Apologizing at my master's grave won't make you any smaller. Rain thought to himself with annoyance. What do you take me for? A fool? I can clearly see the machine's core is missing. Without it, how could it ever function? He said aloud, this is exactly why. Despite all your effort, you've never been able to complete it. The very component the machine needs to operate isn't even inside. Tell me quickly, where's that part? Without it, we can't finish this. Armando finally broke down and admitted, nervously, yes, it's true, that part used to be there, but years ago, a noble removed it. Rain was surprised. The core part was taken out, but as far as I know, nobles aren't interested in mechanical stuff. Why would they take it out? Armando explained, this machine is extremely powerful. My master had its core specially reinforced using rare dragon crystal ore. When one of the top-ranking nobles found out, he sent his men to forcibly take it from us. He added bitterly, that noble said it was pointless to waste such a rare material on a machine, so he melted the core down and turned it into a statue, just to flaunt his power in the city. Rain was stunned. He exclaimed, a statue? A foolish noble destroyed a crucial component of this incredible machine just to show off. That's beyond idiotic. He fumed. Who is this fool that made such a colossal mistake? Tell me his name right now. I'm not going to let that bastard go. But Armando said grimly, what's the point? you're a noble yourself, and we all know that nobles never go against each other. No matter how powerful you are, no one in this city dares to cross that man, even you can't do anything to him, so what's the use? Rain replied coldly, oh really, so there's a so-called big shot in this city I can't mess with. Now I'm really curious to know who this untouchable man is. Just tell me his name, Armando. I'll handle the rest myself. I need to know who this bastard is, the one standing in the way of my plans for industrialization, whoever he is. He's not getting away with this. Trembling, Armando finally revealed the name, Duke Esca. Saint Isera was visibly shocked and asked if it was really Duke Esca behind all this. Rain noticed her reaction and asked why she was so surprised. Did she know Duke Esca? Saint Isera admitted she knew him very well. She explained that Duke Esca used to be a minor noble in their own city of Essling. Back then, he had no real authority, but what made him special was his extraordinary talent in alchemy. At a very young age, he had already made significant achievements in the field. Thanks to those achievements, his reputation began to rise. Later, during an imperial alchemy competition held between all the nations, Duke Esca represented their country, and not only that, he won effortlessly. His victory brought great honor to the nation. In recognition of his accomplishments, the emperor granted him immense resources, and even elevated his status to that of a full-fledged duke. From being a minor noble in a small city, he now owned his own territory. Curious, Rain asked which territory Duke Esca ruled over. Saint Isera explained that Esca's territory was directly above theirs, encompassing the entire Granzer region. Leah added that the Granzer region didn't belong to them, it fell under the jurisdiction of Grand Duke Eldro. Because of this, the Edgar family's laws didn't apply there. That meant they couldn't do anything to Duke Esca for now. Leah warned that if they harmed him, it could provoke an all-out war. Rain then recalled something his father had once told him, how he and Grand Duke Eldro never saw eye to eye. Their ideologies were completely different, and every time they met, their disagreements escalated into arguments. The two men couldn't even stand the sight of each other. Rain acknowledged that if they made a move in Eldro's territory, it would almost certainly lead to war, especially since relations were already strained. Leah agreed, saying Rain was absolutely right. Grand Duke Eldro and his father had completely different styles of governance. She further explained that in every imperial conference, the two Grand Dukes always stood in opposition. There had never been a single instance where their opinions aligned. If one spoke of peace, the other called for war, and if one promoted war, the other preached peace. To prevent conflict between territories, the emperor kept the two as far apart as possible. Rain calmly stated that he had understood something important from all of this. If they attacked that fool Esca, Eldro would undoubtedly intervene. A small issue like this could turn into a full-scale war. For now, they'd let it go, but when the time was right, they would strike, and the attack would be devastating. He looked up with steely resolve and said, Duke Esca, be ready. I won't forget your name. Melting my gear was a grave mistake. If I don't make you pay for it, then I don't deserve to be called Rain Edgar. At that moment, Saint Isera stepped forward and urged him to calm down. She reminded him of all the great things he had already achieved, and how many powerful enemies he had defeated. But she warned that acting in haste now wouldn't be wise. She pleaded with him to drop the idea of confronting the Duke. She reminded him how hard she had worked to gain the trust of the elf tribe on his behalf. They believed in Rain, but their only concern was his tendency to wage wars too quickly. If he started another war now, that trust would be shattered. That's why she asked him, as his loyal companion, to let go of any thoughts of war, for the sake of everyone involved. Rain declared with determination that when he said he would teach that bastard Esca a lesson, it didn't mean he was about to start a war, or take unnecessary risks. He was well aware that attacking directly was a foolish move. Still, as for punishing Esca, he swore he would make that happen no matter what. He told Saint Isera that she had no idea how vile Esca truly was. 15 years ago, humanity could have progressed far ahead, but because of that idiot, people were still suffering. Now, Rain was starting to understand why Liesel had been killed. Everyone believed Duke Esca was a genius, but Rain was certain that Liesel's brilliance completely outshone Esca's. That bastard must have found some excuse to eliminate her, fearing that if Liesel's talent were ever revealed, no one would value Esca anymore. Rain firmly stated that Esca would be punished for his disgusting actions. He added, Esca should pray I don't reach him, because once Rain Edgar stood at his door, it would be the last day of Esca's life. At that moment, Armando asked cautiously if Rain was seriously thinking of going against Duke Esca. Armando admitted that he hated that bastard Esca too, but warned that taking such a path was dangerous even for Rain. He confessed that he didn't want someone as noble and righteous as Rain to lose his life over past grievances. Rain reassured him, telling Armando not to worry. He made two promises that day. First, that the steam engine project would be completed, and the world would witness how amazing it truly was. And second, he would punish that bastard Eska so severely that no one will ever dare make the same mistake again. He would prove to the world that there were people more talented than Eska, people who never got the chance to rise. Because of that scumbag, Rain promised that Liesel would get the respect she deserved, and Eska would face the punishment he had earned. Rain suggested they would deal with everything else later. For now, their top priority was fixing the steam engine. He recalled that Armando had said his master's notes were destroyed. Typically, engineers visualize and draw their inventions before building them. Rain asked if his master had kept a sketchbook where she liked to draw. If they could find that book, he was confident it would contain the steam engine structure. Armando replied regretfully that there was no sketchbook. His master had only documented everything in her notes, and those were gone. Moreover, she had never taught him anything specific about the machine. He only had some basic elemental knowledge. However, Armando mentioned that there was one person, besides his master, who knew everything about the machine, Uncle Bram, the man who crafted its parts. He was an exceptional dwarf craftsman, and the only one alive who could help. Rain was relieved to hear this. If Uncle Bram had built the machine's parts, he would know how it functioned. That meant they could simply approach him and get the parts rebuilt. But Armando cautioned that it wouldn't be that easy. While it was true that Uncle Bram knew how to build the parts, he had refused to help every time Armando had approached him in the past. According to Bram, his parts were responsible for the death of Armando's master, and because of that, he refused to take any risk with Armando's life. Rain responded calmly, saying that if Bram wouldn't help Armando, he would try himself. Armando, however, warned him again. Uncle Bram was a strange man, and if Rain did go to him, he shouldn't expect too much. As the scene progressed, Rain and his group arrived at Uncle Bram's place. Bram shouted furiously, complaining that his room was small, and now they had crowded it. He bluntly told them to leave. He wasn't going to help them. Saintess Era stepped forward and pleaded with him. She explained that their young master Rain was different from other nobles. He had done so much for the people of the Essling city, and she requested Bram not to treat him so harshly. Bram looked at Rain and said he had heard a lot about him, that the new lord of the Essling city was a good man. But then he added that being good wasn't enough to fix everything. While he acknowledged that Rain had punished some corrupt nobles, and solved the city's food problems, those deeds didn't mean Rain could fix everything. The issues plaguing the city were far greater than he imagined. Saintess Era said, "This is where we common folks make the biggest mistake. You're saying that the young master can't fix everything, and that all he's done so far are minor tasks. But to be honest, he hasn't been here for long, and even in that short time, he's already solved several serious issues. I truly believe that in the next 5 years, he'll have everything back on track. Our city will become a remarkable place, and if we don't support such a good lord, it won't affect him much, but it will be a huge loss for us." Uncle Bram responded, asking, "Why are you praising him so much? He's only doing what a lord is supposed to do. Every lord who came before him failed to fulfill their duties. For example, I'm a blacksmith. My job is to forge iron tools for the people. Similarly, a lord's duty is to manage and support his people. There's nothing particularly noble about that." Rain nodded and respectfully replied, "Uncle Bram, you're absolutely right. A lord's duty is to take care of his territory, and understand the struggles of his people. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, making sure they have good food and proper clothes. That's also the reason I came to you today. I want to do even more for my people." Uncle Bram was shocked by Rain's calm agreement. He thought to himself, "I never expected a noble to agree with me. I compared a lord's work to that of a blacksmith. I was sure he'd get offended and storm off. But this kid, he accepted it. Have nobles really changed so much?" Finally, Uncle Bram asked, "So, what is it that you want me to make?" Rain replied, "Do you remember the steam engine Liesel was working on 15 years ago? I need the gear for that machine, so I can complete it. You already know what happened with the previous gear. That's why I'm asking you to make another one, just like before." Hearing this, Uncle Bram was visibly stunned. He said, "If it's the gear you want, you're not going to get it. I swore I'd never make that thing again." Rain asked in surprise, "But why? What's the issue with making the gear?" Uncle Bram looked solemn as he replied, "If I had known that worthless gear would cost Liesel her life, I would have never made it, not even for her. She asked me for it, so I used the best material I had, dragon crystal. But how could I have known that gear would catch the attention of the nobles? Because of it, they killed her. I won't make that cursed thing again. I can't bear to see someone else die because of my work." Suddenly, Armando stepped forward and shouted, "Uncle Bram, just a few minutes ago, you said that a blacksmith's job is to make tools for the people. Now when we're asking you to do exactly that, you're refusing?" You had no problem pointing fingers at Lord Rain for not doing enough, but when it's time to do your own duty, you're backing off. Uncle Bram replied firmly, "There's no point in trying to provoke me. I won't fall for it. I've made up my mind. I won't forge that gear for anyone, and besides, the biggest problem is finding another dragon crystal. That material is extremely rare." Rain responded calmly, Uncle Bram, ever since I mentioned the gear, you've only been talking about the dragon crystal. Are you saying that Liesel's machine won't work unless it's made from dragon crystal? Is that the only way it can function? Uncle Bram frowned and asked, what exactly are you trying to say, kid? Rain explained, what I mean is, can't we rely on your forging skills instead? Why can't we use a regular iron instead of a dragon crystal? After all, the purpose of a gear is to run the machine. Does the material really matter that much? Uncle Bram, clearly irritated, snapped at Rain, saying he didn't know anything, and was just rambling nonsense. He questioned whether Rain was seriously suggesting that he melt iron to its liquid form, something only ancient dragons were capable of. Bram emphasized that apart from ancient dragons, no one in the entire continent could produce enough heat to melt iron. Where would we even get such heat from? He exclaimed, calling the idea impossible. Rain, deep in thought, realized that Uncle Bram was referring to the ancient dragon clan. Based on what Rain knew, dragons could breathe fire, and the temperature must be incredibly high, probably why they were able to melt iron. Rain continued, agreeing that Bram's furnace was indeed incapable of melting iron ore, because its temperature was too low. This approach won't work, Bram replied, reaffirming that it wasn't just his furnace. No one in the entire continent had a furnace that could produce enough heat to melt iron. Listen to me, kid, melting iron is no joke, just forget about it. Rain admitted that Bram was right. Currently, no furnace could melt iron ore. But then he posed a challenge. What if he could build a furnace that could easily melt iron? If he succeeded, would Uncle Bram help him craft the parts for Liesel's machine? Uncle Bram was stunned and wondered what this boy was even talking about. If such a furnace could be built, it would be a breakthrough for the forging world. They could finally create things they had only dreamed of. But then doubt crept in. Bram reminded himself that Rain was just a child, and a noble at that. Nobles usually didn't involve themselves in forging, so he dismissed Rain's idea as nonsense. Uncle Bram told him bluntly, kid, don't waste your time. Do you really think you're the first to try this? Many before you have attempted to build high-quality furnaces, even with countless tries by genius craftsmen. No one has created a furnace capable of melting iron easily. However, he admitted that if Rain could create such a furnace, it would revolutionize the world of forging. They could produce amazing weapons, armor, and more, at an unimaginable pace. But he still doubted Rain's ability. You're too young, and you come from a noble family. Nobles don't usually understand forging, so your claim about building a high-quality furnace is just empty talk. Rain smirked and said they would soon find out who was really full of empty words. Then he shifted the topic and proposed a bet. If I build a furnace capable of melting iron, will you agree to craft the parts one need for Liesel's machine? Uncle Bram, now intrigued, responded, so that's what this is about? Fine, if you really build that furnace, I promise to make those gears for you, and not just the gears. If you need any additional parts later, I'll personally make them. I'll help however I can to complete Liesel's machine. Rain, thinking to himself, realized that Bram had taken the bait. Creating a high-quality furnace is actually easy for me. He said aloud, alright then, it's a deal. Soon, you'll have your high-quality furnace. As Rain left, Uncle Bram gave him a warning. Remember this, kid, if you fail to make that furnace, don't ever come back here. I'm giving you your final chance. After this, I won't help you again. Rain reflected that melting iron ore required a temperature of 1,538 degrees Celsius. Honestly, the current furnace wasn't even close to that. If I want to increase the furnace's heat, I'll have to modify it. He identified the first problem. There wasn't enough room inside the furnace for proper oxygen flow. So, he concluded that he needed to build a secondary oxygen supply that would enhance the thermal effect and rapidly increase the temperature, possibly even doubling it. With this in mind, Rain picked up a hammer lying nearby and began striking the furnace, ready to start the transformation. Saint Isera and Armando were stunned. They thought, what is young master doing? He's actually damaging Uncle Bram's furnace. As Rain stepped closer to the furnace, Era quickly tried to stop him. Please don't do this, young master. If Uncle Bram sees that you've broken his furnace, he'll be furious. Armando added urgently, Uncle Bram is deeply attached to that furnace. If you break it, he'll never make parts for us again. In fact, he might never even look at us. Rain calmly replied, relax, I'm not doing anything wrong. In fact, I'm trying to fix something. With that, Rain made 2 holes in the furnace. Then he explained, now, with these 2 vents, the supply of oxygen and hydrogen will significantly improve. This will greatly enhance the combustion efficiency of the furnace. I believe it will more than double, and with that, we'll be able to reach the temperature needed to easily melt even iron ore. Saint Isera, still confused, said, young master, I didn't understand anything you just said. All I want to know is, will this actually work? Can such a small change really increase the temperature that much? Rain smiled and said, that's the beauty of science. What looks like a small change can have a massive impact. Just wait and see how this furnace melts iron ore like never before." Right then, Uncle Bram arrived, carrying a load of iron. As soon as he saw the modified furnace, he froze in shock. "What have you done? Why did you break my furnace? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into building it? I poured everything I had into this, and you just destroyed it in seconds. You've really crossed the line this time." Rain responded respectfully. "Uncle Bram, I understand your anger, but please believe me, I didn't break it. I've actually improved it. Just look at how efficiently it melts iron now." Still furious, Uncle Bram barked. "Do you think forging is a joke? Do you think you know more about it than me? I've spent my entire life in this craft, and I'm telling you, you've ruined my furnace. Forget iron ore, it might not even melt basic materials now. Achieving the temperature needed to melt iron ore is nearly impossible. Even when the furnace was perfect, it couldn't do it, and now, with 2 random holes, this will only lower the temperature further. I don't even know if this furnace is usable anymore." Rain said gently, "You've brought the iron with you, haven't you? Then why not just try it once? Use it and see for yourself. You'll never know unless you give it a shot." After a long pause, Uncle Bram grumbled, "Since you're insisting so much, fine, I'll see for myself. I know everything's already ruined, and nothing's going to work anymore, but just to prove you wrong, I'll give it a try." Reluctantly, Uncle Bram placed the iron inside the furnace. Everyone gathered and watched closely. Moments later, Uncle Bram's eyes widened in disbelief. "This can't be happening. The furnace actually melted the iron." Saintess Era gasped. "Young master, you are absolutely right. It's working. The furnace really did melt the iron." Armando was amazed. "This is incredible. I never thought we'd be able to melt iron." "Young Master Rain, what exactly did you do to enhance this furnace's capabilities so much?" Rain turned to Uncle Bram and asked, "Uncle, don't you have something to say? You were quite vocal a moment ago." But Uncle Bram stood there speechless. Finally, he murmured, "Kid, how did you do this? Just by making 2 holes, you improved the entire system? I've always dreamed of building a high-efficiency furnace, and you made it real in a flash." Rain nodded and replied, "I applied the principles of aeronautics here. If you're interested, I can explain everything in detail later. The core knowledge in aeronautics is truly fascinating." Then he smiled and asked, "So, will you make that gear for me now?" Uncle Bram chuckled and said, "You've earned it, so yes, I'll make it. But listen closely, kid, once that gear is made, that nobleman might come after you." Liesel made the same mistake. She underestimated him, and look what happened. His name still carries weight to this day, so be careful. Rain smirked. "Don't worry about me. He's the one who needs to be scared. I don't know whether he'll come to me, but I will go to him. And when I do, I'll show the entire world the mistake that bastard made all those years ago." Later, Rain arrived at the steam engine, holding the gear Uncle Bram had crafted. In his mind, he thought this was the missing piece that had kept the engine from functioning properly. Now, he was certain that once this part was installed, the steam engine would finally start working. He boldly declared that the world better get ready because the industrial era was about to begin. A world where people would live happier and better lives. Leah, observing the gear, commented that although it looked sturdy, it also seemed too small. She pointed out that the steam engine was massive, and questioned how such a small gear could support something that big. If it broke inside, it could cause serious injury, especially since Rain would be standing close during installation. She added that she couldn't allow him to get hurt while she was around. Saintess Era agreed with Leah, stating that she was absolutely right. She explained that the dragon crystal ore was extremely strong, and wouldn't break even if inserted into the machine. Unlike ordinary iron, they couldn't rely on anything less durable. She urged Rain to stay away from the machine for now, and said she would ask her people to bring the crystal. Once it arrived, they could proceed safely. Rain reassured everyone not to worry. He explained that normally, steam engines used iron gears anyway. It was just that Liesel had limited knowledge, which is why she had used dragon crystal ore. In reality, such high-grade material wasn't necessary. A simple iron gear could do the job just fine. Armando then stepped in, praising Rain's work, and saying he supported him because of it. However, he insisted that Rain not speak ill of his master. After all, she had built this machine, and questioning her knowledge was unacceptable. Rain responded by saying that instead of worrying about his master, Armando should be more concerned about himself. He reminded him of their bet, and warned him that if he had forgotten, he'd gladly remind him. If Rain could fix the steam engine, then Armando would work for him for the rest of his life. Now that the engine was almost complete, Rain told him to get ready to fulfill that promise. Armando firmly stated that he stood by his word. However, he said he wouldn't believe Rain's claims until the machine actually started working. If Rain could repair it, then Armando would do whatever Rain asked of him. With confidence, Rain inserted the gear into the machine, and announced that everyone was about to witness magic. As he started the machine, it began to emit smoke. Saintess Era, overjoyed, exclaimed that it was unbelievable. The machine had finally started working. She looked at Rain and praised him, saying he was truly incredible for completing a 15-year-old project. Even Armando was left in shock seeing the engine run. With tears in his eyes, he whispered, "Master, it's finally done. Our years of waiting have finally come to an end." Then, the story transitioned into Armando's past, showing scenes of him spending countless hours with his master, learning how to craft machines while working by her side. Liesel was shown telling him that this machine was incredibly important to her. She believed that one day it would change the lives of countless people, and make their difficult lives more comfortable. It was her dream to complete the machine no matter what. Then came the fateful day when Liesel was attacked. As she lay dying, struggling for breath, she said one final thing to Armando: "It was my dream to finish this machine, but sadly, I won't be able to. Now, I leave everything to you. I trust only you. Please, complete this machine for me." In the present, Armando was seen sobbing uncontrollably, with tears streaming down his face. He said that his teacher's final wish, the dream she had worked so hard to fulfill, had finally come true. He confessed how many times he had tried to build this machine, and how each failure had devastated him. He always felt like he wasn't capable of doing anything for his master, but now, seeing that dream realized before his eyes, he felt genuinely happy and fulfilled. Saintess Era asked Master Rain whether they should go and comfort Armando. Rain gently refused, saying, "Let him cry. These tears have been held back for years. They're not tears of sorrow, they're tears of joy. The more he lets them out, the better it will be for him." The scene then transitioned to 3 hours later. Uncle Bram approached Rain, and remarked in surprise that he never imagined someone like him could actually fix the machine. "Honestly, I've been watching this thing for a while, and all I've seen is smoke coming out of it. Is it called a smoking machine? Does it smoke like humans too?" Saintess Era chimed in with a chuckle, agreeing that she'd been wondering the same thing. "Besides smoking, what does this machine actually do? You've worked so hard on it, so it must be something really special. But what benefit do we get from all this smoke?" Uncle Bram then speculated aloud, "Wait, I think I've figured it out. This machine might be used on battlefields. Imagine seeing it release thick smoke. Any opponent would surely panic. Its real function must be to intimidate the enemy." Rain, observing their conversations, thought to himself that they truly had no idea. He silently praised Liesel, acknowledging that she was a true genius. They can't even understand what this machine does just by looking at it, yet she built it all by herself. Then, Rain addressed everyone directly. "All your guesses so far have been wrong. This isn't a smoking machine. Let me explain what it really is." He revealed that the machine is a steam engine. This is the foundation of the industrial era. It's going to play a major role in shaping the future. Whether it's for the textile industry, transportation, or even war machinery, this machine provides the energy to power them all. You could say it's the beating heart behind every other machine. Uncle Bram was stunned. Industrial era? Confused. Turning to Saintess Era, he asked if she knew anything about it. She admitted that it was her first time hearing the term. "But if young Master Rain says it's important, then I believe it must be," Rain continued, explaining that the steam engine helps other machines operate. Whether it's for weaving textiles, moving goods, or powering weapons, it has a significant role in everything. It provides the energy needed for all of them to function. This invention won't be forgotten for centuries. In fact, I believe it's one of humanity's greatest creations. And the best part? This is just the beginning. Saintess Era, now beaming with excitement, exclaimed that she understood everything now. "You're truly amazing, young Master Rain." Uncle Bram also admitted that it all sounded incredible. "But is it really as important as you say? Can it really help with everything?" He said he was looking forward to the day when their methods of forging weapons would change forever. "Ever since you heated up that furnace using just 2 holes, I've been thinking, if that can increase the heat so much, there must be countless new ways to forge weapons and tools. If you know anything about them, please do share it with me." Rain assured Uncle Bram that once his work on the steam engine was complete, he would help him first. He told him not to worry, as there was still much that he needed Uncle Bram's help with in the future. Rain explained that the world was on the verge of a massive transformation, and he intended to show everyone the countless benefits of industrialization. He envisioned a world where industry and magic coexisted, and if he couldn't turn this land into a hub of both, then he didn't deserve to be called Rain Edgar. As Rain was sharing his ambitious vision, Rosalind suddenly arrived and informed him that Lady Prisha had entered his territory. Rain's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed that his sister had arrived. He found it to be wonderful news, and immediately began thinking about the dam project, which was nearly finished. However, he was also facing a serious financial shortage. He thought to himself that this was the perfect time to request help from his sister. He remembered that his second sister was quite wealthy, and if she agreed to invest in his city, it would solve many of his problems. The idea thrilled him. Rosalind added that Lady Prisha had brought a special gift for him, and had asked Rain to meet her as soon as possible, so she could hand it over to him personally. Rain's excitement grew. He eagerly asked Rosalind if she had seen what the gift was, saying he couldn't wait to find out what his sister had brought for him. Rain thought to himself that his elder sister had always spoiled him since childhood. He imagined she had brought a lot of gold for him, which would save him the embarrassment of asking for money, especially now that she had practically thrown it at him herself. He proudly thought that the Ender family truly was the best family in the world. But then Rosalind delivered an unexpected twist. She revealed that Lady Prisha hadn't just brought wealth, she had brought a large number of young and beautiful women, all between the ages of 18 and 20. Rosalind joked that it seemed Lady Prisha knew exactly what kind of gift would please their young master. Upon hearing this, Rain was completely stunned. He hadn't anticipated such a gift at all. Soon after, Rain returned to his mansion to meet Prisha. As she greeted him warmly, she teasingly fired a playful shot, and remarked how much he had grown. She told him, "You have no idea how much I've missed you." Rain replied with a smile, saying that he had missed her too, and added, "But I really need to ask you something important." Pointing toward the girls behind her, he asked, "Why did you bring them with you?" Prisha chuckled and responded, "Why are you asking that? Don't tell me you didn't like any of them. Are you saying none of these girls are your type?" Rain quickly clarified, "No, that's not it. It's just, ever since they arrived, people have been looking at me differently. Those who used to respect me now look at me strangely. It's making me feel really uncomfortable. That's why I need to know. Why did you bring them here?" Prisha raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh really? Do the people here actually have the guts to disrespect their lord?" Rain could tell his sister understood everything perfectly well, but she was clearly pretending not to. He thought, "I had built such a good image in front of Leah, but now, that image is completely ruined. She's probably thinking I'm some shameless pervert, and all this time I was just pretending to be noble." Turning to Prisha, he said, "Sister, please try to understand. Just look at Leah. Her expression says it all. She's usually cheerful and kind around me, but right now, she looks furious, like she could kill me with her eyes. Please stop joking around." Prisha smiled and replied, "So Alice is actually affected by your behavior? That must mean she really cares about you. Honestly, Rain, you're very lucky. The people around you truly care for you." Rain sighed and pleaded, "Sister, can you stop talking for a moment? You're trapping me with your words, and this joke has gone on long enough. Just tell me, why did you bring all these girls here? I clearly remember never asking you to bring anyone." Finally, Prisha said, "Okay, I'll tell you, but first, don't act like this is a big deal. I brought them because of that letter you sent me." Rain was shocked. "Wait, what? Because of a letter?" She nodded and explained, "Yes, the one where you mentioned how much you liked Rosalind, and that you wanted to keep her for yourself. When I read that, I thought, my little brother has finally grown up, so I wanted to make you happy. I figured if you had more options, it would be better for you. That's why I brought different types of girls, hoping at least one of them would suit your taste." Stunned, Rain said, "Wait a second, when did I ever say I liked Rosalind? You misunderstood my letter. I wanted to bring her here because she's extremely talented, not because I have feelings for her." Prisha burst out laughing. "Oh, is that so? Well then, I guess I did misunderstand. But honestly, I personally like Rosalind a lot. She's brave and beautiful. And even if you did like her, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm your big sister. There's no need to feel shy around me." Then, turning to Leah, she said, "By the way, Alice, I wanted to ask you something. If your young master decided to take extra wives, would you have a problem with it?" "Don't worry, he won't neglect you in any way." Before Leah could react, he quickly interjected, "Sister, please don't say things like that." Leah then stepped forward and said politely, "Miss Prisha, it seems like you're joking, but I'm just the young master's maid. I don't have any right to comment on his personal life. Whether he marries one woman or many, that's entirely his decision. Honestly, I'm not even sure how important I am to him." She paused, then smiled faintly and added, "But I suppose it's a good thing that you came. You've reminded me of something very important. I'm just a maid." Rain turned to Leah and said gently, "Please don't take this the wrong way. Everything sister said was just a joke. You really don't need to take it to heart." But Prisha noticed that Leah's hands were trembling. She thought to herself, "I've seen many maids in my life, but never one as genuinely caring as Leah. She clearly cares deeply about Rain. Because of that, I shouldn't tease her anymore." Then, turning to Gwen, Prisha said, "All right, we've joked around enough for today. Send all the girls back. There's no need for them to stay here any longer." Gwen nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, Miss Prisha. I'll take care of it." Later, Rain took Prisha with him to the study room. He began explaining, "In just a few days, the dam project in Essling City will be complete. One of the main benefits is that we'll finally be able to control water flow for farming. We'll release only the water we need, which will help the farmers immensely. And more importantly, we can use the dam to generate hydropower." Curious, Prisha asked, "Hydropower? What exactly does that mean? Are you talking about some sort of magical array to control water?" Rain shook his head and replied, "Not exactly, To put it simply, we'll use the flow of water to generate energy. That energy can then be used to power mechanical devices. It will solve many existing problems and make life easier for everyone. Despite his explanation, Rain could tell that Prisha still didn't quite understand, so she asked, "But will this really solve the food crisis here? Because if it does, it would be a huge help." Rain nodded. "Yes, everything is connected. If the fields get proper irrigation, the crops will grow better. And once the crops are plentiful, the food shortage will naturally be reduced. Don't you see? Building the dam will solve multiple issues at once." Prisha sat down, clearly impressed. "That's incredible. But tell me, Rain, where did you get all this knowledge from? I remember very well, you never liked studying. You always focused more on swordsmanship than books. So how do you suddenly know so much? Come on, stop hiding and tell me the truth. I know my brother, he never had this kind of knowledge. What really happened to him?" Rain was taken aback. "I completely forgot about this. How could I forget? I'm not the real Rain Edgar. When I arrived in this world, my body was already badly injured. At the time, I didn't know why, and I never asked anyone. But now it makes sense. Those injuries must have come from intense sword training." He realized he needed to come up with a believable explanation quickly. If Prisha grew suspicious of him, it could become extremely dangerous. Trying to remain calm, Rain smiled and said, "Sister, are you joking again? I'm right here in front of you, and yet you're asking where your brother is? You know I was injured just before I became the city lord. When I woke up, my body was in pain, and I couldn't continue practicing swordsmanship, so I stayed at home and started reading a lot. That's how I learned about all of this. That's when I realized, swordsmanship isn't everything. The knowledge in books is just as powerful." Prisha thought for a moment. He's telling the truth. Even in the letter I received from Alice, she wrote the same thing. After Rain recovered from his injuries, he spent nearly a month doing nothing but reading books. I had no idea he was in such pain back then. But now it makes sense. Reading must have been his only option. She looked at him and asked, "Did you really read all those books from our family library?" "I've read most of them myself, but I never came across anything about dams or power generation. Could you show me which book you read that taught you all this? I'd like to see the one that gave you such incredible knowledge." Just then, Rain pulled out some notes from his side and said, "This is the book that gave me all this incredible knowledge." As soon as Prisha began reading it, she saw it was filled with advanced information about alchemy. She thought to herself, he wasn't lying. This book really does contain some strange and fascinating knowledge. I've never read anything like this before. Smiling warmly, Prisha said, "You truly are worthy of being my brother. Turning theories from a book into real-life results is no easy feat, but you've managed to do it." Rain replied with a sheepish grin, "Honestly, I've been so busy working on all these projects that I haven't had any time to practice my sword techniques." Prisha responded in a soft voice, "I know what happened to you, and I also know how much pain you've endured, but you don't need to push yourself too hard. Practicing swordsmanship again could put your life at risk, and nothing is more important to us than your life. That's why I was asking you all these questions earlier, because I've been really worried about you. Since childhood, we've always tried to shield you from the struggles of our family. We made sure you never had to face any hardships, and now, to see you standing strong and handling everything on your own, we're all truly proud of you. Please don't think I was doubting you. Everything I said, every concern I raised, it was all because I care about you." Rain smiled and assured her, "Sister, there's no need for you to worry anymore. I'm completely fine now. Thanks to all of you, I've become capable enough to handle things on my own." Prisha nodded, her voice filled with emotion. "That makes me really happy to hear. But Rain, there's something I want you to always remember. No matter what happens, no matter how much the world changes, your sister will always be by your side. Whether it's managing the territory or anything else, if you ever need my help, just say the word. I'll support you however I can." Hearing this, Rain felt overwhelmed with gratitude. He had been waiting for this moment. Finally, "I can ask her what I've been meaning to." He looked at her and said, "Sister, actually, there's something I need your help with, and without your help, I won't be able to do it." Surprised, Prisha asked, "Already? What kind of task is giving you trouble? Tell me." Rain explained, "Sister, I want you to invest in my city. You already know that recently we've faced a lot of setbacks. Because of that, I'm running low on resources, and without your help, I won't be able to complete my plans. But with your support, the future of our Essling city could be so much brighter." Prisha responded, "Wait, are you saying you need money? As far as I remember, you destroyed 4 powerful factions in Essling city. After taking down them, didn't you acquire a huge amount of wealth? Are your plans really so massive that all of that is already gone?" Rain quickly clarified, "No, sister, I'm not asking for money. What I need are people. You know very well, before I became this city's lord, the place went through multiple wars. The population has drastically decreased, especially when it comes to young and talented people. Most of the current residents are either elderly or children, and they can't contribute to the city's growth. The few who can are just not enough to rebuild and push us forward. Prisha then said. So you're asking me to send some of my people to help? Rain smiled and nodded. Exactly. I need craftsmen, farmers, and magicians from your territory, skilled individuals who can genuinely help develop the city. I know I'm asking for a lot, but I'm not asking for it for free. I promise, everyone you send will live comfortably here. Once their work is done, and they return to you, they'll do so happily. I'll also make sure to train them with modern knowledge and technology, making them even more efficient in their respective fields. This will benefit both of our territories greatly, Prisha admitted. I'll be honest, your plan sounds solid, but if you had just asked for gold coins, that would have been easier. It's much harder for me to send the core people, who are the backbone of my territory. You're right, every territory relies heavily on such people. Without them, a territory can't grow. So, my dear little brother, do you really think I can just give them up that easily? Rain reminded her gently. Sister, you said yourself you'd support me fully. Please don't go back on your word now, and let's be real, this won't just benefit my city. As my city grows, so will yours, all of us, as siblings, stand to gain. Laughing, Prisha said. I was only joking, little brother. Of course I'll help. If I promised, then I'm not going back on my word. You took that joke way too seriously, she assured him. Once I return, I'll send some truly outstanding individuals to your city. But before I do that, I want to see results with my own eyes. I want to be sure that what you've promised isn't just talk. Show me the work you've already done. Let me see the results. Only then will I be confident that sending my people won't be a waste of their time, and that they'll contribute meaningfully to the future of both our cities. Rain replied confidently. If it's results you want, then I have no problem proving myself. I'll show you exactly what the power of industry looks like. Later, Prisha went to meet Gwen. She looked genuinely happy and told her, You know, Gwen, I'm really proud today. For the longest time, Rain was just a child in our eyes. We worried about how he'd survive without our care. But seeing him now, seeing how much he's grown, fills me with so much joy. And even more so, knowing he didn't end up as that bastard emperor's puppet. He's become a real leader, someone who thinks for himself, and actually has the ability to turn those thoughts into reality. Gwen agreed with Prisha, saying she was absolutely right. She pointed out that their young master Rain was not only incredibly talented, but also extremely hardworking. He was putting his heart and soul into developing the city. Gwen added that if Rain kept working with the same dedication, she could guarantee that he'd go far. Prisha responded proudly, saying it amazed her how much her brother was accomplishing just by using his intelligence. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel bitter about the fact that despite spending his entire life practicing martial arts, he could no longer use them, and it was all because of that bastard emperor. If he hadn't poisoned Rain, then Rain would have been able to use both his mind and his martial prowess to their full potential. She gritted her teeth and said the emperor would pay for what he did. He had launched a deadly attack on Rain using poison, and now it was time for one of the emperor's sons to die. Only then would he understand the consequences of targeting Prisha's little brother. She ordered Gwen to begin monitoring all the prints. As soon as you find a suitable target, have him eliminated. She emphasized that the emperor had made a grave mistake, and it was critical that he paid for it. Gwen assured her not to worry, saying she would handle everything, and make sure no one ever found out what happened. Meanwhile, Prisha's thoughts were seething. You filthy emperor, you should have known your limits. The person you chose to harm is my little brother, the one I love more than anything else in this world. You dared to attack someone so precious to me? Of course, I'll take revenge. You should be thankful that Rain didn't suffer any permanent damage from your poison. If anything had happened to him, I would have buried you alive. The scene shifted to a group of shady men transporting something in their vehicles. One of them, riding up front, grinned and said, Boss, we've got our hands on something incredible this time. I guarantee we'll make a fortune selling it. With that money, we'll be living the good life for a long time. Another man, clearly annoyed, snapped, I swear, sometimes I get so pissed at Eldrick. From transporting the goods to finding buyers, we do all the hard work, and even after all that, we still have to hand over a huge cut to that bastard. The man standing nearby chimed in, You're right, we take all the risks, while Eldrick just sits back and rakes in the profits. I'm honestly starting to feel like quitting. How can someone be so damn useless and still make money off us? At that moment, their boss stepped in and said firmly, Shut your mouths. We've been doing this job long enough, and you still haven't learned anything. I get it, Eldrick is greedy, and yes, he takes a lot of our hard-earned money, but let's be honest, without his support, we wouldn't even be able to pull this off. Without him, this job would be impossible. He reminded them, there's a rule in this business. Never speak against the one who supports you. Think about it, if Eldrick weren't around, could we move around the city as freely as we do? We enter like we own the place, do all our dirty work, and leave without anyone stopping us. No one else would allow us that kind of freedom. And if anyone here has a problem with Eldrick, or doesn't want to share the profits, there's a simple solution. Quit right now. Just then, a man came running toward them. "Boss, we've got a problem. The city lord of Essling City has changed. Eldrick isn't in charge anymore." The boss, shocked, asked, "What? The city lord changed? When did this happen? Tell me everything. What exactly went down when you were there?" The man explained, "I went to Essling City on your orders. When I reached the city gates, I noticed something strange. New guards. I had never seen those guys before. I approached them and made up some excuse to get in, but they didn't buy it. I even tried to bribe them, but they straight up threw the money back in my face. They completely refused to accept even a single coin. They started asking questions, what I was doing there and who sent me. I lied and told them I was visiting a relative, which helped me dodge further questions. But while talking to them, I learned one thing for sure. Eldrick is no longer the city lord. The new lord is apparently a really good man, who genuinely cares about his people. Even the soldiers under his command are completely loyal now. No one's accepting bribes anymore." One of the boss's men looked concerned and said it was a huge problem. If Eldrick's no longer in charge, then what's the point of going there at all? "Honestly, boss, I think we should turn back." Annoyed, the boss snapped, asking, "Turn back? And go where exactly?" He reminded them that their only safe haven had been Essling City. Then he gestured toward the girls in the back of their caravan and said, "We brought them all the way from Duke Eska. These girls are slaves from Orvis Empire. We owe Duke Eska 3,000 gold coins for them. If we return empty-handed, we both know what Duke Eska will do to us, and it's not something I even want to imagine." He made it clear that returning without making money would be the height of stupidity, and that wasn't something he was willing to do. Another man agreed with the risk but voiced concern. "I get your point, boss. But what if this new city lord doesn't play along? What if he doesn't understand our business and throws us in jail? That would be an even bigger disaster." The boss remained calm and assured them there was no need to panic. It doesn't matter how noble or righteous the new city lord is. In the end, everyone bows to money. Sure, we may have to offer him more gold than usual, but I guarantee he'll let us operate once he sees the numbers. We'll head to the city tomorrow. Everyone's exhausted, so for tonight, we'll camp in the nearby cave and rest. Tomorrow, we'll enter the city and negotiate with the new lord. If he agrees to our terms, it'll make future trade from here way easier. Just then, a chubby man stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Boss, can we have a little fun tonight?" Another guy joined in, backing the idea. "Yeah, boss. Who knows if we'll even make it back alive from this city? At least let us enjoy ourselves one last time. If we die tomorrow, at least we won't die with regrets." The boss smirked and replied, "Fine, just don't touch the red-haired girl in the cart. She's important to us. Do whatever you want with the others. But remember, she's off limits." The moment he said that, the men's faces lit up with excitement. As they turned back toward the caravan, they joked to each other about how much fun the night was going to be. As the rest of the crew began settling near the cave, two of the men pulled one of the crying girls from the cart. Tearfully, she begged them, "Please, let us go. We haven't done anything to you." The chubby man laughed and said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. I'm a real gentleman. I won't hurt you." But even as he spoke, he began moving in closer, preparing to do exactly what he had implied. Before he could touch her, however, a sharp noise came from behind. "How dare you do something like this near our territory?" The camera panned to reveal none other than Rosalind. As the bulky man turned around, he remarked with a puzzled tone, "A girl, this late at night, and she came here all by herself?" He narrowed his eyes and questioned her further, asking what exactly she wanted from them. Rosalind responded sharply, saying she had the same question for them. She demanded to know who they were, and what they were doing out here so late at night with a girl. She reminded them that they were in Rain Edgar's territory, and warned that they couldn't just do whatever they pleased here. The bulky man, now silently sizing her up, couldn't help but think to himself how stunning the girl was. Just then, the second man scoffed and said that despite seeing everything, she still dared to question what they were doing. He offered to explain things clearly, telling her that on such a dark night, they were simply having a little fun, and from the looks of it, she seemed quite jealous of the girl with them. He told her not to worry, and smugly added that she was welcome to join them if she wanted. They wouldn't mind including her too. The bulky man chimed in with a wicked grin, saying, "He's right. We'll make sure you're satisfied tonight." Rosalind grew increasingly irritated. Inwardly, she fumed at how disgusting their behavior was, and on top of that, they had the audacity to respond to her with such arrogance. She realized she'd have to teach them a lesson. Without another word, Rosalind dashed forward with incredible speed. The two men were stunned, looking around in shock, wondering where she had suddenly disappeared to. Before the second man could react, Rosalind struck him with a deadly attack, taking him down in a single blow. The bulky man panicked and started yelling for help, shouting that a crazy girl was attacking them. Rosalind advanced toward him without hesitation and stabbed him as well. She coldly told him that when she tried to talk to them civilly, they responded with arrogance, so this was their punishment. Hearing the commotion from inside the cave, two more men stepped out. When they saw their companions lying dead, they were completely stunned. one of them exclaimed in disbelief, saying the others had only stayed behind to have some fun. So who could have killed them? At that moment, Rosalind began releasing her power and advanced toward them. She muttered that clearly, these men weren't alone, and it looked like a whole group of filthy scum had trespassed into their territory. The two men screamed in panic and bolted back into the cave, shouting for their boss to save them before the crazy girl killed them too. Hearing the cries, their boss frowned, wondering what was going on. He questioned whether some kind of beast had attacked them, but as he stepped outside, the sight shocked him. As he stood in disbelief, the two men rushed up to him, yelling that the crazy girl had killed their brothers, and that if he hadn't shown up, she would have killed them too. Their boss looked at Rosalind, and maintaining a calm demeanor, asked if he could know why she had attacked his men. He insisted that as far as he remembered, they hadn't done anything to offend her. If they hadn't wronged her, then why had she punished his men so severely? Rosalind cut straight to the point. She asked him whether the girl from earlier was with him, and what exactly her relationship to him was. The boss chuckled awkwardly and replied that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. He suggested she had likely assumed they were bad people doing terrible things, but that wasn't the case. He claimed they were slave traders from Duke Eska's territory, and they had only come here to sell slaves. He even pointed out that they had orders from local nobles in her city, and were merely transporting the slaves as per those requests. Everything they were doing was completely legal, and because of that, she had no right to attack his men. Rosalind's expression darkened. Internally, she was shocked by what she had just heard. Did he say he came from Duke Eska's territory? She remembered something her master Rain had once told her, specifically about being vigilant when patrolling, especially if anything came from Duke Eska's domain. That moment flashed in her mind. Rain had clearly warned her to keep a close watch on anything related to Eska. Rosalind told Master Rain, "All right, Master Rain, if anything comes from the Duke Eska's territory, I'll make sure to keep a close watch on it." She then asked curiously if there were any specific things she should be on the lookout for. She assured him that if it was something ordinary, she wouldn't bother him with it. Rain replied with a firm tone, saying that her only job was to find any fault in those people, no matter what. Rosalind had been shocked at the time. Was her task really to find faults in others? Now, in the present moment, she recalled those words clearly. Master Rain had told me to catch them when they're in the wrong, and now, here they are, trying to bribe me with gold. What could be a bigger offense in our territory than that? The boss, trying to smooth things over, said that whatever had happened between them was just a misunderstanding. He reminded her that he had clearly explained where they were from, and why they had come. He then offered what he called a better solution, asking her to accept a gift from their side, and forget everything that happened that night. According to him, it would be beneficial for both parties. Rosalind, however, was lost in thought. She remembered how confused she'd been when Master Rain told her to dig for a mistake. Even now, she didn't fully understand why her master needed these men caught in the act. But one thing was clear, this was the best opportunity to catch them, and she wasn't going to let it slip through her fingers. Then, she shouted with fury that she didn't care who they were, or where they came from. Not even Duke Eska himself mattered to her. She reminded them in a commanding voice that they were standing in the territory of Essling City, under the authority of her master, Rain Edgar. In this place, they had no right to commit illegal acts, especially not the audacity to bribe one of Rain's knights. Rosalind accused them of already committing 2 major crimes since entering their land, and ordered them to get down on their knees and apologize. She warned that if they did, she wouldn't attack, but if they refused, the consequences would be severe. Annoyed, the boss retorted that he had already shown her their documents, and even tried to shut her up with money. Yet, it seemed she wanted even more. He snapped that greedy people often end up with nothing. He accused her of trying to rob them blind, and said she didn't know who she was dealing with. He mocked her, calling her greedy, and claimed that while she was planning to take advantage of them, she had no clue how dangerous they really were. He warned that she should have taken the money while she could, because now, she would never make it out alive. She was alone, and he had a group of men with him. He challenged her, asking if she really believed she stood a chance against them. Rosalind calmly spun her spear and said coldly that he seemed to be too proud of his numbers. She declared she would give them all one last chance to live, kneel down and surrender. After that, the authorities would decide what to do with them, but if they chose to remain arrogant, they would die by her hand. Their fate now lay in their own hands. Then she demanded that they choose, life or death. The boss scoffed and claimed they weren't children who would tremble at threats. He said they had handled knights far more powerful than her. To him, she was just some ordinary girl and posed no real threat. As he charged at Rosalind, attempting to attack, she didn't even move. With a light motion, she flung him back like a rag doll. Without budging an inch, she struck him down with a kick, defeating him on the spot. Rosalind stood over him and mocked, Didn't you just say you've defeated people far stronger than me? That I'm just one girl and couldn't possibly do anything to you? So what happened now? I'm still standing here, alone, and yet, you can't even lift yourself to fight back. I'm offering you one final chance to live. If you value your life even a little, stay right where you are, because if you try to get up again, I swear I'll drive this spear straight through your bald skull. Just then, we see Roslin's allies arriving on the scene. The knights looked to Roslin and asked what they should do next. Roslin ordered them to move forward and arrest everyone present. She told them that these people had tried to bribe her, and that alone was enough to consider them a threat. She commanded the knights to capture them immediately, and place them under high alert. What would happen to them next would be decided by Master Rain himself. The knights nodded and began rounding up the suspects. Scene shifted. Roslin returns to headquarters. At the door, Roslin knocked and called out respectfully, saying, "Master Rain, it's me, Roslin. I've come to deliver an urgent report. May I come in?" Rain's voice came from inside, giving her permission to enter. Kneeling before him, Roslin spoke clearly and respectfully. She reminded him of the order he had given her a few days ago, to report anything suspicious coming from Duke Eska's territory. She informed him that just a short while ago, her team had intercepted one of Duke Eska's caravans. She said she had come to report exactly that. Rain's expression brightened with interest as he asked in surprise if she had truly managed to capture the caravan already. He urged her to explain what was wrong with it, assuring her that he trusted her judgment. If she had taken action, there must have been something seriously wrong with it. Roslin confirmed this, explaining that the caravan was transporting slaves, and when she confronted the group, they attempted to bribe her. The moment they offered her money, she knew something was off. In her view, they were trying to sell slaves within their territory without any official permission. Rain's face darkened with anger. He muttered, "So that's how it is." Seeing his sudden change in expression, Roslin grew tense. She wondered what had suddenly made him so furious. Could there be a deeper conflict going on between Duke Eska and Master Rain? Rain then burst out in rage, saying that those arrogant bastards actually dared to sell slaves in their territory without authorization. He declared that no matter what happened now, he wouldn't let this go. He promised to teach that filthy Duke Eska a lesson he'd never forget. Roslin successfully captured the bandit's boss and thrown him in jail. As the scene continues, Rain approaches and says sternly, "The audacity of you bandits has gone too far. What made you think you could come into my territory and trade slaves?" The bandit boss chuckles arrogantly and replies, "You're talking about my audacity? Honestly, I'm shocked by your boldness. Do you even realize that by capturing me, you're going against Duke Eska? Also, tell me something. How did you even manage to replace Eldrick? From what I knew, he was a wise man. Replacing him and becoming the new city lord, that's quite something." He leans in, offering a sly smile. "Look, if you're new and don't understand how this city works, take my advice, cooperate with us. It'll benefit you greatly. But if you pick a fight with us, I promise, you won't survive in this city. You've got no idea how powerful we are." Rain replies coldly, "You keep mentioning Eldrick. Seems like you've worked with him quite a lot." The boss nods without hesitation. "You're right. Ever since Eldrick became the city lord of Essling City, we've been working closely. Every year, he used to provide us with a good number of slaves that we'd sell off in the Empire. Today, we brought only a few. Normally, we transport dozens." Rain's expression hardens. "So you're saying you currently have fewer slaves with you? I want to know where you've hidden the rest. Tell me their location now, or things will get very bad for you." The boss smirks mockingly. "Oh, you want to know? Then get down on your knees and beg me. Even then, I won't tell you. Who even are you for me to give you any answers?" Rain steps closer, his voice sharp. "Are you even thinking clearly? You're standing in my presence, and your life is now in my hands, and yet you speak to me with this arrogance?" He clenches his fists. "Trust me, if you keep spouting nonsense, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I can either let you live, or end you right here and now." The boss raises his chin defiantly. "Go ahead and touch me if you dare. I know a fact that Duke Eska will protect me. If you kill someone under his protection, he will come after you. He'll enter your city and kill you. There'll be nothing you can do." Rain retorts, "You seem to be forgetting something. You're in my territory. If this were Duke Eska's land, maybe you'd have been safe. But here, he holds no power." The boss scoffs. "Cut the act. Boy, I can see right through you. You're just bluffing, trying to scare me. If you had the guts to do anything, you'd have done it already. Stop wasting my time and just tell me, how much profit do you want? Let's finish this deal once and for all. I've had enough of this nonsense." Rain turns to his companion. "Leah, this guy's out of his mind. Looks like we'll have to knock some sense into him." Without hesitation, Leah draws a knife and says calmly, "Understood, young master. I know exactly what needs to be done." She hurls her knife at the boss, and it lands squarely on his shoulder, making him collapse to the ground. Now visibly terrified, the boss thinks to himself, "I underestimated him. This guy wasn't bluffing after all. If I don't speak now, I'm dead. Shaking, the boss finally confesses, there's an abandoned house in the southern forest, that's where we've hidden the rest of the slaves. That's everything I know, please, don't kill me. Rain turns to Lee as he walks away. Tell Rosalind to prepare the cavalry, we're heading to the southern forest, let's see how much filth they've spread in our land, and how many slaves they're hiding. Rain's tone turns deadly. I hope for your sake that you weren't lying, because if even a single word turns out to be false, then when I return, I'll give you a life so miserable that you'll beg for death, but even that won't come easily. As they leave, the boss grits his teeth and thinks, say whatever you want, kid, I know you're not coming back. Sure, you'll find the slaves at that location, but you'll also find our assassins waiting for you. By the time you realize it, your head will already be separated from your body. If only you had taken my offer, you could have profited, but now you're marching straight to your death. Rain and his team finally arrived near the forest. As they stood before a rundown house, Rosalind looked around cautiously and said, Master Rain, it seems the bandit boss wasn't lying. Judging by the state of this place, it's clear people have been here recently, and in large numbers too. Rain gave a sharp command, surround the house. I don't want even a single soul escaping, not by mistake, not by chance. As he moved to enter the building himself, Rosalind quickly stepped in front of him. Young master, please wait, let me open the door first. The moment she pushed the door open, the group was stunned. Inside were frightened slaves, huddled together in fear. One of them cried out, please don't hurt us. You can do whatever you want, just don't kill us, we beg you. Rain's voice turned soft but resolute. Rosalind, rescue all of them. These people are innocent, victims, trapped by monsters like them. Just as Rosalind stepped forward to free the slaves, an arrow was fired at her, but with lightning-fast reflexes, she slashed it mid-air. Everyone, protect the young master. We're under attack. Rain's guards quickly formed a protective shield around him. Don't worry, young master, as long as we're here, no one can touch you. Suddenly, the enemy's assistants emerged from the shadows. One of them spoke calmly, you must be from Grand Duke Alferia's side. We're not here to start a fight, we just came to do business. How about we sit down and talk? Violence won't help either of us, Rosalind snapped back. After everything we've just witnessed, you think we'd talk to you? There's nothing left to say. Before anyone could respond, Rain raised his hand. Wait, Rosalind, I want to hear what they have to say. I'm curious what kind of talk they think is still possible. The lead assistant smirked. Finally, someone reasonable. Let me be honest. We've been selling slaves here for years. High-quality slaves bring us a fortune in gold coins. Even low-tier ones fetch no less than 100 coins. The demand never drops. Season after season, buyers keep coming. In fact, we can't even keep up. He leaned forward and continued. But you know what we really need? A permanent ally. Someone who will open the gates of their city to us, forever. With that, our profits would multiply. And you seem like a smart man. He made his offer. Join us, work with us, and we'll give you a share of the profits every year. And don't worry, it'll be more than enough to satisfy you. Plus, you'll gain other benefits too. He gestured toward the slaves. Every premium slave we acquire, we'll bring them to you first. You can choose whoever you like and keep them, for free. No charges, no limits. All because you'll be our partner. The assistant smirked. This offer is just for you. Eldrick had grown too old for such pleasures. But you're still young. I'm sure you have needs. With us, you can fulfill every single one of them. So tell me, do you want to partner with us? There's profit in it for you, in every possible way. I doubt you'll find a better deal. Rosalind clenched her fists in disgust. How dare these scumbags speak to our young master like this? Do they really think he's like them, filthy and corrupt? He'll definitely turn them down, and show them what a real man of principle looks like. But to everyone's shock, Rain spoke calmly. Your offer sounds quite lucrative. I'd like to know exactly what percentage of profit you're offering me. It's better if these things are made clear from the start. That way, there won't be any issues later during the operation. Everyone in the room, including Rosalind and the soldiers, was stunned. The assassin, mistaking Rain's interest as genuine, smiled with delight and praised him for being smart. He said that cooperating with them was the right choice. He promised Rain that if they were allowed to run their operations freely in his territory, they would give him 10,000 gold coins every year, along with unlimited access to women. If business went well, they might even offer Rain a bonus. He then asked Rain how he found the deal. Rain, now openly sarcastic, replied that the offer was absolute trash. He mocked the idea of receiving only 10,000 gold coins in return for allowing such illegal operations to run for an entire year. Do you take me for a beggar? Pointing out that his elder sister gave him more pocket money than that. He questioned why he would agree to do something so disgraceful for such a low amount. He added that if the assassin had at least proposed an amount that made the immoral act feel worthwhile, maybe then he could have considered it. But for 10,000 gold coins, He wasn't even remotely interested. The assassin was visibly shocked. He exclaimed, "You think 10,000 gold coins is a low amount?" He explained that he had believed it to be a generous offer, but now he was genuinely curious. How much did Rain expect? Rain, with a confident expression, stated that he wasn't greedy. He had plenty of money already, so he wasn't easily lured by gold. But if they really wanted his cooperation, they'd have to pay him 100,000 gold coins per month. He said he didn't need bonuses or women, just the money. And he made it clear that this was his final price. No negotiations. The assassin's face twisted in irritation. He shouted that 100,000 gold coins per month was outrageous. He accused Rain of mocking him. Even selling slaves for an entire year wouldn't earn that much. And now Rain was demanding it as a monthly fee. Trying to maintain composure, the assassin insisted that he wasn't joking. He was talking about real business here. He urged Rain to be reasonable. Rain calmly asked if the assassin really thought he was joking. He reminded him that an offer was made, and he simply gave his price. If the assassin didn't like it, that just meant they wouldn't be doing business together, and if they weren't working together, then it was clear they had entered his territory with the intent of running shady operations. As the city lord of the region, Rain said it was now his responsibility to teach them a lesson. He ordered Rosalind to begin shooting immediately. He declared that he no longer wanted to look at the disgusting faces in front of him. At once, the soldiers raised their bows and prepared to fire. Panicked, the assassin tried to reason with Rain. "Sir, I think you're taking this the wrong way." He insisted they weren't saying they couldn't pay. It was just that they didn't have the authority to approve such a high amount. He begged Rain to give them some time. They would return and speak to their superiors about the new terms, and then Rain could negotiate directly with them. He insisted that there was no need to escalate things. Internally, the assassin was seething. He cursed Rain in his thoughts and vowed that once he got out of there and reached Duke Eska, things would be different. He imagined returning next time with the Duke's army at his back. He fantasized about Rain being overwhelmed by the sight of such a powerful force, begging on his knees and settling for even less than the original offer. For now, the assassin thought, Rain could act tough, but as time would come, the assassin began by saying that, to show their sincerity, they were offering 10,000 gold coins up front. He added that Rain could consider this as the starting point of their cooperation. As for any additional payments, he would inform Rain after consulting with Duke Eska. He politely requested Rain not to get angry over money, suggesting that if they worked together, they could earn far more in the long run. But Rain shook his head. He said flatly that such a small amount couldn't possibly satisfy him. Rain says, "Rosalind, what are you waiting for? It's time to attack." Rosalind commanded her troops to initiate the attack. Seeing the sudden shift in energy, the assassin panicked. He shouted at his men to run. "These people don't want to make a deal with us. They're here to kill us. Get out as fast as possible." His group began to flee, using the back gate to escape. The assassin then instructed his team to regroup at the rear hill. Meanwhile, Rosalind was in pursuit, commanding her archers to begin firing. She gave strict instructions, not to kill, but to target their legs. They needed to stop them from escaping, not end their lives. Obeying her command, the archers launched a volley of arrows, but the assassin used a water shield to block many of them. He declared confidently, "We're not so weak that we can be captured this easily." Rosalind then personally moved in to strike. She launched a direct attack, but the assassin managed to dodge it just in time. Rosalind warned them coldly that escaping from their territory was impossible. She described the region as being like a spider's web, easy to enter, impossible to leave without their permission. She advised the enemy to surrender, insisting it was pointless to resist any further. Meanwhile, the assassin assessed the situation. All his men were already engaged in battle, and Rain's forces were highly skilled. If the fight dragged on, he knew they would all be wiped out. He told himself he had to find a way to escape, because defeating Rain's forces was out of the question. Then, his eyes fell on Rain, who stood alone and seemingly unguarded. The assassin realized this was his chance. Everyone was busy fighting, and it seemed they had forgotten to protect their lord. He thought, if I attack that bastard directly, we'll have the perfect chance to escape. I just need to draw everyone's attention away. He whispered to his comrades to keep the enemy busy, while he made his move toward Rain. As he charged, he shouted, "Even if we all die today, I won't let that bastard walk away." His fellow assassins increased their efforts in battle, blocking Rosalind and the others from reaching Rain. Rosalind, alarmed, called out, "Master Rain, be careful. That bastard is coming for you." The assassin sneered, "It's too late for warnings now. Girl, you should have thought about your lord earlier. You were so busy trying to catch us that you forgot to leave anyone to guard him, and now, you'll pay the price." Rosalind, panicked, yelled to her soldiers, "Forget the assassins. Head toward the Master Rain. No matter what happens, Master Rain must not be harmed. Protecting him is our top priority." The soldiers immediately rushed toward Rain, but they were still some distance away. The assassin had already gotten dangerously close. Smirking, He taunted Rain. You had a golden opportunity to make a fortune, but your arrogance made you choose death instead. Remember, everything happening now is because of you. If you'd just agreed to my deal, none of this would be happening. Look where your ego has brought you. Rain looked at him calmly and said, So, you're the one who's going to kill me? Interesting. But before you can even touch me, you'll have to go through Leah. The assassin froze. Wait, where did that girl come from? Before he could react, Leah appeared and landed a single, thunderous punch, sending the assassin flying. Furious, she shouted, How dare you try to attack the young master? Looks like you've completely given up on living. The force of her punch created a cloud of dust and smoke. The assassin, now on the ground, was severely injured by just that one attack. The assassin sneered and said he finally understood the situation. That girl wasn't just a maid, she was a warrior. Now it made sense to him why Rain had stood so confidently in place without even moving an inch. He admitted that, to be honest, his mind had completely snapped at this point. He said he had never felt so furious at anyone in his life as he did at Rain. That's why. He didn't care about the consequences anymore, no matter what it took. He swore he would kill Rain today. With rage burning in his eyes, the assassin charged forward again. But before he could even get close, Leah landed a single kick that sent him flying through the air once again. As he hit the ground, the assassin lay there stunned, questioning how a girl could possess such overwhelming power, and if she's that powerful, then why is she working as a maid? Just then, Rain's soldiers arrived and surrounded him. One of them said that they had finally captured the bastard, and it had taken a tremendous effort to do so. Another added that the assassin had some serious nerve, trying to attack their master so boldly. As the soldiers secured the area, Leah stepped forward and addressed the assassin directly. She reminded him that he had dared to attack the young master Rain. She said that for such a sin, she could never forgive him, unless she personally finished him off with her own hands. Until that happened, she swore she wouldn't be at peace. Lying wounded, the assassin slowly opened his eyes and smirked. He muttered that they had finally fallen into his trap. In an instant, he hurled a dagger straight at Rain. As the weapon flew through the air, the assassin called out mockingly, telling Rain he should really change his thinking, because thanks to his people's carelessness, he was about to die. Leah cried out in horror, screaming, Master Rain, be careful. But it was too late. The dagger struck Rain directly in the shoulder. Rosalind gasped, stunned. How did this happen, even while we were all here? Despite the pain, Rain remained composed. He told everyone there was no need to panic. He ordered them to make sure none of the assassins escaped. Capturing them was more important than anything else right now. Rosalind, still shaken, called out to the others that their young master was injured. She commanded all forces to move forward and protect him. The assassin, meanwhile, thought this was the perfect opportunity to escape. He told himself that once the soldiers rushed forward, they could slip away unnoticed. Rosalind turned back to Rain and asked urgently if he was all right. She then ordered the others to capture every last assassin. She said she would personally escort the young master back home, and warned them not to let even one of the bastards escape, especially the one who dared to strike young Master Rain. Leah shouted for someone to bring bandages immediately, saying they needed to tend to the young master's wound right away. But as she turned to look around, there was no one there. Every single assassin had vanished. They were all gone. What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.